Okay, we're live. We're live. And I'm going to go ahead and send the link at the bottom. And I'm going to give Maria the link here. And she's ready to get on. We can go. I didn't know for sure if Maria was serious about doing this, so I copied and pasted and sent it to her. Oh man, what's going on, chat room? What's good, man? I sent Maria the link. Well, Maria, the link's at the bottom of the description. You just got to tap it. I'm gonna let her know. I sent the link at the bottom of the video. And Antonio, if you're watching, I'm live. All right. Sent a photo. Maria says she sent a. All right, I'll send the link again. It's not showing. It says I'm live. I'm live right now. It's weird. Okay, Maria, let me send it again. Okay, maybe you got to refresh your page or something because it says I'm live right now. I got one person watching. Let me see. Let me see if it says I'm live or not. Maybe I got like banned or something. Yeah, it says I'm live right now. Meaning of friendship with special guest Maria. Yeah, it's like on mine. It says I'm live. Okay, she says she sees it now, so she's about to get on. Antonio, you're welcome to get on. If I sent you the link. Okay. All right, Polson, that's cool. We're going to be talking about the true meaning of friendship. Okay, that's cool, Maria. Take your time, baby girl. You want me to send the link again? Hey, Tejano boy, what's up, man? He looks new to my channel, man. Yeah, just waiting for Maria to get on. Antonio, man, you want to get on? Maria's joining if you want to get on. Let me send you the link, Antonio. We're doing a video on the meaning of friendship. If you'd like to join, or you can watch. Yeah, we're getting this thing. We're about to get this thing started. Yep, we got 2 people watching, 3 now. Hey Maria, do I need to send you the link again so that way you can get on? Give me a minute. Okay, yeah, take your time, Maria. It's cool. I told Antonio he can join too. I'm gonna send Antonio the link, and then I sent Polston the link. He wants to do like a current events channel on Civil War scenario, maybe on yours. Oh, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, we could do something like that. That's fine. That's fine, Polston. I have no issue with that. I've seen your video since 2 now, and thanks to you, my it's inspired me from depth scams to cutting off fake people, whether it's family, quote unquote friends. Hey man, I'm glad you've been a follower of my channel, but I've never seen your your actual account here. So you must have been under another name, or you must have just been watching. But I appreciate that, bro. You know, even though like my channel's kind of dead and it's not as popular as it used to be, you know, there are people out there that enjoy watching my content. So like I said, I'm just waiting for Maria to get in. She should be getting in shortly. Hey Marvin, how's it going, man? Oh, Prodigal Heel wants to come in. Hey Prodigal, I thought you were going to sleep, man.
Yeah, I'm fixing to. Hmm.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I guess since Maria's not in, I guess I can start the question off with you. Um, so hold on, let me go up to it because so what are your thoughts about friendships as a whole, like as an entire?
Mm, I don't know what kind of friendships are you talking about.
Okay, let's go ahead and start off with the first one. Do you believe in online friendships?
Huh.
Do you believe people can be friends by me like what we're doing now?
You're asking me this question, considering what, my friends have done to me on here. Seriously? Didn't like all of them want to like come down here and kick my ass at one point in time?
Well, remember they want to kick my ass too.
Yeah. I was
In fact,
gonna
one of them wants to swing down and kick my ass and then go up there and kick your ass.
I believe
I guess
one of them
I
told
guess
me that he was gonna come down here and kick my ass, but he also wanted me to pay for his bus fare here. So let me get this straight. I get arrested for assault because you come down here and do something fucking stupid. And mind you, I'm not afraid of you. And you come down here and I kick the shit out of you and I get arrested. I still have to pay for the bus fare. That doesn't seem fair to me.
so that doesn't sound like a fair exchange of friendship there.
Nah. Well, I mean,
Sounds like enemies.
yeah, I've gotten doxxed by my friends. You know what I'm saying? You've been
Wow.
doxxed by my friends, remember? So,
Oh yeah. Isn't that crazy that like people you mingle with on YouTube are like your best worst enemies? Best friends, worst enemies?
it's kind of like, you know, and I get it. I'm a little bit different of a content creator because I'm not one of these influencers, I guess is what they would call themselves, or at least that's the way that they think of themselves. And so I'm not stuck on myself as much, but it seems like a lot of people here, especially on YouTube, will be friends with you as long as they're getting something out of you. But whenever they stop getting anything out of you, then they kind of turn on you. I'm not saying
Ooh.
that's all. Me and Kev are pretty cool, and you and I are pretty cool.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
yeah, you understand what I'm saying though. That maybe those are an exception to the rule, but like overwhelmingly, like whenever you're talking about YouTube, a lot of these people have kind of similar personalities where it's me, 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 and they don't want to, they they'll be your friend as long as it benefits them, but whenever it's no longer in their best interest, you know what I'm saying? They'll dump you, and you've seen that happen with me, you know.
That's happened to me.
So yeah,
Wow. So,
I'll
so,
take it back to Maria since I'm eating this beef jerky real quick.
okay,
Uh,
that's cool. That's cool. So Maria, what? Okay, so I guess the question goes to you. What are your thoughts about online friendships? Does it exist? Um,
I think it exists just the same way you can find a boyfriend or girl or a husband online. I know I say that because I have family members who have literally they're going to get married with the guy they met online. So
my best friend got married to a woman he met off of Meet Me. I think that's what it was called, Meet Me. And they ended up dating, and then now they're living together in South
mhm,
Texas.
that's beautiful. Do
Yeah,
I think online friendships count? Yes, and I'll go even as far as to say some will be even better friends than the ones you would meet in real life.
really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Rick said the internet's moving everything to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, dating, friendships, scams, everything's going on online. Well, yeah, Rick, the scam thing you had to mention, but Rick said I did not meet my partner nor my previous wife online. However, I met her because we work in the same profession. Me being a general manager and her being a bartender. Well, I mean, obviously that's the case. But Rick said if I didn't meet someone at my job, I most likely would be online like you guys.
There's so many stories I know, and funny enough, we go back to the whole dating thing, but I'll go back to the friendship thing. That I've seen so many cases of people who live completely far away, different continents, just completely different countries, or you're even in the same country, just different state.
Yeah.
They'll literally build a relationship online, and then make it into a real thing, and it's a real thing. Do I think online friendships are real? The ones you consider real until it's not. Just like any friendship, even in real life. It's something until it's not. Hmm. Hmm.
So let me ask you something, and I guess I'll go with Polston. What do you think compels people to go online more to make friendships, or to, like, because even like in dating, like, people don't even date in their own area no more. If you look,
Hmm.
people are all online, like they're talking to people from different states, different countries. And it's the same thing, even like, I guess you can say with like the friendship thing,
Hmm.
like people are mingling online versus, like going out in their own area, or going to a bar, or going out. What do you think is the reason behind that, Prodigal?
People are more confident. You know what I'm saying? Whenever they're doing
Hmm.
exactly what we're doing, a little bit more open.
Hmm.
Whenever you're dating somebody in person, you're trying to keep all these little things about you secret until you're both comfortable with the person. Whenever, you're doing this online, then people can spot common interest in each other. You know what I'm saying? It's a bit safer.
Hmm.
Um, and so, yeah, you're just a little bit more out there. Like there's certain stuff that I can't do, at work because, there's so much, politics going on
Mhm.
in particular. And, like, it's just whenever you're going out, everybody else is sitting there talking about probably a lot of the times it's going to be something ridiculous that I may not be interested in. But
Hmm.
whenever you're going online, you can find the subject matter, that you're looking for, and then you can have like a common rapport with somebody. It's easier to have a common rapport with somebody online than it would be
Hmm.
in person.
Yeah. For example, let's say you're obsessed with crocodiles. So you follow a crocodile page. You talk to people who like crocodiles on a crocodile forum.
Mm.
So you're all on the same page. And it's just like what Prodigal said, you find a common interest, or at least in my case, there was something that I knew was going on for a long time, but I didn't have anyone to talk about it with here in my country, because no one knows and no one gives a fuck. And so I that's where YouTube came in, and other people were talking about it, and so I was like, oh, okay, I'm not alone. So I met people through there, and then I had a friend here in like in real life here, that I was trying to explain the situation to her, and she wouldn't believe me. And it's that thing that Prodigal says is, okay, it's a little awkward to talk about these things to certain people in real life because they're not on that page.
Mm.
Hmm.
This is kind of crazy though. Like, people are more willing to travel to meet, instead of like for example, let's say, like here's an example. Like, let's say, you talk to people, like okay, like Prodigal Hill lives in Waco, Maria lives in Costa Rica, I live in
Hmm.
Houston, right?
Waco, which state is that?
Well, I live in Houston. He lives in Waco, Texas. So,
Oh, okay,
like,
so it's
or in the
Texas.
Waco area, right, or
Okay,
near
okay,
there.
sorry.
So, if you were to ask me, what would I be more compelled to do?
Mm.
Would I travel to Waco to go meet Polston, or would I try to make friends within a 50-mile radius? Like something close
Mm.
proximity.
Mm.
If you asked me that 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I would say I probably would take option the 50 miles radius because it's closer,
Hmm.
much cheaper to travel, and to go and meet people. I can go to, Buffalo Wild Wings down the road, 7 miles down the road, and probably make friends with 7 or 8 people in there and mingle. But now, if you ask me in 2022, I would say, well, I would probably make that trip to Waco. I would make that trip to Costa Rica. I would make that trip to New York City and meet, whatever. And I noticed that the trend now is that it seems like, to me, people are more driven
Yes.
to meet that, like in other words, I see people will travel a
Yes.
thousand miles for love, for friendship, companionship. But
Yes.
if you were to ask people, well, would you do that in a 50-mile radius? Most people would say no, or not even think the thought, why would I do that? Like, what do y'all think compels? Is it like the fact that that all the cool people are not in your area? Is it the fact that
Mm.
people are hard? I mean, is it the fact that it's the presumption you can't see that person, so your anticipation to meet them builds? Is
Mm.
it infatuation? Is that just is that what is it just part of the online process? Like, What do y'all think the science behind it is? Because it seems like to me a lot of people will travel 1,000 miles for companionship or love, or versus in their own area. Like, if you were to tell people, why don't you do that in your own area? Like, people would be, I ain't trying to do that in Houston or whatever. Like, go ahead, Marie. You want to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
When you were talking about, my instant answer to that is that deep down inside of us, we are hopeless romantics, and we want that. We want that romance, and even for friendship,
Okay.
right? People actually want to put in effort for someone else. They actually do, and also it's part of it is, I would say, maybe coincidence. I don't know if it's coincidence. For example, me, there was this, I was trying to meet guys around in my province, but what a surprise. What a surprise that the ones actually, that they kind of gave me rapport, as in basically, yeah, Maria, I like you. Let's meet up. Let's go out. Happened to live in another province. And I'm like, really? In my hometown. For years, I lived in that hometown. Nothing. All of a sudden, when I leave and go to one far away, that's when he's like, hey, we should go out, because he saw one of my Instagram stories.
Facts.
And then I'm like, yeah, we should meet up. And then now I have to wait for me personally. I'm going to wait till the rainy season to go see him and whatever. And then there's another one that's in a different province. But it's like, why can't they be in my same province? Why? It's just weird to me. It's really weird. I don't know, Prodigal, what do you think?
So, Prodigal, let me ask you this. Like, you've met people online before. Like, I know you've met a couple of women that you knew online and stuff. What do you think compels you to seek out and you'll make that travel, even if it's to San Antonio or whatever, to go out with someone? What would compel you what drives you to meet people online versus, let's say, in your own area?
Most of the people that I met from online, I met if they were from the local area.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So it's not like I was traveling to like Minnesota or Nebraska or anything. All the people, they just so happen to live in and actually at one point in time, the internet was more regional back then. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, like with MySpace, it would always bring up people from your area first before you would go branch out. That's the way the internet used to be. Now, however, the deal is, and this is pertaining to the last question you asked,
okay.
And this is why I think, is like, especially if you're somebody that's a little bit more complex, if you're not it's easier for shallow people. If you're shallow, then, getting into a relationship one way or the other, it's going to probably, for the most point, be meaningless. But you're not putting in a lot of effort, so it's like low value. But if you have a lot, like personally myself, if you're kind of a complex person or something, there's certain interests and aspects that you look for in a person, and a lot of times, the more, I guess, of a standard you have, the more hard it's going to be to find somebody in your area that you're going to be able to be compatible with. Because once you get to be whenever I was younger, it was just, let's go out, have a party, have a good time. If it doesn't work, whatever, and then after that, you're starting to like feel like, oh, well, am I compatible with this person? And I think that, generally it's really kind of hard to find somebody that compatible in your area, that meets all the, standards and stuff, to where whenever you're expanding your search outside of that area, well, then you're going to start to find more people that you're compatible with. And I think that's why, you're starting to see more long distance relationships as it pertains, because you're seeing a lot more compatibility with, say, somebody that, we'll say lives in, one person lives in, say, New York, and the other person lives in California, but they're totally compatible. They have the same mindset. So you're starting to see that more and more. Oh,
that's
go ahead.
That's the case with a family member I have that's planning to go to Mexico. I'm not going to say who it is because they're right in the room with me, but this family member is going to go to Mexico and meet his family and so on and so forth. And it's a beautiful thing. And it is because they're compatible. personality was very compatible, and it's it's freaking ironic that they live
Well,
far
let me
away.
ask you guys: do you think the fact that, and this is a good point Rick just made up. He said, do you
Mm.
think the fact that what drives people to meet up is a fact that you can't, that is that the anticipation is sort of like you want what you
Yes,
can't have, or like
it's the
whatever.
romance in
That
it.
plays a
Yes,
part.
it's the romance in it. People deep down actually want to put in a lot of effort for somebody, even if it's a friend. They really do. It seems like we don't, but we actually
Uh,
do.
Well, the reason why I say this is because, like Rick, to answer your question, I think it does because,
Hmm.
like, I've never, like, for example, I never met Kim123 before. So when I met him, I was like, wow, like it was when I realized he was at the airport, I was like, this guy that I've known for like 2 years on the phone, I'm actually meeting him in person. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there was like a little bit of an anticipation there, like,
Hmm.
cool. When I met Pistol in the 213 when I was in Arizona, and I got to meet him for the first time, and I pulled up to his house and picked him up. We went to Buffalo Wild Wings. I got him a Raiders hat and a little glow in the dark, lanyard that's got the Raiders logo on it because he's from LA. He's a Raiders fan, and he really liked it. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like when it's like a build, it's like a storyline. It's like a
It's like
WWE storyline, a
you
wrestling
finally get to
storyline.
see the person behind the voice.
Exactly. It's because it's like I know I'm not going to meet this person every day. So I
Mm.
know if I meet them now, you have to like hang out and cherish that moment because you're probably
Mm.
not going to see them again for another year or two or whatever. So I'm not going to lie, there's a little bit of that of that
It's
of that anticipation. Like, wow,
especially
okay.
people. It's for the same reason people buy expensive brand products or certain type of rare products is because of its rarity, how special it is.
Like
And yes.
if
Hmm.
like if I was going to meet Prodigal, for example, when the day that happens, like whenever I do meet him, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be very excited. I'm gonna be like, man,
You've
this is
never
pretty
met him.
cool. Like, I'm actually gonna meet this guy. He's really cool. We've done videos together. Sure, we butted heads in the past, but we realized we're better off working together. And I said, you know what? I said the anticipation will build. Like, I won't think of it now, but if Polson said, hey, we'll meet up Sunday for a beer, cool. I wouldn't think of it right now, but I know when Sunday comes and it's 2 o'clock, I'll be like, damn, I'm actually gonna meet Polson for the first time. Like, this is really cool.
Mm.
So it's like that anticipation, like the rush comes in,
It's like a movie. It's
facts.
like a movie. It's this personality here on the phone. And you're like, oh, there is some sort of mystery. Or at least when I
Yeah.
was talking to you on the phone, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm talking to this YouTuber. I didn't know you can reach out to people like this because before I didn't do all that, much less talk to people online. And then I'm like, oh my god, I'm talking to this YouTuber. He's a YouTuber. And then you start talking to him or her, and then oh, they have a voice. I wonder what they're like in real life. So all the questions and the curiosity start to build up.
Rick said, "Get to the next two questions, you idiot. I want to see what Polston has to say about these next two because I know he's not going to stay on long." Okay, Rick, I'll read your
Mm.
question. Okay, Prodigal. Here's a question for you. Um, are friendships free?
Uh, you know, I wouldn't say necessarily, what do you consider free
Mhm.
is what I would have to sit there and say because it's a give take thing. It's always been every kind of friendship that I've been in. It's a give take thing. You have to be there. You have to be dependable. Time is not free. You know what I'm saying? If you're
Oh,
spending time, then that's certainly
That
not going
counts
to
as
be
money, yeah.
free. Yeah.
facts.
Mhm.
So I meant, I don't think that it's necessarily free, but if you're talking about a cost or a price, a specific price, then no, you're probably not going to be able to put a price on it. But I don't think that it's necessarily free, you know.
What do
Mm,
you think, Maria? Are friendships free?
I think, do we consider the things that are worth gold in life? Is it usually free or does it cost money? I think a genuine connection is priceless. And if anything, I'm getting more out of it than it's taken from me. Because what would this life be without friendships? What would this life be without the connection? So basically, if I'm talking to a friend that I genuinely like, not someone I kind of feel sorry for, feel obligated to talk to, no, 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 someone I actually like, that is the reward. That's how I see it.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this. I I
I
I
think it
think
costs money if it's someone you don't really want to be friends with.
I think if it's genuine, if friendships are free, meaning the a genuine friendship, then yes, like a natural, organic friendship, yes, right.
Mm-hmm.
But time is money, like Polston said. I couldn't agree with that more. So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, if like let's say me, Prodigal, and Maria, we hung out and went on a walk for the beach or something, or walk at the park and just talked and whatever, right? And it was free. No one invested anything but their own time and maybe their own transportation costs to get to that spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would think, okay, well, nobody's really investing. So, okay, whatever. But then after a while, you get kind of bored because you're like, okay, you have to spice it up. So, in order to like go out and have fun, it's going to cost money. So then I know like I'm going to have to be prepared to bring something to at least cover my own end. However, if let's say like me and Prodigal and Maria went out to Buffalo Wild Wings. First time I met both of these guys, we go to Buffalo Wild Wings, right in Waco. Let's just say hypothetically, and we're at the whatever, and I say, hey, the first round of drinks is on me. Chips, I'll order chips and salsa. I'll probably cover it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm already sort of setting the standard, or like setting the tone. I'm like making first initiative to say that I'm willing to go beyond my boundaries, because technically we don't owe each other anything. If that's what
Mm-hmm.
you mean, Rick, we don't owe each other anything. But I'm making an initiative to cross those boundaries, to make the initiative to say, I got you. You know what I'm saying? So that way it shows generosity and common courtesy. And that way, like,
Mm-hmm.
hey man, Steve Rose covered me a couple times. Like, man, that's a good dude. You know what I'm saying?
But oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
go ahead.
Sorry.
Who wants to
I
go?
was gonna say, it's not free, but there yet again, like I said, you can't put a price on it neither, because
Exactly.
that friendship is only going to be worth as much as you're willing to be dependable. And it's not only just, like I said, going out and having fun or doing this. How are you going to be there for the other person whenever the other person needs you?
Mm-hmm.
That's invaluable. You can't put a price on that.
Can't
But
pay for it.
yeah, it's certainly, at the same time, it's certainly not free neither, because like I said, if Steven goes, like, let's say Steven gets thrown in jail, right? Me and Steven's known each other, we'll say, for 15 years. We're kind of like brothers or something like that. Steven gets thrown in jail for something. Well, I have to leave work and I got to go to work tomorrow, because guess what? I'm putting in time right now. I've got to get up and go to work tomorrow.
Oh,
But let's say I have to go bail Steven out of jail. I might call into work, go bail Steven out,
that's
and
bad.
then come back and then go to work. See how that
That's
there's a
good.
price.
That means
Yeah,
something. That
yeah,
means something. Because think about it. If he had no respect, if he didn't, well, first of all, he doesn't have to do it. He can respect me,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't have to do it. But for him to go out of his way to do it, there had to be some sort of respectability there. It had to mean something.
right.
It's not free, but it's damn well worth the money, because that's why I make that's why I go up, work, and earn money, to be able to have this opportunity. And so say, well, my time is money. Time is money. Have you guys ever heard the phrase "Don't waste time"? Don't waste time. Have you guys heard that
Oh yeah,
phrase?
all the time.
Well, I like what this Brazilian author said, that it's not that we shouldn't waste time. We should spend time. And he was referring to, basically, that's the whole point of life. Why do I work and make money? So I can have the availability to go out and have these moments, this opportunity, these connections. If I can't have that connection with another human being, in this case a friendship, then what was the whole point of this? So
Okay,
that's what the money's for. Yes,
okay.
it's well worth the money. It's not for free.
Here's a question. Marvin popped in, and you guys will short answer. If you're doing more for someone than they do for you, or if you're doing all more for them, investing, you know, money and time and all that,
Mm.
Can you is that still a salvageable friendship, or does that mean that or does it mean that what do you guys think of that, or does that mean you're being used?
I used to feel that with one friend, and then I told myself, I'm going to make this last attempt. If this person does not give me rapport, as in like, if he can't bounce back, then this will be the end of it. And luckily, he did bounce back, so we're still friends.
Prodigal, what do you think? Do you think if somebody's investing more into the friendship than the other person, does that mean that the friendship's dead, or is it possible you can maintain still a good friendship?
It just matters because I mean you're friends with the person. So why are you friends with the person in the first place? I
Hmm.
mean, certainly you know just didn't say, hey, I just want to go ahead and take on a charity case, did you?
Hmm.
Because if this is the case, then why are you friends with that person? However,
Facts.
does he add value somewhere else? You know what I'm saying? Not everybody is gonna be able to cover themselves. Maybe this person is in a tight situation. You have to look at the situation
Rich
as a
said
whole.
everybody's on a different income bracket. Yeah.
Right. And is he adding is he making you better? Is he keeping you out of trouble? Is this person keeping you out of trouble? Is he, you know, giving you information? Is he making you a better person? Is he adding value somewhere else in your life where you can justify it, saying, okay, yeah, every time I go out, I have to foot the bill, but I get something out of it in return, you know?
To tell you the truth, I've known some people who were really cool. They just never had any money.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
I've known some people who were cool and had money. I mean, like I've seen it on both spectrums. I've seen people have money and did not want to spend their money, but they want you to spend your money. I've met people like that, and I've met people who also have like abused the privilege. Like in other words, abuse your kindness. Like I used to take this. We used to go out to eat all the time, and we used to go to these little wrestling events at Diablo Locos. They would show the pay per view, and everybody would meet. And then you always have like those one or two broke guys that kind of always bum a lot. And like one guy, he would always say like, "Well, if you order me these nachos, like I'll pay you, next time." I said, "Okay." And like he was a cool guy, real nice, respectable guy, but he had a bad habit of bumming, like a very bad habit. And it was like I didn't mind like covering a couple of them, but then it got to the point to where it was like, okay, dude, you need to start either bringing your own money or you shouldn't like come, because it's like he would ask like people to buy him food, and it was like he was
Oh
a
my
cool guy.
god.
He
He was
just was a
using you
bum.
guys.
He
Let's
was a
be
fucking
honest.
bum. No, he was cool. He wasn't a dick. He was just a bum.
It
And
was
it was
cool for the food.
and it was like I had to tell him respectfully, like, yeah, you're a nice guy and all, but you never bring any money and you're always asking people to buy you food. I said, after a while, it gets kind of old, dude. I'm like, you need to like not come anymore if you know you don't have any money.
I
And
once did that for someone. Me and my sister, we went on this group trip to Manuel Antonio. It's a beach. It's a beach spot in Costa Rica. So we're there in the cabin. The other group, the rest of the people from the group, they didn't come back fast enough. So we were going to take the boat trip. And the thing was, me and my sister had enough money for it. My friend didn't, and he was kind of like feeling like, well, I can't. And me and my sister, we looked at each other one time and we said, "We'll cover you." And he was actually shocked. He was like, "Huh?" He said, "Yeah, we'll cover you." And then he's like, "Why?" And I said, "Because it wouldn't be fun without you. Let's go." And we had a great time.
there are some people who just don't have any money, and I brought them, and I've had an excellent time. And I
Hmm.
say, look, I'll pay for you, even though you don't, because you're cool. And it's like Prodigal said, what are you giving back in value? Like personality, charisma, Now here's going to be the question I think me and Polston are going to really like. This is the next one coming from Marvin. And Marvin, I'll give you a shout out. And Maria, you can answer this. Can men and women be friends? Ooh. Well, who
Ooh,
wants to go first?
Prodigal, to go first.
Go first on that. Can men and women be friends? Ooh. That's a trick question. I know it's a trick question.
Well, I've had some female friends for years, like me and Sandy, which are Summer, as you know her as,
Yeah.
have been friends for what, 7 or 8 years, probably. So I meant, yeah, I would assume it just depends. You have to have. It's just the same as any other fucking. It's just the same as any other friendship. You know what I'm saying? You have to have some sort of common interest. And there has to be a rapport, something that y'all agree on. And so, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a possibility that men and women. I see this a lot because there are certain women that I'm friends with that I'd probably never date or never, because I have no desire to.
Yeah, you have
But
no
we are
attraction.
friends. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We are friends, and so I mean, I don't have any desire. I don't think, we're friends on for certain stuff, but there's not really enough compatibility there for me to invest into, because it'd be a waste of my time and it'd be a waste of their time. So, I already understand this. Uh, I guess, more hormonal, the younger you are, the more hormonal you are, then no. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these younger guys, I'd probably say no. But, once you get, kind of settled down, you get into the way that you're going to be, then yeah, women, you could have a platonic relationship with
You have a more tolerance as you get older.
right. Yeah. So I mean, coming from like these younger kids that keep asking, can men and women? Oh no, not unless we're fucking or something, because that's what they always come back to and say. And it's like, you can have. I've had relationships where sex wasn't required, and have maintained these relationships for going on almost a decade now. And yeah, you know what I'm saying. We'll go to each other. We'll talk about certain things that we like, and yeah, we've been friends for years. So I mean, yeah, it's possible, but I don't think that whenever you're like hormonal and sex is all you think about, and you know, then it's going to be kind of hard to have a friendship with a the opposite sex.
What do you think, Maria? Can men and women be friends?
So when I hear that question, like my reflex answer is no. But if you really dive into it, the answer is yes. I was talking to a friend and he was telling me guys and girls cannot be friends. They can't be friends. And then I'm like, really? He's like, no. And I said, then what are you to me? And then he had a pause. He's like, okay, well, in our case, it's different. And I said, well, okay, then what about this other friend we have? Or is he a friend to me? He's like, well, he's like a father figure. Okay, then there we go. So I think when people ask that question, certain people interpret it as, can men and women who are attracted to each other, or one of them is attracted to each other, can they be friends? The answer is no. But can women and men be friends? Yeah, as long as you're not sexually attracted to them, and
I,
you can, like, if you can bottle it in.
I think that if your intentions is to go further than the friendship and that it's not going to, I think the answer would be no. I think it's
Hmm.
the reasonable response. Um, if I was into someone and they weren't interested in me, I think 5 or 6 years ago I would have been more open to the idea of being friends still. But I think looking at it now, I would say probably not, because what tends to happen in that case, um, when you like somebody and your friends or what, let's say your friends and
Hmm.
and I think that the person that guy or girl, I think the person that knows that you like them tries to start finessing you. Sooner or later,
Mm.
I think it goes from I think it goes from a point to where they want to see how much they can get from you. Rather it's time, energy, resources, whatever. And guys do it too, to be fair. It goes both ways. Um, so I would say in that case, that's sort of because somebody who likes somebody else, the person who likes that person tends to be very vulnerable.
Yes,
So you're like in a vulnerable state because you have like an infatuation
you're,
with that
you're
person.
in the disadvantages.
Exactly. So the
Hmm.
person who sort of doesn't really, they're not feeling you like that, or maybe they just might have they just want to like have sex with you, but they don't really like want it to go any further. They sort of know that they can sort of play a game with you because they
Hmm.
can say, okay, well, I know this person likes me. I don't, I could just fucking pretend that I like them just to get what I want and then keep them at bay. and not, and I don't have to be honest or whatever.
They start doing a tease,
And then
and they start teasing you, and then you get all
and especially when it comes to girls, like girls will love to wave that pussy. Well, I don't mean like literally, but they'll wave the pussy in the air and see how high men have to jump to reach that.
Mm-hmm.
So girls can pretend that they like guys, or they're slowly or they're a little bit interested, to see what they can get from guys: free dates, free food, free whatever, money, maybe a cell phone bill paid, maybe a little money in their pocket. So like guys do it too, and the women do it too. So it's like that pendulum swings both ways. You know what I'm saying? I would say in that case, like if you really like somebody and it was more than friends and they're not really feeling you like that, it's best just to walk away. And it has it, and look at it like a no harm, no foul situation. Like it's no harm, no foul. No water off the duck's back, and just say I can walk away with grace and just move on. And I think that's the best way to, I guess, to explain it. But if I'm not sexually attracted to her,
it's easier to be friends.
Yeah, like absolutely. Hell, we can be friends. That's cool.
Yeah.
And if she's like, well, I like you like that, I'm like, well, we could be friends. And I guess if you don't like it, I guess you have the option to leave.
I think now I have a question for both of you. Do you think, because I know my answer, do you think, let's say, Prodigal has a girlfriend, right? And
Mhm.
Prodigal has some girlfriends, as in some female friends.
Okay.
And one of the female friends says, Prodigal, let's go have some lunch at the diner. And the girlfriend says, no, I don't want you to go. Prodigal, your response.
Ooh.
It just depends on who the friend is, because I have female friends, particularly on like Facebook, and I have a bunch of followers on Instagram that half of them I don't know.
But what if
And
you would go with her alone to a diner, and you have a girlfriend who feels a certain way, like, why are you going with her alone? Like, why do you have to go alone with her?
And besides, I have friends that I've made on Twitter. So with that being said, it just depends on the nature of the relationship of said person. So I can't just sit there and say, if like I'll go ahead and make up let's say one of my friends is named Fonda Dix and she's a stripper or something, then I'm certainly not gonna say, oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna meet Fonda down here for fucking dinner, because it's gonna be something sophomoric. But if it's like somebody that I've been friends with, like Summer, for example, with for a long time, she has some issues or something. There's various things that I know about her personally that she may not want out there. And if she asked to have lunch with me, and then there's a reason. She's not just doing it just to fuck with me. It'd be, something, or trying to ruin something for me. She's not trying to like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm trying to get you and your girl. She wouldn't do that. So there has to be a reason, so it just depends on the person, and the rapport that I have.
I would you ask for permission?
I would do it. I mean, if I'm in a relationship, there's going to be trust in it. It has to be trust in it. So I mean, I'm not going to make demands on her. I'm going to have to trust her to go out. And if she meets, say, said guy friend or something, because you've got a lot of guy friends, y'all have, a rapport with each other that, it may not be comfortable for me to listen in on when you go out there and meet them. So, I mean, there had to be some sort of trust in the relationship.
Yeah, but at least for me, I think I would ask for permission first. Do you know what I mean? Like I would say, hey, I need to talk to you about something. There's this friend, blah, blah, blah. It's nothing like that. Like basically, get the permission. It's just exactly as it sounds.
I mean, I don't know about permission. I'd sit there and say, yeah, I'm going to have lunch with so-and-so today, but I'm not going to ask permission, but I'll let you know exactly what I'm doing and where I'm going to be at. But it's not going to be like a permission thing, because like I said, it's a trust thing.
But here's the thing.
What if she says, I don't trust you? Prodigal, I want you to stay. I don't want you to go see her.
then I'd probably have already broke up with her by now because she'd be too demanding.
Yeah, to
I've had
me,
relationships like that where they tried to keep, track of me and was trying to go ahead and set out schedules and stuff. It's just not going to work with a guy like me. Like I said, you'd have to be compatible with me. And if you're not compatible, if we're not on the same page, if there's no confidence or trust, then I don't think I'd be interested in that
I
relationship to
think
begin with.
I think if you try to control too much, I think you can end up losing the person.
But what about a little bit of control?
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of jealousy. That's good.
So that's what I'm saying. But Prodigal saying he would have made her kick rocks.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd say, yeah, I'm going to go speak to, say, Summer. That's not her real name, but I'm going to speak to Summer. And, yeah, we're going to go out and have lunch, whatever. But if she goes, oh, well, I forbid you, I'm like, yeah, you're going to have to kick rocks. I'm sorry. Because she's my friend, I mean, like I said, yeah, that was an issue that I had with the girl.
So let me ask you this, Polson. This goes into Marvin's next question. He just typed it in. Thanks, Marvin, for the question. He says, would you kick your chicks? Would you kick your friends to the curb? And I've seen this happen before. Would you kick your friends to the curb to be with that person? Like, in other words, sometimes you'll date somebody new and they'll get real controlling or bossy, and they'll say, well, I don't want you to have any guy friends. I mean, there's guys that are like that. And then there's girls that do the same thing. But predominantly with most of my, like, I have guy friends and girlfriends, and predominantly most of the time I usually get that from my homegirls. They'll say, oh, I'm dating this new guy. I'm with this new guy. And he doesn't want me having any guy friends. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay. So my question to you guys is, if the new person you were dating didn't want you continuing talks with your friends of the opposite sex, would you kick them to the rocks, or what would your stance be on that?
I would negotiate. Well, what did Prodigal say? Hold on. Let me Prodigal go first. Sorry.
Okay, I'll go next after that.
Okay, there yet again. First off, it depends on friends and it depends on the girl. You know what I'm saying? Now, like, let's say that this girlfriend of mine, right, hypothetically, she sees a girl being toxic in my life. And, I could sit there and, she's going to weigh that and value it. But whenever she's like, oh, well, you can't be friends with this person, and this person, and this is, if you want to be with me, well, then, like I said, maybe we shouldn't be together. It's not going to work out because we're not going to be controlled. However, if, there's a reason and a legitimate claim, oh, well, this is why, then, yeah, maybe so. But I don't think that I would, I don't think that like I said, I'm not going to be controlled. I'm not going to be controlled.
Well, and here's the thing too, like, you could be meeting somebody new that could be very controlling, and they'll tell you, well, I don't want you having these friends. And half the time, these motherfuckers are still messing around with other people.
Yeah.
Wow. I told my homegirls all the time, when they'll date a guy who's like that, and he's real controlling and saying, well, I don't want you talking to any of these guys. I don't care if you met them before me. And I always say, well, how do you know he's not doing it? Like, so you get rid of all your friends, and then he's still fucking around with his chicks, like his side chicks. And
yeah.
And a lot of times that tends to be the case.
And that's the whole thing, is it's like, like I said, a relationship has to be built on trust. Facts. You're supposed to respect your partner. And yeah, you're supposed to love and cherish and do all this other stuff, for your partner. But at the same time, they have to respect and trust and love and cherish you too. So if you're going to invest in something, if it has to be controlled, if it has to be forced, then it's probably not worth investing in.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah,
because listen, like, people are naturally rebellious, especially girls. They're naturally rebellious. And usually girls who have, like, really strict parents are always the ones sneaking out in the middle of the night. So, like, I just look at it like, there's no sense in being like that when there's no sense in being like that when that they're just not going to listen to you anyway. Like, how many of my homegirls don't even listen to the dudes they're with? And it's not my part to say anything. Like, I'm not going to snitch because that's none of my business. Mm-hmm. But they don't listen to they fucking dudes. And I'm just like, it doesn't make sense for me to try to control my partner, especially if I'm not married to her.
But not a little bit.
Because and even, like, if I'm not legally married to her, then really it would be kind of hard for me to do that because they're their own person. And in a date, if you're dating someone or you're in a relationship, they can easily walk away because there's no there's no process, there's no like divorce process or anything, so they can just walk away on their own free will at any time. So it makes no sense for me to try to put a leash on somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why it's probably important to date, so you can have these guidelines already set up. That way you're not, all of a sudden you're rushing out because you're kind of panicked, like me, especially people my age. Not necessarily guys as much, but most certainly women that are my age will rush out and marry, the first willing participant that they're willing to marry. And, because and it's different. Women are, and I don't care what anybody says, there's only two genders and they fucking are different as hell. And so for a guy my age, it's not a biggie. I'll go hang out with, like I said, Steven Rose and watch the Texas games. And then we'll flirt with, some rando chick at Hooters or wherever the hell we go. We'll do that stuff, because we're guys. So it's a little bit easier for us. Whenever you get a female my age, it's different because they're like, oh, well, I should be a mom and I should be this and I should have and the older they get, the younger they get. Yeah. The younger they are, it's boring. But the older they get, they're like, oh, well, that clock starts to catch up with them. And
and that's why they're rushing to get married before the clock starts midnight.
Right. So if you're going to invest into a relationship, if you're going to invest into something, then take the time to go ahead and invest in that relationship before you get married. And then you're not, rushing into these relationships where you're in a relationship that you don't really want to be in. And then all of a sudden you're regretting it later.
Hey, Polston, can you tell us the story? Marvin wants to know again. You said about that woman on that was a career earning woman that was trying to make you give her your paychecks.
Yeah, that was in Hawaii. She's like, I hooked up with her, and it all kind of happened kind of quick. It was one of those things to where it's like, oh, okay, I saw her at this bar I used to go to, and then eventually she started inviting me over, and we get it up into this relationship. I went to bed with her one time. And then she has my whole fucking life planned out. And I'm like, what? Wait a minute. This isn't how it's supposed to work. Oh yeah, you'll give me your check and I'll give you a portion of it. And then no, I'm the one that's putting in the work. I'm the one that has to go to work for the check. You sit at home and get my check. How does this work?
And not only that, but wasn't she making more money than you?
Well, she had I don't know how much money she was making, but, she had a house in Hawaii and was able to, finance herself, which is not easy to do in Hawaii.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I mean, maybe, and I don't hate her or anything, you know what I'm saying? But, if she wants one of those guys, then she needs to look for where those guys are, not like, military guys.
I had a girl I was talking to in Florida one time was trying to tell me that like your money's my money. I said, bitch, my money's my money.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm like, I work hard for my shit,
Yeah, you're supposed to hit them with that on a sneak attack.
I put, and maybe she was trying to test me to see how I would respond, but I met that with fire. I said, bitch, that's my money. I work hard for my shit. I ain't giving you shit. And she got fucking mad. I was like,
I bet, yeah.
I'm like, my money is not your money. I said, you got me
Definitely.
fucked up. I said, I work hard for my shit.
Mm-hmm. I understand both of you say, okay, if it's too controlling, keyword, too controlling, but what about a little? A little,
like a little jealousy.
Exactly. A little
so I think there's a little bit difference between controlling and a little demanding, and it just depends on what you can work with. You know what I'm saying?
For example, I just think, at least for chicks, I don't know how guys think, but if she's not showing a little bit of jealousy, she don't really give a fuck about you.
That is true. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I don't mind a little bit of jealousy or anything. Hell, that's actually pretty good because makeup sex is the best sex anyway. But you know what I'm saying? It is. You almost fuck up on purpose every once in a while. But I mean, there's not a problem with that. But like I said, when there has to be a certain amount of trust. There's certain women out there that it'd be like, okay, well, I don't trust her around you, and I would get it. I would understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's certain women. I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it because I know that this particular female has had a thing for me for a while, so I would have to respect that out of respecting whoever I'm with. But there are other women that I have a totally different rapport with. So,
Facts.
and it's nothing sexual. It's kind of uh more intimate, I guess. What you could not like sexual, but it's more intimate. In between, there where it's kind of like a private thing between myself and like
Hmm.
okay, there's a YouTuber on here, female YouTuber, um, that I was friends with, and I remember she was having difficulties and she had to go to the hospital, right?
Mm.
And basically, she was afraid because this was the time when they were kicking off the fucking last plot device. I don't want to get your fucking video flag down, but the plot device that they always fling shit on the wall and pray for it to stick. She was afraid to go to the hospital, and she sent me a message and stuff like that, and says, "I'm going to do this video and yada yada yada. And if something happens to me, I want you to have this." You know what I'm saying? That's a rapport that we have. She has that confidence and trust in me that if say something happened to her, that she wanted me to know, because she has that respect and that trust because we have that rapport together. I'm not going to say her name, but um, and I kept that trust,
Yeah,
and
Marvin said, I think that's very dangerous for somebody new to step in and start giving you high demands and telling you to get rid of all your friends that were there before them. Yeah, I agree with that.
But what they do, okay, the smart controlling people, what they do is they don't pull that card out until later in, until you invest, until they have some leverage, until your
Okay.
feelings are invested. That's when they pull out the, I don't really want you hanging out with this person. Why not? And then they give you
yeah,
the look.
but there's certain tests you can do to see exactly what kind of people they are. And guys do this test, or I do this test. I won't say guys do this test, but like say
Hmm.
we're going out on a date, right?
Hmm.
I go over there, I unlock your door, right, with my key. You don't know, everybody has controlling locks right now, but I open the door,
Hmm.
I hold open the door for you, let you in. Well, by the time I already walk around the car, I already know if you're kind of like a controlling or disinterested, a selfish person,
Hmm.
because immediately you should be leaning over to unlock the door for me. You
It's the
see what
little
I'm saying?
things. It's the little
Yeah,
Sure.
things.
there's little litmus tests that you can
Like
give
the,
people,
yeah,
and
the little
you'll find out. So that's what it is with every date.
or
See
you talk about
exactly.
certain topics and then they say their opinion on it, and depending on their answer you kind of get a feel what kind of
Yeah,
person they are, how humble they are.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, yeah, you got to know exactly what you because I mean, if you invest in the wrong kind of relationship, then you're gonna, after you get married, then you're gonna be regretting it for the rest of your life. And that's one of the reasons why I'm still single. That's why I stay single. Is because I don't want to invest and waste the other person's time as well, and be miserable. I don't.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead. I'm listening.
Prodigal, do you think you're not married at this point in your life because you want to be very free? You don't
I
want
think
anyone
that
to
I
kind of
enjoy
tie
my
you down.
freedom now. Yeah,
Hmm.
I do. I enjoy the freedom, and but at the same time, like I said, a lot of why I'm single right now is because I was kind of like a rolling stone. I was in
Hmm.
one military branch to the other, and the rolling stone gathers no moss. You're going from one place to another. It's hard to invest in certain things, and I'm struggling just like everybody else was. Up until I started really doing YouTube. You're struggling with this and struggling that, trying to get all this other stuff, so you don't have that effort to put into relationships,
Hmm.
particularly whenever you're single, anyways, because you have to do everything for yourself. So if anybody has any chores or throws any other demands, it's just a little bit more time. So it's
Hmm.
just really kind of hard at the same time, you know, because I come home from work, well, I got to cook for myself, I've got to clean for myself, my parents need this done for them, and nobody else is going to help them, so I have to go and help them with that. And then at the same time, I've got to be at work, I got to be a dependable worker. So it's, like I said, it's time consuming to be single, but at the same time, if I want to stop what I'm doing go down and, have a beer with Steven Rose at the Texans game, I don't have to worry about any of these, other things coming up, as far as it pertains. I can leave and not be given the fifth degree of any
Mm,
kind. So that's the trade off of being single,
Yeah.
where I'd have to say, oh yeah, I went down and me and Steven Rose, I watched me and Steven Rose watched the Astros beat up on Bearstown's
the White
Chicago
Sox.
White Sox today. 13-3. He was excited up until probably the fifth inning, whenever it was tied 3-3. He was probably sitting there saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna fucking win. We're gonna win. We're gonna beat the Astros." And then that sixth fucking inning, 10 runs. We have that kind of rapport and stuff. But yeah, that's one of the things. Like I said, I don't mind having a little bit. I'm going to let whoever I'm with know exactly what I'm doing and where I'm doing. If you want to track my phone or look up my friends list on Facebook, it's an open book. I don't care. I'm not blocking you from anything because I don't have anything to hide.
So,
But
so let me ask
So
you
you're,
this.
you're not a permission asking guy. You're just like, I'm just gonna do whatever. I don't gotta tell nobody.
yeah, but I'll let them know. I'll let them know. But I'm not going to sit there
What
and
do you think
say,
about
"Oh,
password sharing and all that, Polson? Do you like that or no? Do you like that
what's
idea
that?
or no?
What's that?"
What are your thoughts about password sharing? What are you guys' thoughts about password sharing and phone sharing between you and and someone you're dating?
I probably wouldn't care. What are they going to see? A bunch of trolling from me? Pretty much that'd be it. It's just see a bunch of trolling and shit. Videos. They probably see all my private videos I have on private while I'm trolling people trying to catfish me. Because I do the pre-recorded videos, and I let these little fucking catfish waste their time with me. But we know who's behind the catfishing. You and I both do. We're not stupid, but we like to sit there and waste your time. So yeah, every time you try to catfish me, I have a pre-recorded
So, like,
video.
would you have to be dating that person for a while for you to be password sharing like that, or would you do it right off the bat?
Oh no, I definitely had to be dating for a while. And it would take a little bit of trust and confidence
What
because
about what about you, Maria? What do you think about password sharing
I
with
don't even
somebody you're
have a
with?
pass.
Do you
I don't
like,
even
do you
have.
agree, don't agree with it,
I don't even have a password on my phone.
or given?
Um, uh,
like for
I
your
think
Instagram account, we'll say,
most people here don't use Instagram.
but
For
we'll say that whoever you're with wants your
Hmm.
password for your Instagram.
Hmm. I said, what are you gonna post? It's just it doesn't seem. If you're telling me like a cell phone password, okay, sure, but I would find it strange. Why would you want the password in the first place? Now, if I caught him looking through my phone without my permission, I wouldn't get mad because I would probably do the same thing. But to like give a password, I'd be like, hey, why? And he's like,
I,
well, because
I
I'm trying to think of why.
yeah, I just feel like it's cheesy doing that.
I,
I just
I,
feel like
I'll say this
I've never
right
heard of
here.
that.
I'll say this right here. I got a lot of good memes I make, and then I don't share them. I put them on my phone, so
Uh-huh.
you'd be stealing all my memes. It'd be like stealing my genius. But yeah, because that's basically all I got is like shit that I got a few pictures and stuff like this picture right here, but like other than that, and they're all pictures of me. I got a lot of memes and stuff that I make. That's about it.
If
That's all you're gonna see.
if
I
I
mean,
don't
you'll
want to
never see
share something, I
nothing.
say, look, I have some embarrassing pictures, please. I don't want you to look at me a certain way. Hey, I don't want you to judge me for the kind of things I'm seeing here. Look, I can explain or something like that.
all right. This question's from Marvin. It says, "What do you guys think about like, do you classify as yourself the type of friend that tells your other friends what they want to hear, even if you think it hurts, or are you the type of person that patronizes your friends just to hype them up, even when you know it may
Mm,
be ridiculous or wrong?"
that's a
Ooh.
good one.
Um.
Well, you
Okay.
already know what kind of fucking friend I am, so I'm not
I
even
think
gonna answer.
Prodigal Hill's the type of friend to tell you how it is. Like Prodigal will tell me when I'm trolling and stuff. He's like, "I know you've been trolling," and he's like, "I know you've been trolling this time, and sometimes your trolling's a little cringy, Rose." And I'm like, "Okay," but that's just him being honest. You know, like he came and told me, I think your dating videos are trash. And then I said, okay, that's cool. I don't like your
Oh man,
conspiracy
and this is my thing with the dating videos. This is the same thing because you sit there and say, "Hey, let's do a dating video." I'm not dating anybody, Steven. Sit there and say, "I can tell you how to get out of a relationship. I can't tell you how to keep one because I'm not in one." So that was
Okay,
my whole
fair
thing.
enough. All right. And
I could, yeah.
so, do you consider yourself the person to tell your friends like it is, even if it comes off as asholish or standoffish, or or are you the type of person to sugarcoat and patronize your friends? Like
Who,
what do you
me?
think, Maria? Yeah.
I think it depends on the friend. And you know what's so funny? The ones you're they're the most honest with you. If you dare tell them what you really think, I feel like they couldn't take it. They couldn't take it. And whereas the ones I patronize, they have a well enough life that I don't feel like I have to tell them anything. They're doing pretty well. So I'll just patronize them.
I've patronized some of my friends before.
I
I'm not gonna
patronize.
lie.
I patronize.
There's some of them I kept it 100 with. And it's just
I
you just have to know the person and how they'll react, because like
Well,
sometimes, like you said, Maria, you
it's
tell
how
them the
you
truth.
met. It's how you met. It's definitely how you met. Because if you started off it being very patronizing, no, not patronizing, like it was a very sweet go lucky type of friendship. If it started off that way, it's gonna stay that way for the most part.
well,
You
this
know.
is the way I feel about it,
But
and
if yeah.
this is why I don't do the whole patronizing thing, and I try to keep it like it is because if I patronize Steven, right, and I know that it's
Mhm.
somehow it's trash to me, right,
Mhm.
and I say, oh no, it's good, it's great, and I'm not honest with him, and then he ends up failing at it, then I'm a little bit complicit because I could have told him something, and then that's going to be in the back of my mind.
Okay, well then I guess when it's important, I will tell you the truth. But when it's something that's not really that important, I'll kind of patronize them because there's been situations where I was honest in the face they gave me, like like they looked at me like I killed someone. I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, I'm not doing that again. So it depends on the emergency. If it's something where that they could end up looking like a clown, I will tell them. I said, look, you're gonna look like a clown. Please don't wear that. You're gonna look like a slut. Come on, come on. Love
Mm.
yourself a little bit more, or don't do that. Don't say
yeah,
that. You're gonna look bad. That kind of thing. So I guess a little bit of both, maybe.
yeah.
All right, okay, so let me ask you guys this: what make what characteristics, or what do you guys think makes a good friend?
Hmm.
Let me read the question. What makes a person friend material? Like, in other words, what
Wow.
qualities do you guys look for when you're finding people that are compatible to you? Like in other words, what is it you're looking for? What qualities that meets in a person that makes you consider them a friend? Who wants to go first?
Hmm. That's a good one.
Prodigal, you want to go first?
Well, like I said, first off, for me, anybody, they're gonna have to be open minded, and like I
Mm-hmm.
said, they just have to be, and they have to be grounded to a degree, because I don't have time to sit there anymore, and then if they're not grounded, and this, I've had a friend here, they they get in a lot of shit. You know exactly who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And it's always something with them. So that's why I kind of had to distance myself out of that because it was beginning to be a burden on me. I was trying to get stuff done in my personal life.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, well, I'm supposed to deal with whatever problem that he has, but he has something personal, and then I drop everything I do to help that person out. And there has to be a common interest there. There has to be, y'all have to at least be a little bit like-minded, share similar
Mm-hmm.
views, and then
Mm-hmm.
to have that trust with each other. And there has to be a, rapport, given there. Oh, okay, well, this person doesn't ask a lot from me. So, I'm going to be there whenever they need me and vice versa. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so yeah, it's it's one of those things to where yeah, it's like I said, it's as much as they invest in you invest. Uh, so yeah, dependability, trust, there and a certain definitely have to have some sort of at least common mindset. Maybe not necessarily perfectly matching, but at least the same kind of similar morals, views, and stuff.
Hmm. That's why they say birds of a feather flock together. It comes from that. It's very hard, and I've even said this cliche phrase, oh, yes, I make friends with people who are completely opposite to me. Not really. If we really look deep, if we look at our friendships, for the most part, they have a similar outlook to how you think or how you view situations. Because if someone thinks really opposite of you, you're gonna butt heads. It's just gonna happen. I know some people like to say,
Oh
"Well, I,
yes.
I deal with people kind of different." No, maybe on the surface, but I think personality wise, something between both of you is very similar, or it flows. It's in, or maybe different lifestyles, but different lifestyles, but same points of view for the most part. Yeah. Oh, for me, one of the what makes someone friendship material
Yeah, yeah.
and
Well, what
open.
qualities do you look for in
hmm
people? What
Number
are some
one,
traits?
respect, respectability.
Okay.
A cliche, but it's the truth. Without that, can't really go far. Number two, an open-minded sense of humor. Open-minded sense of humor. You know, I used to know a girl who had a lot of thoughts of S-U-I. Hold on, how do you spell it in English? SUCIDE.
So, oh, I got you, got you.
Okay, and I started talking to her, and then she would tell me. So one day she told me, "Oh, I saw in the news today this man got hit by a car," and then I told her, "I bet you wish that was you."
Wow,
Kind of a darker sense of humor.
that's a dark humor right there.
And she laughed.
that's
She laughed, and yeah.
that's
It's like,
meta.
God damn, Maria tells how it is. Like
With
to
friends
me,
like you, who needs enemies, right?
I'll tell you what I think qualities meets in a good friend. I think the open mind and willing to try new things. I think if you
Mm,
have somebody that
mm,
takes the time out of their day to want to spend time with you, keeps in touch with you, calls you, texts you, even if it's not every day.
mm, mm-hmm.
I think somebody who tries their best to try to implement you into
Tries.
their
Mm-hmm.
schedule, because I've had people that were like that in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it seems like if they value your time that bad that they want you in on their schedule, then that has to mean something, right?
And
Even
I'll
When they
tell you
try to push
something.
the effort, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a context to here. So Marvin, you work with Marvin, right?
yeah, yeah,
And
it's
he's
different.
your friend, right? Y'all work together. Y'all are friends. He's a hard worker, right?
Yes,
So that's
yes,
who
it is.
you hang out with. You're hanging out with guys that kind of like, have the same kind of work ethic as you have.
Yes.
But you were telling me about the guy that was always on his phone and that Marvin was getting pissed off at.
Yeah, and slap the
And
phone out of his hand.
right. Is that the kind of guy that you're going to be friends with?
No,
Absolutely not. Because you're
no,
not going to have any poor, you're not going to have any interest. You're not going to have the same kind of mindset.
Mm-hmm.
no.
Whereas you and Marvin are going to get along because y'all are trying to get the mission accomplished. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Same commonality. So in other words, like we work together as a team, which team unity, I think teamwork is dream work. I think if you involve yourself as a team, like even outside of work, I think it makes the friendship work. You know, I mean, I do want to hang out with somebody who's adventurous and spontaneous, but if we don't have every little thing in common, that's fine. But
Mm-hmm.
if they're open to trying new things, I think that means that they're going above and beyond. Uh,
And see, this is
you
where
know,
Steven and I, in our little friendship that we have, are different. Because, like, Steven's a big adventurous. He wants to go travel the fucking world and go see Dubai and shit. Me, I'm a recluse. I would live in the mountains away from,
Mm-hmm.
civilization.
everybody and have my own little thing going on with, whoever I was with at the time. That would be my ideal life, having less. And, I get it because you're kind of young. I show you, which is another friend of mine from Twitter, Paradise to Lee. Y'all are kind of alike. Y'all are very similar. The only difference between like you and Paradise is that she hangs out with a lot of these elitist people, which I get. They're kind of like a buzzkill to me too. But she hangs out with like the Fox News anchors and all these other kind of. She's in that kind of circle because she's in the DC friggin'
Yeah, because
California
she used to
circle.
work there and everything. Yeah, so understood.
Right. And to where you you're kind of like a social butterfly too, but
Yeah, I hang out with
you have,
mostly a bunch of blue collar guys.
but you hang out, yeah, with the different circles, but y'all's mindsets are so similar. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. She seemed like
Have
she
a,
would be really cool. Like I even talked about meeting up with her in
mm,
Dallas at times. So let me ask you guys this. All right, so here's the next one. What do y'all think about friendships that drift apart? Like I'm sure we've all been there where we've.
mm-hmm.
You ever heard the term "friends come and go," "girlfriends come and go"? You know, it's sort of like that. Like, have you ever been friends with people and then your friendship just drifts apart? Like, what are your whole thoughts about that?
You know what's so funny?
Hmm.
A friendship that I didn't even have be I wasn't even friends with her for a long time like that. It was like at the very end of high school. I helped her and another girl on a test. It's because I was a nerd. And the cool thing is they bought me a drink. They bought me like this meal. They bought me some food. And they're like, "Thank you, you're so cool." But like, you're the coolest. You're a cool person to let us cheat off you. And I said, "No, not a problem, not a problem." And then they invited me to a party, and then we did one more party, and then we all went our ways. I didn't even have that much in common, like because I didn't know him like that. But we had that little nice friendship in those two parties. It was nice. And then we didn't really talk like that for years. And then I visited her once. She let me stay at her house with her girlfriend and her girlfriend's kids. And then I went back to my province, went on about my life, and then she comes out of nowhere, tells me that she needs a place to stay during some job training. That if she could stay with me, and I said, "You stay with us, and you don't have to pay us anything. You just stay with us for a month and a
Mm.
half, which is your training." And she felt bad. She's like, "No, I gotta pay it." And I said, "Fine, give me $10 or something, so you can not feel bad. But you're staying with us. If it's work, that comes first." And we weren't even friends for that long, but friendly enough.
The-
But we for years didn't talk like
There are
that.
some friends who drift
We didn't talk.
apart. Like, for example, like I've worked with some people and then they end up quitting and we had a good relationship, or I thought we did. We were cool. And then they quit, found a new job, and never responded to my text, never for me again. I've ran into people like that, and I'm pretty sure y'all have.
Mm-hmm.
I've also have had friends who've gotten married and had more of an important role in life, had kids, had more responsibility. Some people went to jail, and then I've had some friends who passed away.
Oh
Sometimes you,
damn.
sometimes I have friends who everything was fine and they just one day stopped calling. That has happened.
Yeah.
I've
Ghosted.
also had times where, like recently, Raymond got in touch with me. I mentioned him in my videos actually a couple of times, just saying like whenever he's ready to call me, he'll call me. Right, Raymond, me and him haven't spoken for in a year, and he's sort of like a loner, and he sort of like is like an introvert. He sort of stays at the house, doesn't really go out that much, and and then he's like kind of like a loner, And when he goes
Basically
through
like me.
well, he suffers also from depression, and part of depression
Hmm.
means he doesn't want no one to bother him, and he
Hmm.
told me he suffers from severe depression. So I at first I used to call him a lot and say, "Hey man, I can hang out with you, and we can, you know, and we can go out and stuff. I'll pay. Don't worry." And then I realized, man, I'm just trying too hard, and I'm like,
Hmm.
let this man breathe.
Charity. Yeah.
And so like a whole year went by, and recently he just called me out of the blues and was like, "Hey, how you doing?" Like everything was normal, and I want. He said, "Man, about the reason why I haven't called." I said, "Look, don't even explain it. It's all good. Like I know your situation, so I'm not even gonna press it.
Isn't
But
a
you
lot
want
of
to hang out
friendships like
sometime
that
with,
though now?
huh?"
Well, at least that's what I've come to. Because those girls that I met at the very end, and when we drifted apart, as in each girl moved to a different province, got a job, got a boyfriend, kind of basically got a different life. And years went by, and I said, "Wow, okay, I guess this friendship's not gonna last." And it's so cool. And this usually does not happen, but now recently they're trying to reconnect. And even I've reached out to them, and it's cool when there's a rapport. But is there friendships that you're never gonna see again? Yeah. And I just kind of what I say when it comes to friendships is a friend for a season. They were supposed to be your friend that season, and then and then years go by, and then new set of friends for that season, like
You know,
winter. Oh,
go.
go ahead.
No, no,
Win-
I talked over
Winter,
you. Go.
spring, no, winter, spring, summer. you notice that those leaves, they don't stay on that tree forever. They will eventually crumble and fall, and then there will be the circle of life, the rotation. So the
Isn't it
same goes for friendships.
isn't it weird? My dad told me, Prodigal, you probably agree with this. My dad told me one time when I was a teenager. I'll never forget. I was 13 years old, and he said, "Son, you're gonna love all your friends and stuff. It's cool. You're enjoying the moment. Whatever. Live your life. Blah blah blah. Have fun. But I'm gonna give you some advice." I said, "What's that?" And he goes, "Most of your friends are gonna be after high school." And I said, "Nah, bullshit." And I didn't want to believe it, but man, he was right. Like all my friends that I've made.
That's because after you get out of high school, you go different directions. You start your own careers. You're going to go on different paths in life. It's well, go back to Paradise and stuff like that. This is a friendship where we're friends over the internet, but I wouldn't invest too much more for me personally. And the reason why is because, like you said, she has that elitist circle, and I tend to be blunt. I tend to be fucking honest. So if she's got a bunch of these Republican Congress people like Beth Devine and stuff like that she's friends with and stuff, right? And Beth Devine's like, well, what do you think about the border wall in Mexico? You're not building it. Unless you're going to put the fucking border wall on the western border to keep the Californians out, I don't want to hear shit.
Facts.
Because, yeah, that's where all the fucking immigration is coming from. And so I could sit here and show you this. I know you're not going to understand it because you're a representative and you work in D.C., and you're probably not qualified for your job because Lord knows we'd hate for government. But yeah, this is exactly where the issue is. I have no problems with the people coming out right now currently from Mexico. That's actually kind of like, starting to level itself out because, they're not, whenever they were coming over here back in 2000, right? Whenever they started the migration, they were all coming over here underbidding everybody. But now that it was kind of leveling out, and now they're making the same amount of money, and there's that thing. Well, now we have all these people coming in from California buying up all the land, and since I'm blunt like that, well, then her friend will be like, "Who's that guy? He's just scaring." Yeah, I made you because I want answers. The bad decisions that you make in life affect me personally. So stop making bad decisions, all right?
See, Prodigal is the type of guy, and this goes back to what Marvin's saying. Prodigal is the type of guy who tells you like it is. And this goes to Rick's question. What do you guys think about having different, like, in other words, do you have the same types of friends or a balance of friends? I think a balance. You should have a balance of friends. Like Kim123 is the type of guy that tells me, like, one thing that I respect about him is that he tells you what it is. Like, he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He reminds me like Prodigal Heel. They may have different views, but one thing is these guys are straight shooters.
But that's another great quality. That's one of the qualities I forgot to mention. I was going to mention one great friend quality is someone who feels comfortable around you enough for them to be themselves. Because that's how the girl who had thoughts of SUCID.
Yeah.
Okay, she had those thoughts. Now, how did I know that? Well, it was because she told me, and it's the way she talked to me. She was the Filipino chick, and the way she talked to me, she was comfortably open, so that allowed me to be the same, and then we had a good rapport. But if she was reserved, I don't think we would have went far. But so course, someone who's comfortable enough to kind of be themselves with you, that's a good quality.
But you do have those days where we want to be pampered or we want to be told.
And we should be.
And you have that friend that you can call and say, it's going to be all right. And that kind of deal. So sometimes it's good to have the patronizing friend too.
The patronizing friend, you value it when the honest friend shits on you.
Yeah, it just depends on what the situation is. You know what I'm saying?
They're shitting on you, Prodigal.
Well, no, I'm saying it just depends on what the situation is. Because you remember, it's another friend. It's the same friend. Stephen Rose knows who I'm talking about. I'm not mentioning any of his names. Okay. But his mom died, right?
Oh, shit.
And so I was actually on the phone with him. Yeah, I was actually on the phone with him. Damn. And the night before, right? And then the next morning he's calling me up and saying this. So yeah, I'm going to be a friend. I'm going to, it's going to be better, and giving him good positive
Oh,
feedback
absolutely. Yeah.
because that's a different situation. But if the same friend says, yeah, we're going to go ahead and start a smear campaign on this 17-year-old girl and just call her a fucking whore and try to dox her, no, I'm not. I'm going to tell you it's fucking stupid, and I'm not going to waste my time with this shit because I don't care,
Well, I
and you
mean,
shouldn't either.
Marvin said you could go the asshole route and say, "Well, you live and die, get over it." But then again, that doesn't help the matter. Yeah, it's
No,
true.
yeah,
I mean, we
yeah,
all live and die. So like I
right.
said, it's because some people believe that crying at a funeral is actually a sign of disrespect to the dead. Do you know that? There's actually
Really?
people who believe. Yeah, no, there's people who believe that. Rick is
Oh,
one of them. Like Rick says,
Rick.
"Why do you cry at a funeral?" I'm like, "Because my friend died." And Rick said, "But one day that's going to be you. One
Rick,
day
you're
that's going to
Hispanic.
be
Why
me."
wouldn't you cry at a
But
funeral?
what he's saying is you should celebrate their transition, their passing. It's a form of celebration. In other words, they've moved on to what you would assume is
Yeah.
a better
Well, that's a
As a
very
environment.
Christian,
sincere.
I believe in an afterlife too, because I mean, temporary life just doesn't make a lot of sense, particularly with the way that we're set up. And this is why we got a lot of depression and anxiety in this country as well, is because of most of it's based on rigid philosophy, which can't hold up to scriptures. If you really took down the scriptures and you took down the science behind the scriptures, and you tried to whatever the shit this is, where everything just blew up and just spontaneously created every fucking thing, none of that makes any sense. Why
Rick
do why
Olson's
do
about to
why do
get
they
into it.
speak?
I got my popcorn. Rick
Mm,
Yeah.
says.
boom,
Well,
boom.
why do they speak Latin in 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 Costa Rica there? Why do they speak Latin? Why do they speak Italian in Italy? Why do we all speak all these different languages? If we're all from the same place and we all develop the same, we would all speak the same. I
Facts.
mean, whenever you break it down and whenever you break down the science behind like evolution is laughable at best. And this is why atheists absolutely hate me. But to be fair, atheist Christians hate me just as much. So I do believe that there's an afterlife. I do. I am a Christian, even though most of the Christians don't want to hear what I have to say. I am a Christian, and like I said, I'm just going to call it out like it is. If there's not any legitimacy into something, I'm going to sit there and say no. Yeah, I'm not going to invest in it. There's no legitimacy in it. What would be the point of me investing into it? So I believe that there's an afterlife too. And when you understand that, then you realize that, yeah, this life, this temporary, this is just a small portion of what you're going to get later on. You're going to get
So in other
more.
words, Prodigal, do you see crying at a funeral or sadness as a form of disrespect, like that we should be celebrating their one's passing? Do you believe in that?
Myself, it's not a biggie for me, one way or the other. Because I get it. A lot of people are, especially in this world, in this day and age, you could see it. Hell, they're fucking wearing baby diapers on their face because they don't want to catch some fucking, the flu or something. You know what I'm saying? And, they'll get fucking stupid about it. So you got to take everything with a little bit of consideration. So,
Rick, I don't know what Rick is talking about.
Well, see, here's the thing, Rick. Like, I look at it like this: if Prodigal passed away tomorrow, I would be crying because I knew the guy for a long time, never had the opportunity to meet him. Charlie Wolfcow died last year, and I was crying. He sent me a message on Facebook. I still have the message, and he was coughing up a storm 3 days before his death, saying he had caught
Wow.
COVID. And he said it's a motherfucker having this. I know you caught it. Can you tell me how long it takes before it goes away? And then I told him, and then 3 days later he died. I had no clue until about a week after
Jesus, Stephen.
when they started making all these RIP videos, and I nearly cried my ass off. I never had the opportunity to meet the guy.
actually, it'd have probably been closer to a month later because you found out after I did my video, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
And
about a
then,
month.
it'd have been about a month because I found out because
In the obituary, his name was
Yeah.
in the obituary. And here's the crazy part: we actually talked about linking up. We talked about meeting up, and I think that's the part that made me so upset. Is I feel like I never got to the opportunity to meet him, and I think. And I think that that's what happens when I see some of these YouTubers who die or some people that I feel like I never had an opportunity, or I feel like I should have taken more of an opportunity to do more.
Now Charlie was one of these fucking guys. He was these fucking guys. Because I know Charlie. I've probably known Charlie for longer than Steven has.
Yeah, you have.
Now, Charlie is one of these fucking guys who you'll do a video, he'll flip out, and he'll do a video on you to insult you, but he'll insult you and then follow the insult up with a compliment. Like, he'll say, fucking, Polston, you're a goddamn retard. Now, I know you're a very intelligent guy, and he was just fucking from one extreme to the other. And it's like, what the fuck, what are you talking about? So he used to always do videos on me, and I used to sit there and watch him and fucking, because he would just like, I'm like, the fuck are you doing, Charlie? But I'd do a response.
Yeah,
but.
he would tell me, he would say, Steven, your dating videos are cringy, but goddamn, I always watch them. I was like, that's good to know. And I was like, well, that's good to know. But the point is, I guess it is, Rick, it's easier to say that it's hard not to cry when someone passes away, because you know they're going to a better place. But I get what you're saying. You shouldn't cry like you think they're gonna burn in hell or something. Like, if that's what you're implying.
Rick is from Honduras. They cry in the funerals. Rick, what are you talking about?
Rick said someone's passing is a celebration. It should be mourned as a celebration, not in the mourn of crying. Well,
Rick, you're not Mexican.
Let me put it like this: Rick's going to be a GM in Chili's, and he's going to Laredo. There's 2 locations there. He's going to be on the north end, so he's going to be right by the Mexican border, and he's going to be a GM over there. When he told me him and his wife were moving, or his soon-to-be wife, or whenever he decides to consider it marriage, I damn near cried. He said, "Why are you crying?" I said, "Man, you're moving 8 hours away." He's like, "Man, dude, chill out with that shit." I said, "Man, look, Rick, man, we've been cool. You were my boss, one of my most favorite bosses ever. I worked, I fucks with you, man. You're a cool dude." He said, "Well, I appreciate that, Steve, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to Laredo." I said, "I know, but still, man, I just felt like, he's moving away, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got caught up in the moment. I guess
Steven, you're
form
real
relationships and bonds with certain people, man. It's hard not to have those feelings,
Yeah, and I get it because, I was prior service. So, we're not good criers anyways. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I get it, especially because he's in a leadership position.
Yeah, and he was in the Army too.
Yeah, he's in a leadership position, and he already understands. Now, I know all these people will sit there and say, seek mental health. It's okay to cry, and giving me all this fucking, ridiculous shit that they fling on the wall, pray for it to stick, whatever it is. Oh, I'm emotionally unstable.
Remember, Paulson, we got to hold you accountable for that, and come pull up at your house.
Fucking yeah. So I mean, but I mean, it's seen still as a sign of weakness and shit. It's like if you stop in the military and you stop to cry, and you have people following you or something. And they're like, oh, well, this guy doesn't know. So, I mean, I get it from that standpoint. You know what I'm saying? But it's not going to hurt or it's not going to bother me one way or the other if people are sobbing at a funeral or something. I get it. You've seen grown men break down and cry before. So, I mean, every situation's a little bit different. And I guarantee you that giving the same situations, Rick would probably break down and cry if there was some sort of event that, made him do that. So I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I understand it, why they're crying.
Marvin
but
said
like
when his mother passed away, he was in total shock and disbelief. He didn't cry till 6 months after her death. Well, I mean, some people have different reactions.
That's happened to me. But have any of you forced yourself to cry in certain situations? I did it once at a funeral.
Marvin was in Charlie Company in the infantry. Oh, that's pretty cool, man.
In my grandmother's funeral, I literally forced myself as hard as I could to cry. It was really difficult, but I didn't feel like crying because I knew it was my grandmother's time, and she's freaking old.
Yeah,
and she raised good kids, and I just kind of felt bad for me because I wish I spent more time with her, but I didn't feel sad that she died. I just said, well, yeah, she's really old.
Yeah, and when they're that old, it's like almost as sadder just to watch them, survive this because that they're in pain and stuff, and you kind of want to see them.
It's sort of like a sign of relief, almost.
My uncle said that. He said that when his mother died, on my father's side, when his mother died, he was happy, And then he says that people have a bad reaction to that. But then I explained to them, no, my mother had cancer. She was suffering.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
happy she died, so she stopped suffering. So, I mean, I've even shocked myself at certain things I've cried about and certain things I have not cried about.
See, but
It's
there's
very
certain
funny.
people here that don't believe that there's an afterlife. And,
Mm.
for the most part, they're all and it's always the same thing. That's why we get all these crazy fucking people out here in the world now, is because it's like, oh, well, I can go do what I want to because once I'm dead, then, and this is what breaks down society. That's why you can go back and look at atheism, right? It's a
Hmm.
perfect fucking example. Go look up liberal Missouri. How well did that work out? Any of these communist countries right here that all these people say, oh, well, it's a belief, it's not really a religion. There are religions, Baptist is a religion, but having a belief in these scriptures, that's not a religion necessarily. That's,
Mm.
understanding these scriptures that are closer to the time of the origin of humans versus whatever you put in a fucking comic book and then declare it fucking science. Uh, So I mean, a lot of people don't believe, and so that's why you get all the depression. This is why you get anxiety. This is why you get all the anger and hatred and everything like that. Is because whenever you teach these kids that there's really nothing after, there's nothing to, build up to, then they're going to be depressed.
That's
They're going to sit there
yeah,
and be anxious. They're going to be fucking all this other shit.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like me, I don't worry about that stuff.
People deep down inside want to believe in something, want to strive for something, want to feel like they're fighting for, like some people, a lot of people want something to fight for, something to
Rick,
move towards for.
Rick
So
said you
if you have
ultimately
nothing, it's like what?
Rick said you ultimately want to have friends that are going to make you a better person. That's good.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I agree. I had to agree with Rick on this one right here. And the reason why is because I've had friends from both sides of the spectrum. You
Nice.
know what I'm saying? I don't go out and I don't party. I don't drink. I don't do all this other stuff anymore. I go out and have a good time. Like if me and Stephen Rose hook up, I might have a beer or something, but I don't go out and get fucking sloshed and hammered anymore.
Yeah.
And I used to hang around that group. That's where we would always do is go out, try to pick
Oh,
up women, live fucking loose life, do all this shit, waste a lot of fucking money. But yeah, probably around whenever I was starting to get into my 30s, right before I met Stephen Rose, I was starting to hang out more with people who would contribute knowledge, and we had a common rapport in this and a lot of interest. And I started to hang out with more mature people. I mean, you're gonna be as good as the people that you surround yourself with to a
Mhm.
degree. So I'm not saying that, you have to go ahead and be friends with these fucking sociopaths that call themselves elitists, but let's be real, they're not really contributing a lot to fucking society anyways. But like, say a guy like Rick that's a hard worker who's good to us, you want to hang around like quality people is what Rick is trying to say. Because they'll
Yeah,
make you better people.
I agree.
however, that's what you want now. But then when you were wilding out, you didn't care if your friend made you a better person. You just wanted a friend to wild out with. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I say it doesn't necessarily
It's
mean that you
it's sort of like
friendship. Oh, you want to improve?
it's
No,
sort of
no,
like
no,
if you
no.
hooked up with a guy you knew that was no good for you, but you just hooked up with him because it was just the moment of the time and you want to just go out and have fun. You already knew there was no commitment, but you're like, fuck it, let's just go out and have fun.
Well,
Like that kind of ordeal?
I never think about hooking up. Like I'm
Well, I
not a
just meant it
person.
like in
Yeah, of course. But
analogy.
for example, let's say I want to do some wilding out. I want friends that will accompany me to it, and they won't make me a better person. As well as once you're over that, let's say if you're someone who's into not
But I mean, let's
you,
say you get a criminal record out of it, though. And then
Ew,
that's going to hurt you later on.
it will.
You know what I'm saying? Or,
yeah,
you know,
I
you,
yeah.
you end up making a mistake because y'all are saying wilding. And I'm not saying that this will happen.
Mhm.
It's worthwhile for the time to have learning experiences. And I had a lot of fucking learning experiences, bad fucking experiences and shit, hanging out with these people. And it's made me a better person. Don't get me wrong. But
Mm.
you want to become a quality person. And like I said, there's always, and this is like I said there yet again, um, you know, uh, whenever you take it from the biblical standpoint, is that it always brings back more burdens when you hang around those people. Because I've been on both sides, so I know. So, before you know it, you're in over your head and you're going to have to decide. And hopefully you decide before, it's too late. Is it really worth hanging out with these friends right here? Or should you, progress your life? And you're going to have to make that decision eventually. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with going out and having fun and having these people here with life experiences. But like I said, you better understand the quality, and are they going to be there? Are they going to be trustworthy as well?
I guess that's definitely a mature way of looking at something you seek in friendships. But let's take people who want to do a heist or a lick. They need friends who want to do the same thing. And so they're all on the same thing. And if you're someone who wants to do better or want someone you want to improve, you're going to want friends who help you do that.
Oh, absolutely.
Hmm.
So, what do you guys think about having a large group of friends, or do you like your circle small, or does it really matter? I mean, like,
Prodigal, you want to go first?
I think I'll go
Well,
first. Go ahead, Prodigal. You go first. Prodigal, you go first.
Steven knows that I'm a small circle kind of guy. I mean, I can make friends with anybody. That's not the problem. I can have friends here, there, at work, stuff like that. A lot of guys like me at work because I'm there to work. So they know that I show up, I'm going to work, and they don't have to worry about it. That I'll be there, I'm dependable, stuff like that. But I like to keep my circle of friends kind of small and more dependable rather than just having a lot and, not as dependable. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you got to be able to manage your time. And it's easier to manage a smaller circle than it is a bigger circle. Trying to be a social butterfly. And that's one of the deals that there yet again, go back to Paradise. She's got a big fucking circle of fucking friends. And it's like, oh, well, I got to hang out with this person. I got to hang out with that person. And it's not efficient at all. Where I can just say, oh, Stephen Rose says, hey, you want to be on my show? Oh, okay. Oh, you want to go down to the Texas? That's it. Stephen, Big Kev, maybe a few other guys that I would probably, link up with or something like that. And it doesn't require the same amount of effort as if I had like 125,000 fucking friends that I'm trying to impress.
So, Maria, what about you? Are you a large circle friend, or do you like your friends?
I don't think I have much of a choice.
Larger.
I don't think most of us have a choice. Am I friendly with people? For me, it's very easy to have small talk and you have conversations with strangers. I do it all the time. I went at the mall. Some guy just randomly told me, "Are you from Naley?" And I'm like, "Yes." And they just turned around. And then I said, "Hey, how did you know I was from Naley?" Which is my old province, my hometown. And he's like, "I've seen you around." And then we just started talking with the people there. And then we order our food and then we all go separate ways. Say, good night, blah, blah. So being social, yes, that's I got that down. Now, friends, that doesn't depend on me because I can't juggle so many people. First of all, they have to be cool enough for them. First, they got to like you enough. You got to like them enough. Common enough, want to hang out or talk. And that's going to be a small number. That goes for everyone.
Rick said, me being in the bar scene, restaurant scene, I happen to know many people, but however, you're only going to hang out with a small group of people. You can still have some people you may hang out with sometimes. Then you may have like those 5 or 6 friends that you hang out with all the time.
You have acquaintances and then you have friends. And I think we always have small group of friends. Very few friends. A lot of acquaintances. You have acquaintances at work. Doesn't make them your friend.
I think Marvin said, as you're younger, you tend to want to have many friends, but when you get older, you tend to get stubborn in your own ways, and your circle tends to shrink.
I can agree with that.
Marvin said, as I get older, I get more stubborn. So
that's because Marvin already understands what works and what doesn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Marvin's 40, by the way.
Yeah. Whenever you're like in your 30s or your 20s and stuff, you're still trying to figure out everything.
You're more impressionable too.
Right. And so you're like, oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and do this stupid thing because it seems like it makes sense at the time. And you find out later on. But when you're about 40 or 43, you've already done that stupid thing. And so you already know. And so that's why whenever, like, for me and Marvin, we are going to be rigid.
Rick's 41.
Yeah, we're going to be a little bit more rigid because we're already set. We've already had our life experiences and stuff.
Rick said, "Don't feel bad, Steve. When I was in my 20s, all I wanted to do was have sleepovers, hang out with all my friends, travel for 6 days, and all that. But when you get older, everything's more time efficient. The older you get, the more responsibilities you have, and realize you're not getting any younger. Then you got to start thinking about what's further ahead towards your future and possibly end up retirement, which Rick said the way it's going, I don't think any of us are going to end up retiring. We'll probably all be working till we're 90.
Well, see, yeah, we're going to do a little bit of a video on this one here a while back.
Rick said I'll be 90. Marvin said I'll be 100 years old before I retire. I'll probably end up dying while I'm on the register.
Because I'm telling you, man, we were going to do that video about the whole Civil War type thing. And it's kind of like a very fucking tenuous situation in this country right now, especially with the way that the economy's going, because you've got these out-of-touch elitist motherfuckers in the media. It's like, well, you should be talking about the crimes on January the 6th. And I'm like, listen, bitch, gas is like $5 a gallon. All right.
The value of the dollar
I don't care.
Down. Everything has gone up 8%. And you're talking about transgender studies and what identity you are.
Oh, yeah. Donald Trump caused an insurrection at the Capitol. Now, okay, listen to me very fucking carefully, because Hard Bastard played a 3-minute clip while I was driving back from Temple, back home, right? And he played a 3-minute clip. Dude, I almost fucking fell asleep while driving just hearing that 3-minute clip on his fucking show. And I'm like, holy shit. I must have looked like I was giving head to the Invisible Man driving down the damn road trying to keep my head up. It's fucking awful. And it's like, I'm not going to listen to this. This is fucking crap.
Okay, let me ask you guys this.
Mm-hmm.
And this will be the last question going into the stream. Final one.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, God. And this is the part I think is going to put all of us kind of on the spot. Wow. And that's if we want to share, Rick. And what do we want to share, Marvin? Are there any regrets we have? Like, are there any regrets, like any regrets in your life that you felt like you could have done more or should have done less in anything? Or even when it comes to maybe a friend you might have ditched that was trying to be nice to you, or whatever the case. Are there any regrets you have? Ooh.
I'm sure that there's like a fucking lot, dude. That's kind of like a hard question because it'd be kind of hard to narrow down.
Well, okay, if you're narrowing it down to like friends you might have let go, there's I think maybe a couple of them that I'd stopped talking to that really genuinely wanted to be my friend. Yeah.
Because I think life you could do a whole stream of regrets.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Some friends.
Yeah. Are there any regrets you have in terms of like things you might have done that might have hurt someone or you know?
I did, but it was like in elementary, which doesn't really matter because I don't think he remembers. So no, that doesn't count. I think in terms of friendships, I would have listened to myself and trusted my own. You know what? I am a social person. Just because I have this person next to me who doesn't want to make friends doesn't mean I should listen to her. I should have just done my own thing and been a little bit more. It's because I was a shy kid growing up. Now I'm not so much. Now I kind of think I've overcome it for the most part. But I think my regret was not being more decisive on if I wanted to be friends with someone and the person next to me was next to me for a long time. If they didn't, I would have just went on. Oh no, that I would have been more decisive on. No, I want to make friendships. Okay, I gotta go. You stay over here and be alone, and I'm gonna go talk to these people.
What about you, Prodigal? Is there any regrets or anything you think in the past you think you?
Like I said,
one thing or two things.
It would be hard to narrow down. You know, there's several friends that I probably could have invested a little bit more time in that would have been more worthwhile.
Yeah.
But people that I've known in the past, stuff like that, people maybe that I regret hanging out with and let them have
Mm.
fun.
Hmm.
There's a lot of those guys, and going down the wrong road, getting tangled up with certain instances and stuff like that. I'm sure that there's probably more in that. I think that particularly whenever it pertains to like my military friends and stuff like that, I could have probably, especially in the Navy, I could have probably done a lot better picking out the people that I was going to hang out with and stuff like that. I was a social butterfly like you are right now, just trying to latch on to anybody. Sometimes you latch on to the wrong people, and you get in a lot of trouble for that. So yeah, definitely there's going to be instances like that. Everybody's going to have some sort of regret. Nobody's perfect. So
Rick said when he was younger, all he wanted to do was go out and have a beer. Now he can have a beer in his own home in the privacy of his own home. Not anybody tell him a damn thing. Yeah.
yeah,
And I have
me.
another regret, and I don't know if you have this or if I'm the only one. I regret believing, but this all these regrets get resolved with maturity and experience. I wish I knew that pandering does not equate friendship. That just be okay. Let's say person A and you're person B. That you're trying to be too nice. You're being too panderous. You're not saying anything controversial. I regret misinterpreting that as friendship. No, that wasn't friendship. That was just you being a doormat or just kind of
Well,
too nice. And if it's
well,
friendship, put some edge to it. Be a little
I
honest.
do need to. I do need to practice. Well, go ahead, Prodigal. Say what you got to say.
I'm gonna say I can kind of see where she's coming with that because yeah, especially like whenever I was probably even younger than Steven is right now. You know,
Hmm.
especially whenever I'd approach a girl, trying to hook up or something like that, you do a lot more pandering. And like I said, right now that wouldn't be the case because I'm going to be who I am. So why would I put on these little shows? You know, put on these little charades, trying to being superficial and whatnot, and
Mm.
especially in something like that. Should have just been myself. Shouldn't have tried to go out and do all this pandering stuff and trying to pretend to be somebody else. You
Mm.
a lot of
But
my
did you ever do that with friendships though? I understand relationships. Don't we all pander to the
Yeah.
opposite
We
sex?
all
Don't
kiss
we all?
ass to get what we
Of
want to get with the other
course.
person.
I don't
And
know
we
if
enjoy it.
I don't know if I
No
would
friends.
consider it pandering, but like you start getting hanging around people, and I'd say emulation maybe to a degree, where
Or you watch your words too much,
I
way
don't
too much.
think that I'd watch my words, but it's like let's say Steven comes up with something, right? Like he says that's gangster. He just every time he says that's gangster, all of a sudden that's going to be the report that we would have, and I'd start saying, "Oh, that's gangster."
Oh, you
You
start talking and emulating the other
Mm.
person.
yeah, you start, copying each other's best.
Mm.
Like whenever, like every once in a while, I come out and I'll talk like WJ. You know what I'm saying? Do the shit at work. I'd be like, oh no, uh, he's gonna come and take away. And then all of a sudden, the other guy that I used to work with used to start doing the same shit that I would do, where he'd do the whole Vince McMahon type shit
That's
because
funny.
we'd around together, copy each other's bad habits and shit where his biggest thing was saying Clarence Boddiger's favorite line on RoboCop, "Bitches leave." So every once in a while, that's what I would just go around. I go, "Bitches leave," but that was a report. So I mean, that's a little that I would say that maybe to a degree.
Rick said I copy Stevens. Oh, when I go, now Rick goes.
Hmm. Hmm. But
Yeah,
but at least when I do imitate, well, and I think this applies for most. I think if we do imitate someone, let's be real, it's because we kind of like it. I've taken some phrases from certain new people I've met. I'm like, that's a good line. That's a good
No,
line.
I've stolen shit from Kim 123 all the time. Like
Yeah,
that guy right
and I've
there
given
is an
people phrases as
encyclopedia of
well.
mimes that I've stolen from him.
There's certain things that I sent to someone through text, and then they put it on their page, on their Instagram page or
I've stolen
their
a bunch
YouTube
of Kim one
channel,
two three sayings.
or they talk to me and they're giving me a topic, and then I say, and then I say my opinion on it, and then he does a stream or someone does a stream, and they say exactly what I told them, and that's fucking hilarious. But I think that's a form of rapport, no? Right? You kind of get from other people, they get from you a little bit, just a little bit, right?
Or getting bad habits. That's what I was because I was said. You know,
Got
it's
to.
yeah, it's just a little. I call it emulation because yeah, you know, you start hanging out with somebody. This is a little bit different than pandering, I guess, but I could see it. But like,
I'm doing
you know,
okay, I'll go as far as to say this I used to do, not so much. Be a little fake. I ain't gonna lie. But I think, but I'll forgive myself because I didn't know any better. Like I didn't know anything. I'm
right?
just
Yeah,
trying
that was
things
my
out.
thing. Was I'd be more fake with women trying to get into a relationship than I was with say guys. Because guys are gonna give a fuck. You know, I don't
Mm.
care. If they don't like me, they don't like me. That's fine.
Well,
I'd hang
men are like that with each other. Like guys are typically themselves around each other.
right, and
You know,
fucking we'll haze each other and do all kinds of crazy ass
when it
shit.
comes to girls, guys will do. I mean, some men will just to do about anything, but every guy does a form of kissing ass to get to a girl.
And there's
Even the girl
nothing
they're
wrong
with
with that.
now,
And there's nothing wrong with that
they've
because
pandered. You know,
girls do it too. And I think
facts.
all is fair there because if okay, that's a form of submission slash vulnerability slash putting yourself out there. And I think that's the point to the person you're romantically involved with. That's the one person you should be comfortable to do that. I think friendship's a little different.
You know,
So
I hate when guys throw the term. Well, like some men on here, especially on YouTube, and I know Prodigal can agree with me on this. When they throw the word simp around, and I'm like, okay, maybe that may be the case, but so are you. Like all these dudes do it.
you know
They
what I
just
told my
do it
brother?
behind closed doors. Go ahead,
You know what I
Prodigal.
told my brother? Because he knows English. So he heard the American simp. So we both heard the word simp, and then we got into what it meant. So we started using it because we found out what it means. In Spanish, it doesn't exist. That word doesn't exist. But
Yeah,
and I remember we were talking about how you have to have some sort of self respect and boundaries. Like yes you can kiss ass a little bit or go beyond a little bit, but you have to have limits of self respect. But then, we were talking about Simps, and I said, B, which is my brother, Simps are winning. Simps are winning because these are the guys that end up getting married.
Rick,
I
Rick
know.
said every guy has simped, and even some of the most successful men have been rejected before and have simped out before. They just don't tell you.
I'll tell you, simp is one of my favorite fucking words because
Mhm.
I can use it to almost trigger anybody, especially on the left. Because the left, there's just so easy to trigger, anyways. So I'll be like, oh, okay, what I'm gonna do is listen to some simp. Oh my god, you just called me a simp! Oh my god, you just
They'll
fucking
even try to call Prodigal a simp. They're like, he simps out to other women on YouTube and donates them money. And you're like, dude, I donated her $5. Relax.
I think in real life, I understand. When we're throwing that word around, making fun of people, make a joke out of it. That's great. Or criticizing. I understand. But I think in real life, and I was telling this to my brother, real life, Simps are winning. Simps are winning, and females have their own form of simping, which is pretty sad. Everyone has their form of simping, but people who actually go on and put themselves out there and really try, they'll eventually get what they need.
Rick,
Whereas people who are too guarded, they're not going to get anywhere with that
Rick
attitude.
said every man has done a form of simping. Even Rick said even the chick that I'm with now, I simped out.
Yeah,
So he said
that's the
that's
right
his
thing
name of the
to do.
game.
I,
That's the right thing to do.
I don't know because the whole deal, and this is my perspective on simping, because everybody's got their own little perspective. It's not a real word. It's
Mm.
just one of those little fucking trendy words that
Yeah,
buzz
yeah.
like Karens and shit. But with that being said, this is the issue with simping, is because when you simp, you're trying to pretend to be like this wholly other person.
Mm.
Once you get into that relationship and the persons that you're with, and like you said, they're simping, they're selling, they're kind of fixing. See, I used to do this
Mm-hmm.
quite a bit whenever I was younger, try to be this whole other person. Well, eventually you are going to have to come out. And this is, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's not gonna work if you're not building up your relationship on at least a little bit of honesty. And I think that whenever I was younger, especially towards women, now like I said, with guys it's different because guys treat each other. I was a little poser, little fake, like you were talking about how you were a little fake. So was I. You know, and I probably wouldn't be like that. I'd probably be a little bit more forward, a little bit more
And now
direct.
that you have more experience and maturity, yeah.
Right. And like I said,
Confidence.
yeah, there was more desperation back then to now I've already had this life experience and stuff like that. So I mean, I see more value. I guess whenever you're younger, you don't see the value in yourself to a degree,
because you don't know what it is yet.
Right. And then when you get older and you understand, hey, this is what I've accomplished. I have all these stories, all these people that I've met, some done a whole hell of a lot of shit some people are probably never going to do, and been to places that people will never get to go. And so, yeah, so I know that there's some value there. So
the failures, at least for me, some of the best things, quote unquote failures, it's not really a failure, it's just something that happened, but it felt bad. Out of that bad thing that happened, actually, it's like it felt bad, but it had to happen for me to be who I am today, to actually be social, because before I was quiet. So I got bullied for that. And then the bullying was so bad that when I transitioned to the next school, I said to myself, this will never happen again. This time I'm going to do the opposite with everyone I meet. I'm going to be completely social. And it worked out. No more bullying. So it's sometimes bad things have to happen to a certain degree. You have to kind of make that mistake. And you did it out of ignorance. You just didn't know any better.
Well, it's like Marvin told me best. Him being in the military, he said one thing he's learned from his father, that Marvin shared with me today. He said that you're going to fail more in life than succeed. I said, really? He's like, yeah. He said, in reality, we're all losers if you think about it. He said, you're going to fail more times than succeed. Like, but the point is, when you succeed is when you cherish that moment. Like, for example, like he was telling me, you play in the NBA for 20 years. And you might win 6 rings. The other guy may win 3. You may win 0. One guy may win 1 ring in 20 years. And he's like, yeah, you failed for 19 of those years, but 1 year you won. So he's like, you cherish that.
Tom Brady, and then you're 50-50 if you're Tom Brady.
Well, it's just one of the rare. Well, Marvin was basically saying you're going to fail more in life than succeed. But the point is not to give up. And Marvin said the problem is with a lot of people nowadays is they're being trained and programmed to give up quickly. If they don't, not making a lot of money fast enough, they give up. If they don't,
it's all about perspective too, though. Yeah. Because there's people who actually live pretty good lives, but because this person has been so spoiled since birth, they don't even know they're winning. There's people who are so accustomed to losing, they don't know when they're winning.
Well, you also got to look at it this way too, especially in this generation, is the bars are being lowered. So
absolutely.
Success is being lowered to the lowest common denominator right now. So I mean, the victories are becoming more, I guess, but they're not as great as the victories that like Marvin, Rick, and myself grew up with. Admit more, because like you said, these people were winning. Were failing more than they were winning, and they learned how to win because of their failures. That's where you learn how to win, is by doing something, failing, doing something, failing, doing something, failing, till you get that victory. That's how you achieve victory, is through your failures over time. And so, like, now you look at this generation, and this is why we're in such deep shit right now, is that the bar is constantly being lowered to where people will go to work and claim that they're being oppressed or something. That is slave labor.
Yeah, I've talked about that. People leaving the house now, even leaving the house is considered slave labor. If you have to leave your house to commute, if you have to leave house to show up to the office, it's considered slavery.
Yeah, they'll say crazy things, and my brother and I laughed our ass off when we were talking about this, and we were talking about how that song that Drake made, started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team down here, or something like that, right? And then I said, he was born in Canada. If anything, he started from the top. What bottom? What the fuck are you talking about?
This is a good question. Rick responded to Crispy Cruiser's comment that I just highlighted. He said in a response to women are so entitled, he said it's not that the problem is we're passing around participation trophies and people are giving free handouts, and that's why that's where this entitlement comes from. What do you think?
There yet again, this is the part of the problem. This is why we're $30 trillion in debt. This is why, and it's funny. Okay, look at the gas prices. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. Right? I've called this. Zargon can vouch for me. I have a video right now on BitChute where I was saying that this collapse was going to happen 2 years ago. I was calling the fucking collapse back in 2014, 2013.
Wow.
Because I already knew it was going to happen. Whenever they started this stimulus money and Keynesian economics, I knew that this shit was going to happen. Everybody that understood economics knew this was going to happen. Well, now, instead of saying, oh, yeah, well, we fucked up the economy, we passed all the stimulus money, well, let's go and give you tax cuts because that would help to a degree stop the cause of inflation. If I get to keep more of my money, you don't have to print out more money to give me. You see what I'm saying?
That means there's more. If you have more money, if you make more money, you spend more.
Right. Yeah. So you don't
success.
Yeah. This is what they'll borrow more money to give to me when they could just stop taking the fucking money away from me, and then they wouldn't have to borrow the money to give to me. What I'm saying, and it's that simple. Well, what you end up having is they're like, oh, okay, well, now you have this record inflation. There's not a lot of people out there, working. You have the worker shortage right now. Everybody thinks they're a fucking rap star or something, and they get on here and do some generic rap or something like
Kim 123 says people want to be internet nomads.
Right.
When you said that.
Oh, my country gets flooded with digital bums. I call them they're digital nomads. That's what they call themselves, but I call them digital bums. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Facts.
So you have all this worker shortage, you have all this inflation, you have rising prices, rising gas. It's hard to find the store shelf stocked and stuff like that.
Facts.
The economy's taking a hit. I was calling it 7 or 8 years ago that this would happen if they didn't stop doing the shit that they were doing. But is it their fault? Absolutely not. You know whose fault it is? Oh, it's the fucking Russians, or it's the fucking flu. It's anybody else's fault but the motherfucker who caused it. And, until everybody gets together, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. At this point in time, nobody's doing anything. Neither party's doing anything.
Facts.
So Trump isn't going to fucking save anything. Biden sure as fuck is. If anything, they're going to make it worse because the idiots that just went ahead and printed out all the stimulus money to give you, their solution is to print out more stimulus money to give you.
But Prodigal, do you think the entitlement? I mean, I know he says women are so entitled, but I think guys can be that kind of way too. To be fair, do you think entitlement comes from people being given free handouts? Like in other words, people are just being given stuff they're not willing to work for anything because they don't know what it's like to earn it because they were just given it to for free.
I see that there's more entitlement on the left. And whenever you look at the left, you have the people that are either getting money from mommy and daddy or they're getting money from the government. And those are the type of two people who tend to be the most entitled. But you go and look at people that tend to vote fucking conservative, and there's a reason why that they vote conservative. Is because they earn that check. They want their money. They don't want the taxes. They don't want to sit there and do all this government spending.
Okay. Let me respond to the entitlement part. Like, for example, my brother, I have two brothers, by the way. And I always say this in the video. One of my brothers never really made the right choices in life. He has two different kids, racked up $100,000 in child support. He has multiple felonies on his record. He's went through 7-8 cars, 7-8 lawyers, and he's almost 38, 39. Here's the ordeal. My dad made a bad habit of always giving into him, right? And giving him money, not telling him to work and stuff, or not telling him to work, but rewarding him for his bad behavior. Jesus. And I always, and like for me, for example, I've always had to work. I've always had to have a job. I have a clean criminal background. I have no child support because I don't have any kids. And also, and I have the 3 C's good. Your criminal, your child support, and your credit. Everything's good on my end, right? His are the exact opposite. But see, the thing is when you do things for people and you give and give and give to people and they don't know what it's like to have to earn it because they never had to work for anything or had to earn anything, then when you tell them that they have to go to work, they see that as a sign of disrespect because you were pampering them. And that's the result of what happened to my brother. When my dad finally told him, I'm not going to give you anything anymore, you're going to have to work. Now all of a sudden there's this attitude that comes with it. And I've always said this, if you're going to give people free stuff, it's going to program them to think that, well, why should I have to work when you're just giving it to me for free? And even Marvin said that best the other day. He said the worst thing you can do is give people free stuff. Now, if you want to do something nice for somebody, that's fine. But Marvin was just telling me this earlier. He said the worst thing you can do is give people is give people free stuff, because over a period of time, they're not going to appreciate it as much anymore.
Now, okay, I got to ask a question real quick, Steve.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's say, because we'll go back to the left-right paradigm thing. I already said I didn't give a fuck about either side. However, with your brother, right? What do you think he would probably vote for if he was going to go out and vote?
The left.
He would vote for fucking Democrats, wouldn't he? Because
absolutely.
That's exactly. They're getting money from one place or another. They don't really earn anything. They don't really contribute a lot. And they do have this sense of entitlement, especially in the media, dude, because I just got back on Twitter. I'm on Twitter again. And I see this all the time, is they're not really educated. They're not that smart. But they'll sit there and say, trust them. With what fucking track record? You don't have a history of making the right choices. So why would I trust you? You know what I'm saying? And well, all of a sudden they get entitled. This is why I get terminated here on YouTube. This is why I get banned from Twitter. This is why I get terminated from Facebook. I've made the trifecta, by the way. You know, I've had all three of my channels banned, my main channels. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so I've always had to work my way back up. I have to work for mine. They don't have to work for theirs. They get, this is the issue that we're having right now with YouTube, is they get a free pass. They get to promote their ideas. They get to promote their philosophies, even though they're failed philosophies, where people like you and I, we can't go out there and do the content that, especially like for me, that I'd like to put out, to help people, because that's not allowed on here. The bar has to be lowered for them, because if you were to go ahead and put us on a common forum, this is why they're panicking right now over Twitter with Elon purchasing it, because Twitter's probably eventually going to lean a little bit more conservative light than it was far left. And the reason why they're panicking, particularly in the media, is because this is the deal with the media. This isn't me. This isn't conspiracy theorists talk. This is actual legislation, is that they're allowed to go ahead and put out any kind of propaganda that they want. And then they're allowed to go ahead and disseminate and determine what should be, what the thought process for that propaganda. And this is a bill this is a bipartisan bill. The Republicans and the Democrats are just as responsible for the HR 57. With that being said, they're afraid that they're not going to have that authority anymore to declare what you think about the propaganda. And that's why they're freaking out about Elon right now.
Oh, Maria got off. I was just about to ask her the question and she got off. Okay. Oh, Maria, you can come back on. I was actually going to ask you a question about the entitlement part. But I guess it's over.
Huh.
All right. Well,
I might have hijacked that one a little bit too much, huh?
Yeah. Well, are you? I'm surprised it kept you up this late. Don't you got to work tomorrow?
Yeah. I was fixing to get off anyways.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and kick you out, Prodigal, real quick.
All right.
All right. See you tomorrow. Hey, Maria. Hey, Maria, come back in because I wanted to ask you about the entitlement part. I know he went on a little rant there. I was just going to let him finish and let you back on. Come on in. Because I wanted to ask you a question about the entitlement part. Like, literally, I was just about to ask you and you left. I was like, oh, fuck. Okay. Because I feel like we can comment on that part, on this comment here. And then I want to read some of the comments from up top because I feel like it would kind of be a sign of disrespect. It says, oh, is that you, Maria? Maria?
I'm gonna make a
Okay,
change.
cool. All right, so Maria, I want to ask you this question. Now we're back on to importance.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Polson kind of go off a little bit on topic, but
Mm-hmm.
hey, Polson, I appreciate you having on. I think 98% of the time you were on. Let's get back to it. Okay, so Maria,
Mm-hmm.
my question is this to you. Um, he says that women are so entitled. I was friend zone. Now I know when we get back to friendships, people have some sort of
Mm.
sense of entitlement. So that's why do you and again I've said this before, men do have a sense of entitlement too,
Of course,
so
of
do
course.
we.
I know
um
Crispy is one of these guys. Yeah.
let me ask you this: what are your thoughts about entitlement? Where does entitlement come from?
Entitlement comes from things that were given to you, just randomly. Some you lived a very comfy life. You got accustomed to certain things, and all of a sudden, when you didn't get it, you're like, "Wait, I've gotten it for so many times, or I've
Why
gotten this
would you
kind of
tell me to
treatment
go to
for so
work
many
when you didn't give
times."
it to me for free?
Exactly. Oh, why isn't everyone kissing my ass? Ever since I was born till I was 19, everyone kissed my ass. Why isn't anyone kissing my ass now? That kind of
Rich
thing.
said, I know we men get a little frustrated with women's entitlement, but let's just be honest. A lot of the women are entitled because they have so many options than guys nowadays.
Mm,
Did
um,
that play a role? You think that that's part of it?
you give someone too much of something, and then all of a sudden you take it away, and they get angry, entitled. That's where it comes from. For example, look at certain children. They were given any toy they wanted from the store if they asked for it. You gave them every toy. You never said no. And all of a sudden, when you say no one time, they're like, they want to yell and scream. That's where it comes from. So the same can be applied to adults, even animals.
I
So
think the
that's where it comes from. I
I
know they
think
want to make it into a man woman thing. I understand that, but it
well, I
could
think the
apply to
more
anyone. Yeah.
options you have, the more entitled you become.
For example, me, this has happened to me. I felt entitled to certain things, but because I just felt like I did, and I got similar things for a while, and I thought, well, let me get this too, and they say, no, what? What do you
I felt
mean?
entitled to answers. I felt no, I'm not gonna lie. I felt entitled to things that I saw other people have.
I agree. I felt the same thing too.
I think we've all been
I,
there.
I think we've all, at some point, unless you lived a really shitty life, I think all of us at some point have seen things and thought, well, she got it. She looks like me. She has the same age as me. Why am not? Why am I not getting it? Or I feel like other people are going through this experience. Shouldn't I have to go through that experience too? I felt that for a long time, even recently. Like certain people of a certain age, I saw them go through certain phases of their life, and I was not doing not one of them. And I thought to myself, well, I should have gotten that experience. And then I've come to realize, no, it didn't happen for me. And I'm sure there's other people who've gone through the same thing, but they're quiet just like me. They're not gonna tell you.
Well, it's
They're
sort of
gonna,
like when
yeah.
when I'm not gonna lie, I do this. I'm like, I'll tell women, well, you sit here making me court you while you're sitting there giving your pussy away to some other guy for free that or
Jesus,
ain't shit other guy for free. You hear
Jesus,
guys throw that around.
damn it, damn,
You can make the argument that's an entitlement. So you're saying you're
damn.
entitled to my pussy because I gave it to somebody else. And
Oh,
sometimes
yes.
I'm not gonna
No,
lie, sometimes that happens.
I was so distracted by what you were saying. I was like, as in, like shocked.
But no, but
Whoa,
sometimes I
I
have to sit
agree.
back and think, well, maybe that guy did more than I did to get it.
I agree with you. That is a form of entitlement, but I will not say. I think we can all have certain examples of when we felt entitled. I'm not
Oh,
gonna.
absolutely. I can
Or for
name tons of
example,
times I
hey,
felt entitled.
you treated her this way. She got that. Why can't I get that? And then he's like, well, I've never had someone tell me this, but I'm sure some girls have been told this. You're not the one. You're not. You're not. Who are you, bitch? What are we? We're just chilling. We're not really something serious. I'm sure
Rich
some
said,
guy has told that to some chick,
Rich
and
said
she's like,
some people feel like they're entitled to a higher wage even though they don't have a resume that says it. Yeah, you
"That's
got
me. That's
people
me.
out here that think they're entitled to $50 an hour.
That's me." As in, like,
I've been
I,
there. I've done it.
I haven't finished I'd never finished university studies. I have a job. I got a better salary. However, I feel entitled, as in, like, I want a better
I
salary,
feel like I'm worth $40 an hour.
even though I nothing really. There's no measurement that says that I should get paid more or get a better job. But, but check this out, guys, and you guys tell me if you agree or not. After some time, I came to realize that a lot of people, not everyone's gonna get it, but for a lot of times, because I had a friend who told me, "Oh, she's gonna, she shouldn't get this. She doesn't deserve it. She doesn't
Oh,
deserve it. I gave this chick a gift card because she deserves it." And I told him, she's never gonna get it. And he's like, "No, no." He didn't want to listen, obviously, but I said, "No, no,
Veronica.
no."
Veronica said, "Let's not talk about the nasty whores that are online making money, and then the regular girls like us don't even get any attention."
That's what
Oh
I'm talking.
shit!
Actually, my friend was talking about that,
Oh,
Veronica. Veronica, that's
Veronica said,
exact.
"I have a sense of entitlement there."
Veronica, that's exactly what my friend was talking about. How these chicks were getting this and that, and that he said that they didn't deserve it, and I said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He kept interrupting me. We were talking over each other. I said, and I told him it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And then I said, your friend that you gave a gift card to, all that stuff you say you think she deserves, she's not gonna get it. And
Ooh,
you
look,
want to
check
know?
this out. Veronica said dudes will sit here and guilt trip women into fucking with ain't shit dudes, but these guys will never tell you that all they do is fuck with ain't shit bitches, and they fuck more with ain't shit bitches than we do with ain't shit dudes. Well, I can't compare
That's
that,
facts.
Veronica.
That's facts. But
She
I've never done that. I've never done that, Veronica. I've never done that. But I can see exactly what you're
no,
saying.
but she's saying that dudes will sit here and party with ain't shit bitches, but won't say a thing. Won't will they expect us not to call them out on their fucking shit. Well,
Veronica,
Veronica, like I said, I'm not saying men are not guilty of anything. I never said that. Did I come on here and say guys were perfect? No, never won't. Did I say that?
I feel what I don't think she's accusing you.
No.
I agree with Veronica, and this is why I tell chicks to put your foot down, and dudes are the biggest hypocrites. If you're gonna have a hypocrite, a gender, be a hypocrite. It would be it would be in a male form. But that's not what I was gonna mention. I was gonna mention that back to my story, that chick, you think she deserves what she deserves because she's worked hard and because she suffered and this and that. She's not gonna get it. She's never gonna get it.
Okay, Veronica, are you roasting me now? Because like I kind of feel like that's what you're doing in the comments. Because you're saying that dudes are flipping through Playboy looking for Pamela Anderson to be a wife. I never once I said Pamela Anderson was fine. I'd fuck her. I never said I wifed that hoe. I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
hop
where
off.
you go off saying that shit. Well, it was a conversation we had earlier on the phone. I said Pamela Anderson was fine and I'd fuck her, but I never said I'd wife her. Never said that. Lies, lies,
I'm gonna hop off.
lies, lies. I
No.
never said I would wife Pamela Anderson. I said I would fuck her.
Hmm.
That's it. I never said a party with a bitch either. Carmen Electra's cuter in my opinion, though. Carmen Electra's hot. Nope, nobody can debate me on that one. Jenna Jameson's hot too, Rick. You know who Jenna Jameson is? Oh, damn it. Maria jumped out. Do you need the link again, Maria? I'll let you talk. Come on, baby girl. Don't get out of here. What happened? I'll put the link down again, Maria. Come on. My bad, Maria. I promise I'll shut my mouth. I'll put tape over it. I'll put duct tape on my mouth. Come on, Maria. Come in. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't change the subject. Maria, come in. I'll shut up. Look, we won't change the subject no more. Stay on the subject. Please, Maria, come in. I couldn't keep repeating the thing. Okay, I'm sorry. I promise. Please. You're damn. Okay, I promise I will behave now. Wait a minute. Oh, okay.
My point was that I don't believe people who deserve certain things are gonna get it just because some people say they quote unquote deserve it. People don't get okay. People are not gonna get what they. You get what you think you deserve on a lot of things. I think
Yes.
people we look at that we think she shouldn't have money, she shouldn't be famous, she shouldn't this, he shouldn't be famous, he shouldn't have that, he shouldn't have this, she shouldn't have gotten that. Well, guess what? They believe they did deserve it, and they went after it, and they got it. And now you don't know how to reason with that. Would you think that's a good assessment, Stephen?
Absolutely.
You get what you think you deserve.
Do you think that's natural for us as humans to keeping up with the Joneses?
Mm,
That's just natural, right? For us to feel that way as humans, right?
if you're brought up to think that way, I think you could be brought up to not think that way.
So how do
Think
you
about it.
humble yourself when you feel that somebody has more than what or had the life or felt like they had opportunities you feel they either didn't deserve or that you felt you deserved? What do you,
A lot of times, a great portion of people who stay kind of resentful. I'm not going to say it's everyone, but there's people who kind of look on to others and hate. A lot of it has to do with, let's be real, you were too much of a coward to take that risk. That other person took the risk, put themselves on the line, and succeeded. Just like how there's a lot of people who put themselves on the line, risked it all, and lost. So I think how do we get to a resolution of this? Understand that sometimes you were just a bit of a you were kind of scared. You were too fearful. You didn't want to put yourself out there. How many times have we seen someone have something you probably could have gotten, but because you were too scared to put yourself out there, you didn't get?
true. That is true. I've been there before.
I've been there many times,
It,
all because of cowardness.
it's one thing. It's one thing to quit at something, but it's one thing to not try.
I have this friend who hates Jennifer Lopez. Hates her. Absolutely hate. I think you know who it is.
Oh, go
And
ahead.
I don't really have anything. I don't have no positive nor negative feelings about her. I just think she's just there, and if I like a song, that's great. If I think she did something stupid, I'll laugh at it. Like, I don't really have hate towards her. But this friend of mine does. He says, well, because she dated certain guys to get ahead in her career and this and that, and she's this, she's that. But when I look at her documentaries, or when you look at what it takes to prepare a presentation, a show, it takes work with a capital W. She didn't. That was not given to her. She put in the work to do that.
Plus, she was a singer too, wasn't she?
She put herself out there to sing and be ridiculed, and
Hmm.
succeeded, and still gets
She
ridiculed.
played in movies too. She was
She did.
Selena. Come on, everybody knew Jennifer's career blew when she played as Selena.
Celine, if it weren't for Selena,
Hmm.
Jennifer Lopez, I don't think would be as loved. I
Oh
didn't
no,
grow up
no.
with her. I only heard about her through my dad, because he mentioned her a few times. But let's be real. Let's say, I'm going to use Jennifer Lopez as an example. Some
Okay.
may say, well, she did this, she did that to get that role. She dated this guy to get this part of her career. I will argument to say this. Yeah, she earned it. She was willing to do what it took to get to where she is. And she's been ridiculed for that. And I ask to the people hating, do you want to get ridiculed the way she does and have that success?
That is true. But can I ask you this? I think her I think her internet might be going out. Is your internet going out? It is kind of. You want to kick you off and try to sign back on? Yeah, cause it's going. I can't even hear you now. Try to get back in. See if I'm gonna try to remove you. See if you get back in. Oof. Let me see. I'm just gonna kick you from the studio, and then try to get back in. Let me send you the link. Because sometimes Maria's thing kind of messes up, guys, and so like what I'll do is I'll kick her out and then bring her back in. But it could be also because it's getting late, so we might have to wrap it up in a little bit for her. Because I know she has to get off and then go to work and all that shit. So wow, I mean it was an interesting talk. In fact, I'm glad Prodigal got on because he actually gave like more insight, more perspective. And I said, you know what? Hey Maria. Oh, she's messaging me now. She doesn't know what happened. Okay, well try to come back in if you can, and then we can wrap it up. Yeah, yeah. So that way, Maria, I don't keep you on all night because I know you got to go to bed and everything. So we can do it for another 5 minutes or so. You on?
I'm back. I
Oh,
don't.
okay. All right. Just let me know whenever you're ready to end the show. We'll end it. Okay. I don't want to make you feel like you're a hostage to my show for all night.
No, no, no. I enjoy this. I enjoy the stream.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready to go, don't
Mhm.
hesitate. Don't feel like this is the part where you don't have to. You don't have to pander. You don't have to do that. This is the part where you can be the Kim 1 2 3, and I ain't gonna judge you.
I'll be the Maria. How about that?
Okay, facts. Okay, so
Mhm.
what was it I was gonna? What was it we were just talking about?
I have a question, Steven. Oh, we were talking about Jennifer Lopez and how I said that some people hating on her that she
Oh
didn't
yeah.
deserve where she needs to
Oh,
be.
this is what
I
I was
say
gonna
fuck
ask
that
you.
shit.
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna ask you. Does it ever bother you when you feel like undeserving people were given things that they didn't deserve? Like, for
Yes.
example, I'll give you an example.
Hmm.
Bad Barbie, Cash Me Outside that hoe.
Yes.
And I don't want to feel jealous in a sense to where like I
You're
want to
not
see.
jealous. You feel like there's certain type of people that should be famous
I
and certain
I
people
I
shouldn't.
I feel like the problem I have with people like her, because there's guys too that are like that too. You see these people that become famous online, and a
Hmm.
lot of the times you look at the things that they do, and you're like, it didn't feel like they didn't really like do anything other than act really stupid or do something really retarded or do something like a mime or a phrase, and I feel like have when I look at that, when we talk about the jealousy part, or when we go into like where you feel like the keeping up with the Joneses part, we all are guilty of that. But I'm at
Hmm.
least admitting it. My issue is it's not the fact that she's rich, it's how she got it. And
Yeah, I agree.
I'm thinking it's like
Yeah, that
you're
has its
taught in
own
life
merit. Yeah.
doing the right thing is the right thing. And then when you
Right.
grow up and you see everything outside of that. So
Hmm.
it goes, to my opinion, it's sort of like a knockoff of the entitlement argument. I feel like people
Hmm.
become entitled because people have gotten to a point now to where I'm not saying they never worked. I'm not saying they don't have, they're not working once they got the money. I just feel like sometimes people are given opportunities I feel they didn't deserve
I agree. I agree. I
because it
felt that
wasn't
many times.
genuine.
I feel that too. For example, they say certain singers they can't sing, most of them can't sing. Well, yes, there is a whole lot of good singers and you feel like they deserve that position, but guess what? There was people who have control to the media or have to the labels. Well, he should have given him that he shouldn't have given it to her. He should have given it to her. He shouldn't have given it to this dude, blah blah blah. I agree with you. Do we think certain people I'm like, why was it giving it to her? Because you have your own criteria. You don't like that bad baby. Just a name.
I just don't understand how ghetto hood rat trash people can be successful like that. I just don't understand it. I know we live in like this rap genre bullshit, but I just feel like it's
She's
just
only
like
famous to you guys, I'll tell you
I
that much.
can't
She's
stand
not
seeing
famous
ghetto trash
in
people being famous. I can't stand it. Now, if you're a rapper, I don't
Canada
care.
and the USA. That's the only place where they know who Bad Baby is.
Where they reward people like that, and
No
that
one else knows who they are.
I feel like that's what takes away from like the Ricks and the Marvins of the world. Your blue collar guys that work those 9 to 5s, the Marias that
The
work those nine
Maurice.
to fives and are hardly unnoticeable. And he goes back to Veronica's point where she said, where we talk about women fucking with ain't shit dudes and dudes fucking with ain't shit bitches, and we're
The
throwing mud at each
OnlyFans
other.
chicks, yeah. But
Mm,
at the same time, they gave up something more precious. Like for example, I'm not an OnlyFans chick. You will never see me do that ever in life. Nothing.
okay.
And an OnlyFans chick got 10 grand a month for several months. Yeah, you can keep that money.
Sometimes even more than that.
Some porn chicks got more money,
Mm-hmm.
and some of them will forever have more money than me. I don't know. We'll see how the future goes. But let's be real, a lot of them get a lot of fast money. And let's say you're a girl with morals or just common sense, I don't want to show my pussy to a bunch of strangers. And another girl did, and you see her get all this money, and you're like, well, what's the point of me protecting my thing, right? Like, well, so what? So you're training people, hey, but let's be real. That person who exposed their private areas, they gave up the most precious thing, which is their reputation.
And
That
they're free,
costs money.
and that's
Yeah.
why a lot of those chicks that get into that sex work can never venture out of it. It's like you're stuck.
You're marked for life. So I feel like sometimes the money, y- now the person, I don't know how fucked up you gotta be to be cool with that, but some people do that and they can never go back. So for
Well,
me, yeah.
the girl that used to fuck with Charlie Sheen, I did a video on her one time a couple of years ago where she talked about she wanted to be a nurse in her teaching, and
Hmm.
because she did sex work, they wouldn't allow her back. They wouldn't allow her to get in that field.
Hmm.
And she said, "Well, that I don't see why they don't recognize sex work as a regular job. It's the oldest profession." And I'm like, "Yeah, but you kind of
Owls
knew
need to
when you
shut
took
the
that
fuck
job.
up. That's stupid.
You knew
It's
when you
just
took
a
that
job.
job.
It's a
You
job. No, 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 no. I don't want you near no kids. I don't want you nothing.
you knew when you took that job. You knew the dangers of it, and it's like, but you knew that there were going to be repercussions. Like you knew that there was going to be you're going to be ousted and
Some
blackballed.
may not even, no, let's be real, a lot of them I think don't really understand the heaviness of that profession sometimes. But what we see, you, me, Stephen, as sane people with respectability, minimum respectability, we look at them like, how fucked up you got to be in the head to be okay with what you did. And that's what we don't trust. It's not the fact that they had sex, it's not the fact that they had sex on camera, it's that they were cool with that. So I don't trust you as a person. I don't trust you. I don't trust
Okay.
your morals. I don't trust what you're capable of, because if you're capable of doing that, God knows what else you're capable of.
Rick said I would not be okay with my girlfriend uh, being online selling nudes or doing porn. Most men wouldn't be okay with that, Marvin says. Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
sort of the dangers, though, of when you get in that field is you sort of your dating life's going to suck because whatever guy you date is going to look you up and is going to see that.
Another thing too, the higher the risk, the bigger the money. The higher the risk, the bigger the money. So there's a lot of chicks who put out their nudes, put out their sex tape, and did not become famous, did not become rich. If anything, they're still broke. They took that risk and failed. And very
Yeah.
few chicks, and I know when you watch porn it seems like it's a lot of chicks, but in reality it's not a lot if you look at the grand scheme of things, who actually make good money off of it. So I kind of feel
Ooh,
like, you know what, you gave up the most precious thing, so it's an equal exchange. I'll stick to my 9 to 5, or it's all right.
Marvin said the same thing could be said about rappers who take this rap career and they die
Mm-hmm.
early, get shot in a drive-by. Many of
Yep.
these
drug
rappers are dying
dealers
nowadays
drug
before the age
dealers
of 30. Mm.
drug dealers is another one. For example, I look at drug dealer guys, I'm like, why would you do that? To me it's like, I look at drug dealers kind of like a prostitute, because you just put yourself out there like that, like a hoe. And some dude, no, I'm just selling this drug. Yeah, yeah, you have no respectability. Come on, anything for the bag, really? That's a hoe.
I look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I used to sell a little weed when I was 18. I was working and I sold some weed. I used to sell weed to Rick, and I would sell him weed, right? And I would get a pound and break it down, and I would sell nickels and dimes and make maybe $400 on top of what I made. And I used to thought that was a lot of money. And then I realized I said, man, this isn't like what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And I know
Mm.
weed's just like gateway. It's not nothing real serious, but like it's like you said, it's not something you really want to get into. That's why they call it the trap, because it's like you sell a small amount and then you get busted and then you catch a case over
um,
nickels and
I have a
dimes.
question. Was it illegal when you sold it?
Hell yeah, it was illegal. You can't sell weed. Shit, I used to sell.
Jesus.
I used to sell weed.
No, I ain't gonna lie. It's because I think, damn, it's just,
I was
uh,
18. I was a young punk kid, man, and I wasn't, using my mind. And I
yeah.
sold like probably maybe about 5 or 6 pounds.
That's why
But
it's always
and
young guys getting into it. Yeah, I understand.
yeah,
The
and it
same,
was
the
just
same with
like
porn chicks. It's always a young chick who doesn't know any better, doing stupid shit. I can't relate to
Facts.
any of it because I can't see
Yeah, and it's
myself
just
doing.
like it's not worth waking up to. You know, somebody sold some weed to, got busted, then they're gonna narc on you or whatever. And I just said, you know, man, this ain't like I think what got me to quit was I'd sold some weed to a neighbor down the street, and we used to meet. I used to meet her down the street, but all of a sudden she came
Mm.
up to my house one day and knocked on the door. I was like, I need you to sell me a QP, which she never asked for that much. Like it was just like, which is 4 ounces. I said, why you coming to my house asking for 4 ounces of weed? She's like, oh, I just need to buy more stuff this time. I was like, I know you got it. I'm like, uh, I'm not in the business anymore. And I'm not selling, I don't sell weed anymore. I'm not in the business anymore. I'm sorry. And I shut the door. And come to find out she got busted. So she was trying to narc on everybody that
Mm.
catch a lighter sentence. And I said, you know what, man,
You're super
I
smart,
just,
Steven.
it was just, I made a decision right there. This ain't worth it, man. Because
That's what
next
my
time I may
yeah
not be so lucky. So I just
yeah.
said, fuck it. I gave it up.
Think about like my dad. This I kind of learned it through him. He was
Yeah.
like, "There's literally no. Let's be honest. The way this country works, it's not business. Like it's everything against progress. I think it's kind of changing with this new president we elected, but I'm talking about years back when my dad said this. He says literally, he says, I know this takes more work. I don't earn as much, but at least I can go to sleep calmly. Whereas people who sell drugs, they can't sleep calmly. They can't sleep peacefully. They don't live a calm life without guilt or some kind of like they have to constantly worry across their shoulder, have trust issues. He says, that's not worth the money. It's really not worth the money. It's not.
And it's not
Have some
worth being
self.
a
It's
dope
about
dealer,
having,
Rich
yeah.
says. Yeah, my brother's a dope dealer, like at the time, and he was getting busted left and right. And it just not worth it, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he's got like all that's on his record.
And this is how important it is to have strong stances, have limits on your morality. Some will say, no, that has nothing to do with morality. No, it has but it has definitely something to do with self-respectability, limits, boundaries. Say, you know what? There's certain things I will not do, no
Yeah,
matter how much money you put in my face. And people can respect that. Oh, damn, that person got principles. You can't move them, no matter how much money I offer them. Damn. And
Oh,
some people say everyone has a number. Bullshit.
there was a story. We had some weed plants at my auntie's house. We had some weed plants, right? It was about 3 years ago, and we don't have them anymore. We had them at the time. All right, and something happened with it was one of my brother's exes, and she went and told the police they got two weed plants in their backyard. Why don't you go take a look at it, right? So she called the
Hmm.
Missouri City police and snitched, right? Well, she basically told the police. So my brother texted me and said, "Hey, the cops are coming." I said, "What?" He said, "The cops are coming, man. Get rid of the weed plants right now. They're about to raid the place."
Hmm.
Man, I got up, told man what was going on. We ran to the fucking backyard. The weed plants were fucking big too. And I grabbed it and like it, I'm pulling the root and it's like was stuck. So I had to grab it like a machete and start chopping it. So I chopped both of them off. I grabbed the fucking weed plants and I threw them in the bayou because there's a big lake behind our
Hmm.
house.
Hmm.
So like Lakes of Brightwater. I threw that plant into the lake. So the police show up, right? Missouri City PD shows up, right? They come in the garage, and Monty's boyfriend was in there, right? He was drinking, and they're like, "Hey, we got a call about," and we received some pictures of the weed plants and this, and that. And he looked, he said, "Damn." And they said, "Yeah, this is this person called in and said that y'all was growing weed out of your backyard. You mind if we go back there and take a look? We have these pictures right here." And my dad, I mean not my dad, but Monty's boyfriend was like, "Yeah, sure," you know. And it was pitch black too.
Hmm.
Like it was because it was nighttime when they showed up, right?
Hmm.
And when they pulled up, they didn't turn the lights on or nothing. They just said the police is coming, like you need to grab the weed, throw it away, right? So the cops come in, or the cops come in through the side gate, and I'm looking. There were two officers. It was I remember never forget. It was, and they said, "Oh, if it's just two plants, you're not going to go to jail, right?" Like they were trying to like pretend it was no big deal. Like you're not going to go
Mm.
to jail. It's no big deal. And so my auntie's boyfriend was shaking because he thought that the plants were back there, and he's like, and they're like, if it's just 2 plants, it's cool, it's no big deal. Like we're just gonna confiscate it, which we knew was a lie, because they can seize your house for that shit. They can seize your property for that shit because they can say you were distributing an intent to sell. So it was all bullshit. And so when they took him back there, they're shining the light like in the area where all the plants were. We were growing tomatoes, bell peppers, serranos. I mean, habaneros, and we were growing like other. My grandma. I mean, my auntie grows all types of vegetables. So they're looking for the weed plants. So they're sitting there shining their lights, and this is pitch black, and we don't have.
I love your story, Steven.
So
You got an
they're
exciting
shining the
life,
lights,
man.
and I'm like, fuck, dude, because I remember. When I threw the plants in the back, but I remember I had some fucking weed like sitting on the little table, but it was only like maybe an ounce. So that's like a ticket. I would get a ticket. They wouldn't arrest me, but they could write me a ticket for that shit. So, anyways, check this out. So the police are sitting there shining the lights, right? And they're like, "Oh, it's no big deal. If it's just 2 plants, we're just gonna take it out. We're just gonna take it out of the pot, and we're just gonna, confiscate it." And so when they finally came to the area, the problem was part of the weed plant was still sticking out of the ground, like where the roots were at. But thank God they didn't look. They didn't like thoroughly look. They were just shining the light, the flashlight. They got that strobe light, and they're like, "Oh, okay," because we received this call that y'all got some weed plants or anything. Is there anything in the house? We're like, "No, sir, we don't have nothing in the house." And he's like, "You mind if we look?" I said, "Yeah, I actually do." I said, "You got to have a warrant to come in and look." And he said, "Oh, so you're a wise ass." I said, "No, you got to have a warrant to come in the house, bro." I said, "All you asked was to come in the backyard." I said, "If you got fucking evidence, you come with a warrant, right?" And to my auntie's boyfriend, he was all fucking scared, He was all like, "Oh, man." I was like, "No, fuck that, man. Get a fucking warrant and come in the fucking house." And so he was like, I can come back and get a warrant from the judge. I'll get on the phone with him right now. I said, "Go ahead, go call the fucking judge then." I said, "Because you have no evidence to come in my fucking house." He's like, "We got the pictures." I said, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about," which was true. Those were, he said, "This looks like your backyard." I said, "Yeah, it kind of does, but it might be somebody else's backyard from down the street." I don't fucking know that shit. I don't even smoke weed, my dude. I played it off so well, but my auntie's boyfriend was shaking. Like he was about to start crying. I told
wish
him,
I was
down,
there.
dude, calm down. But yeah, my auntie was all like, she was high, but was like, when your high gets ruined. Well, okay, your high gets ruined when you're in real life situation. So she froze, like, "Yes, sir." I was all fucking ruined. And I was like arguing with the cop in the back. So I said, "Man, you had no warrant to come back here in the first place."
No.
And he's like, "Why, you got something to hide?" I said, "No, I ain't got nothing to hide." I said, "If you see something right there, arrest me for it." Because I thought that he was going to find the weed on the table. I was like, "Okay, that's you write me a ticket for that. I don't care. $200, $300, I'll pay that motherfucker." But no, I grabbed the weed plants and threw them in the back. But the weed plants started floating in the water. So I was fucking scared. I was hoping they didn't shine that light in that water right there. Man, they would have caught my shit red-handed. But I knew he was lying when he said, "Oh, if it's just 2 plants, we'll just take it. It's no big deal. Like, no worries." I was like, "Nah, if he finds 2 plants, he's gonna charge me with intent to sell. He can actually."
You ain't got a warrant. You don't have a warrant in this bitch.
That shit. And he just said, "I'm gonna go call the judge real quick, and I'm gonna tell him that you're being uncooperative." I'm like, "Go ahead, call the judge." And then so I called his bluff because he was full of shit. He didn't have any evidence to come in here. He just went off a picture that girl had took when she was over at my house. Her and my brother had a fallout, and she went and turned it in and said, "These guys are growing and they're selling," which we weren't selling. We grew it, and it was for our own personal use. Yeah, it was the only people we were selling it to was our fucking selves because we were smoking it. Just what happened was I had some dro seeds and I threw them in the pot in one of the pots, and I didn't think they was going to grow. I just tossed them in there, and then they grew. And a little purple vine came out, and then all of a sudden that beautiful plant started coming out.
Dude, y'all crazy, man.
Man, I'll tell you what, man, it was some good ass weed too.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If someone told me, "Hey, weed is legal," I grew some plants, shit. But to be honest, I'm not really a good seller in person. Nah, because here is full of scammers. You never know.
Oh, facts. Yeah.
So here I couldn't even sell a laptop without someone trying to scam me. Man, I was getting threatened on the phone. literally threatened on the phone, I will come and kill you. I'm gonna send my buddy gonna come and kill you. You and your family, I don't give a fuck. Bitch, you think you're so sick, but I literally just offer a laptop. That
Never
didn't.
set, never
Yeah.
smoke that weed from the corner store. What they call that, Kush, and that shit will kill you.
Just don't smoke,
It's
guys.
synthetic weed, and there's
Yeah.
chemicals all in that motherfucker. Never smoke that shit from the store.
Just don't smoke. How about
Not
that?
exactly. To tell you the truth, I'm a social drinker. I drink every now and then. Like I'll give you an example. Look, watch. Look, here's what I'll show you.
Every time people say that, they
See
actually
this?
drink more than they say.
See this?
Yeah.
Unopened. I've had this for a month. See this? I've had this for 6 months. Unopened. Still sits there.
Steven.
Okay, this unopened wine bottle I've had for 3-4 years now. Never drank it. So I have all this alcohol stored in my compartment and I never touch it.
The problem is why is it
Dude,
stored?
Maria, I'm the weirdest person when it comes to this because look at this.
Steven.
This I would never drink because this is 5 years old. Look at this.
Steven, man.
I'm not a drinker.
Yeah,
And I go in the store, I see something like this. I said, I'm going to drink tonight. I buy it, don't touch it. It just sits down here. So any alcoholic that comes in here, you can have it because I don't drink it. I have a bunch of alcohol down here that I don't even drink. It's just there. It just exists. This wine bottle is 5 years old, and I haven't even had a glass.
Steven, man.
I haven't even opened it.
Well, you hear this, kid? To everyone in the chat, you hear this, kid?
Now, an apocalyptic scenario, and the world is coming to an end.
Steven.
Me and Maria can have a drink before we die.
Shit. I'm such a square, I wouldn't even drink it before we die.
Man,
I've tried a little bit. I really can't. I'm not a drinker, man.
If the meter was about to hit the earth and you had 24 hours to live, I'm going to consume all that alcohol before I die. Now you're going to say why? Because I don't want to feel my death and I want to go out with a bang. I don't want to be scared and have a panic attack. I just want to be calm and just.
I do some other stuff. I'll be twerking. I'll be listening to music. I'll be dancing my ass off.
Oh, facts.
Yeah, I wouldn't be drinking, but I'll be twerking my ass off. I do splits and shit.
Oh, we can go ahead and read some of the comments. Because I feel like that's okay. This goes to what we talked about. Definition of a friend: someone who is there for you through hell and water, and have each other's back instead of abusive service.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Also, who don't the self-centered entitlement and manipulation for their benefits. I agree with that.
Not necessarily. There's some people who just kind of messed up, but we still love them anyway.
Sometimes those apps have a purpose for hookups, robbery setups, and black market business. That's what she was just talking about, scams.
That's Latin America all the way.
Men will never get ahead in life. Why do I have a feeling this is a troll account? Unattractive Devin.
Well, let's read it. Come on.
Men will never get ahead in life if they don't have a materialistic thing like a car. Women will have reject guys while they are walking in this heat wave. He's a troll. That's a troll account. That's got to be a troll.
Hey, you know how people do say, "Oh man, well, I gotta pay for the drinks." Yeah, have you heard that? So, when guys say, well, I gotta pay the drinks at the club and stuff like that, right? Or at the bar, right?
Absolutely.
Have you heard that? Well, guess what? My response to that, they just don't drink. How about don't drink? But people don't want to hear that answer.
Okay, here goes this one. If women keep on looking for friends on the internet, then he's going to be emotional tampon or the gay best friend.
Oh, troll. Y'all get boring, man.
Let's see what else.
What are you posting my posts? Well, hey, Steven. One of these streams we gotta talk about the movies.
The movies is the movies.
The movies.
I'm
Get
Hill. I
a load of
appreciate
this
that.
guy.
Oh, so let me ask you this, Maria.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you're still up, and again, anytime you want to get off, let me know. Okay, don't feel like I'm holding you hostage.
No.
Okay. What was I gonna ask you? Shit.
Talk to me.
What was I was going? Okay, what do you believe about opposites attract? Do you believe that it's possible to be friends with somebody you have nothing in common with?
Friend?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. We can be friends because I remember I once had this friend who was a lesbian. She was a, can you say the D word here or no?
Go ahead.
The dyke. And she was a slut and she was a drug addict and she was a bad mother and everything. We were
God
friends.
damn.
Yep. We were friends. And why? Because I just accepted for her who she was, and she was
Okay.
accepted who I was.
What about common interests then? Could you be
Mm,
friends with somebody you have nothing in common with in terms of common interests like hobbies? Uh,
yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. But you gotta have some sort of commonality.
I think so. I
Yeah,
believe so too.
because I have some products here on my desk that I think you could care less what they are. You care about the NBA and these football games, this American football, and every time you do the streams, I'm like, I space out. That's why I hopped off when Prodigal was talking. I'm like, okay, where's he going with it? Okay, it's U.S. politics. Okay, yeah, okay,
Okay,
sure.
I'll put it like this. Like, I can be friends with somebody I think that we don't have anything in common with, but I think that
Uh-huh.
there has to be something that we can talk about because,
Yes.
like, for example, like, let's say Marvin. Marvin
Mhm.
likes football, but he doesn't like basketball. He's
Mhm.
more into football, like soccer, like overseas.
Real football, yes.
I may not be really into that per se, but me and him will talk about, you know, football. And then sometimes we'll talk about like work and stuff like that and a little bit of politics because he's into politics too.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll say, like, okay, well, we can kind of have a little common ground here. Now, let's say, for example, I have a friend who's
Mhm.
not into sports at all. And let's say, he's not into sports and he's kind of an introvert and he doesn't like traveling. Okay, fine. But let's say for example,
Mhm.
let's say he likes to go to concerts or movies. Like he likes movies, for example. And I could say, okay, well, there's something we can talk about because I like movies too. I'm a big movie guy.
Right, right.
And then we can find like some common ground, like some sort of like
For example, yeah, no, like for example, when I go on Uber rides, I'm dealing with middle-aged men, have family men, do a completely different line of work, different life experience, and since we're talking about politics
okay.
or the situation in the country and everything, that's our commonality, and we have our both criticisms about what's going on, and we have some common ground, but keyword common ground, although we have opposite lives. Well,
Mm,
not opposite, like different lives, and
different lives,
but,
yeah.
but we're on the same page about the local politics, what we think about this politician, this and that, what we think about certain values, and so on and so forth. But it's but notice a pattern here. There's always got to be some mutual respect. There's always got to be respect.
See, that's the thing. Rick said the more you have in common, the better the friendship is. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, it
That
is
is
true.
true. It does help. You do have to have things in common with
Mm.
people in order to draw a crowd, right?
Look, when you told me that Rick was Honduran, I'm like, oh, so like I feel like, oh, that's a
He's half
commonality with
Colombian
me.
too.
He's half Colombian, same
Yeah,
thing.
half Colombian too.
Same thing, same thing. Well, at least in my country, we when we go abroad, we get confused for Colombians because of our accent.
Like me and Rick had a beer one time. He said, "You want to go have a beer?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So we went to Buffalo Wild Wings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Charles Laporte won, but I have to go post the results. Hold on one second. I'll get back to that.
Mm-hmm.
What was I gonna say? Oh, so Rick says, "Hey, you want to go have a beer?" This is an
Mm-hmm.
example of how me and Rick's friendship is genuine, right? I said, "Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sure, let's go have a beer. You want to go to Buffalo Wild Wings?" I said, "I love Buffalo Wild Wings. Let's go." So we'll both hop in his car, right? He comes to pick me up, right? And I'm off of work that day, and he comes to pick me up. So me and Rick go up to Buffalo's, right? And then he's watching the football match, right? Which is a soccer
Mm-hmm.
overseas. For many Americans, we identify that as soccer. They identify it as football. Football
Yes,
or
yes,
FOTBUL, whatever, however you
yes,
pronounce it.
sir. Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, check this out. So I went. We go over there. He's watching. I don't know, two countries going at it, right, in soccer or football, and I'm watching ESPN, and I just
Uh-huh.
look over. So like, even though we're cool, we're having a beer.
Mm-hmm.
And he's my boss. This is the time I was working at
Mm-hmm.
Chili's with him,
Mm-hmm.
so he's technically my boss, and we're having a beer. But at the same time, he's watching something totally different than I am, even though we're sitting right next to each other.
Oh, yes.
And he would be like, "Goal!" And I was like, I kind of look over and like, all right. And then I would just sit there and watch
You can't get
ESPN.
into it. Yeah, you can't get into it. It's
And
fine.
Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman are going back and forth, and I'm watching one thing, and he's watching, oh, but we're cool. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yes. And
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I've
Okay.
had that experience many times. Yeah.
Marvin said, does it suck? Do you guys ever think it sucks whenever you try to hang out with all your friends at once, but some of them don't get along? Absolutely.
I never put them
Oh,
together. I never put them together.
I hate
I,
it.
I never. I know which friends can't be placed together. I just feel like it would be too awkward because you act a certain way with certain friends and you act another way with other friends. At least that goes for me. Because I had some friends that were like, I have to be serious. And then your other friends where I could be totally goofy. And then other
Mhm.
friends where I have to be a little bit more poised, more
I,
respectable.
I hate it
So
when you
I
have
can't
friends that
mix
are
them.
like, you can't hang out with all your friends because
Yeah,
because
I agree.
some of them don't like each other. So
Mm.
you have to plan around it. He's like, I can't stand that son of a bitch. I don't know why you hang out with him.
Oh,
And
wow.
then the other person's like, I can't stand that son of a bitch. I don't know why you hang out with him.
Oh,
And you're
okay.
kind of like,
Okay. Then we're talking about two different things.
yeah, you have to plan and hang out with certain ones because they don't get along.
Mm.
And you're like, all right, we'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Steven, I'm going to hop off, but I'm going to
yeah,
be listening because I got to wash my face and brush my teeth.
okay.
I'll be listening to the stream. So shout me out.
All right, I'll shout you out, Maria. I'll holler at you. Bye, Maria. It's good having you on, and I apologize for like. You see, the difference is when Maria left the show twice, I brought her back by reasonable. I was reasonable. Um. Okay, I will respond to Rick's comment. He was talking about like that I've been going to Dallas by myself. I do. I drive 4 or 5 hours to another city by myself. I know people who travel country to country by themselves. So there's nothing new. I'll tell you what sucks about having friends. And one thing that sucks, I think we can all have in common with this one. I'm speaking for everybody in the room right now. Okay. This is what sucks is when your schedules don't jot and you can't hang out at the right time. What do I mean by that? I'm off on the days he's working, and then he works on the day. No, I'm off and he's working. He's off, I'm working. And your schedules don't jot. So you can never hang out with your friends because you're working or whatever. And I think that's the thing that sucks the most. It's like I would like to like drive to Dallas with some of my homeboys and say, hey, why don't y'all take 4 days off with me and let's go to Dallas or something or San Antonio or a weekend or something. And it's like people's schedules don't jot, man. So I have to basically hang out with like it like okay, for example, like my auntie's boyfriend, for example. This is a big example of what I'm referring to. Okay. This is a big example right here, is what I'm referring to. Let's say I want to go to Dallas, right? And I want Prodigal and I want, you know, like, okay, for example, I'm going to the Cowboys Texans game December 11th, right? It's going to be a football game and it's going to take place in Arlington. So I'm going to put in for my vacation and take 3-4 days off to go to Dallas. But I figure, okay, 6 months from now, December's what, another 6 months away? Okay, so I got two people that can come. I'm paying for the tickets. So I got two spots open. And you would think, theoretically, I'll go. Okay, that's cool, right? So you think, okay, these people are available. In 6 months in advance, you figure they would have the time to like put in for time off or whatever and make that plan ahead of time. So that way, when the day comes, you can then be able to, do whatever you want, right? You be able to make that happen. And then everybody agrees with you, but then as soon as the close to the date comes, then all of a sudden they can't do it. So now all of a sudden you just have two open tickets and nobody to bring. And that's what sucks. It sucks whenever you make plans and people will agree and then they can't make it, like whatever the reason is. And I'm not saying that they don't have an excuse. It may be legit. It just sucks because you make plans and people like, I don't want to say ghost or flake because I think that sounds rude because it sounds like they did it on purpose. Or at least I hope they didn't do it on purpose. But you make plans with people and they never could like do anything. So it's like me, like I understand that we have different jobs, different responsibilities. I get that we probably live in different parts unknown. So it's not always easy to connect the dots when we're planning to hang out. It just sucks because it's like whenever I want to do stuff with my friends, a lot of the times I end up doing it by myself. I'm going to be honest with you. I think one thing I've learned as I'm getting older now, that I just say, you know what? I would love to have people, like at least one person to experience going to places with me, but I realize that maybe I just need to go and do it myself. Like people call me crazy for driving to Dallas by myself. They're like, you drive 4 hours to Dallas by yourself? I'm like, yeah. You get your own hotel, you stay in the hotel and you just stay in there? I'm like, yeah. They're like, what do you do? I'm like, I go to nature preserves. I go to the Dallas Zoo. Well, actually, I haven't been to the Dallas Zoo online. I've been to Grapevine Mills Mall. I went to the Aqua Museum. Let's see. I went to Keller's Hamburgers, Lenny's a Kitchen, which is really good country food, by the way. Especially their country fried steaks are just amazing. I've been to different lakes like Lake Ray Hubbard, White Rock Castle Lake. I've done all types of stuff. And like, I do have a friend down there. His name's Travis. And he's been kind of like my chaperone. He shows me around and stuff. Cool dude. Cool motherfucker, man. And you know, and it's fun because again, you know, it's nice to know that there's like somebody out there that's available, but he's one of the very few guys that's, is just down to chill. And it's like, man, I would like to meet some more people that are available, but it just sucks is because our schedules never jot. My vacation never lines up with theirs. My days off never lines up with theirs. And it's just, that's the thing that sucks the most is like, we can never connect the dots, you know, like me and Marvin, when we hang out, we work together. His days off are Tuesday and Wednesday every week. Mine's are like Monday, Tuesday. So Tuesdays are our best days to hang out. You know, sometimes he can do it, sometimes he can't. What sucks the most is like, I don't like going to places by myself, but it's better than staying at home. So I'd rather just go out than stay at home. So if let's say I'm going to, like, for example, I went to this park just the other day at Russ Pittman Park. It's in one of the richest areas in Houston. And I toured the little place and recorded it, posted on, Maria saw the video, and it was one of my recent hikes. All my hiking videos I do by myself, most of them. Predominantly 90% of my hikes I'm by myself. 90% of the time, 95% of my videos when I'm hiking is by myself. Most people that do hiking videos, it's like a family, a couple, friends, or whatever. They'll go in like groups of 3 and 4. I would love to do that. But people's schedules just don't jot with mine, man. And so therefore I'm just like, well, fuck it. I'll just go by myself then. Fuck it. You know, what else can I do? I can't do anything about it. It's hard meeting people that are available. I think that's the toughest part about making friends today in 2022. The hardest thing is finding friends who are available. And I'm not asking 24-hour service, 24-hour hotel service. I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking for like hotel service. I'm not asking for you to come over. Oh, hey, Maria, hop to it. Go get me a soda. No, or go get me some fucking lemonade. No, like, you know, go rub my fucking feet. Like, no, not anything like that. It's like, it's cool to have like, you know, I'm not asking for y'all to be available 24 hours a day. No, I'm just saying, like, hey, I call you a week in advance and say, hey, are you free this Tuesday? Can you make some time? Do you have an hour? Do you have 2 hours? I wanted to go hiking over here and I didn't want to go by myself. You want to go? Oh yeah, I can go. Maybe I might be available to go. Maybe I may not be. And or they'll be like, yeah, I'm down to go. And it's just like, and then when you call, when that day comes around, they fucking never answer the phone. And you're like, huh, okay. So then I just end up going hiking by myself. Like I work 8 days straight now. I think I'm going on day 4 tomorrow. Will be day 4 of 8. So I'm thinking, okay, so I work 4 days straight. Well, 8. Next Thursday, I'm off. And guess what? Maria's from Dallas. Well, she used to live in Dallas. July 4th, I'm going to Dallas again for the fireworks show. There's gonna be a badass fireworks show. And guess who's coming with me? No one. So I got to drive 4 hours to Dallas. I'll probably be leaving Sunday. And then I'll on the 3rd, because the 4th is on a Monday. So I'll be gone Sunday, Monday, and then I think Tuesday I probably work late that day. So I'll probably come back Tuesday morning. So like 3 days basically. So I'm gonna go back to White Rock Lake. I may go to a restaurant that I've never eaten before. That's kind of on my bucket list. And then I'm gonna go catch the fireworks show in downtown Dallas in Fair Park. So I said, okay, that's what I want to do. That's the plan. And my buddy Travis is going with me. It just sucks because nobody from Houston that lives around here. I'm like, hey, y'all want to go? They're like, oh man, I'd love to, but I got to do this. And you just can't fucking. That's the only thing that sucks about having friends in 2022. Your schedules don't jot, and it's hard hanging out because people are working different shifts, different schedules, and it's like you get frustrated. My auntie's boyfriend, he's kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie, and I've kind of told her that. I kind of told her that before. I said he's kind of boring. He's a cool guy, but he's boring. So I said, this guy's kind of boring. But one thing we have in common is the hiking, the nature walks. He's really cool at that. He told ghost stories one time. I think I sent Maria that video, by the way, which is a really good video, Maria. You've got to watch that. He tells some ghost stories about the land that's haunted that we're hiking on. And anyways, so we went on a hike together and he said, hey, maybe he says in that video verbatim, maybe one day you'll start your own journey and do your own hikes. And ever since then, for 2 years straight, that's all I've been doing, going to nature preserves, hiking. I have him to think. I've even out-hiked him. He even told me, I don't even hike that much anymore. You still do it? I'm like, hell yeah. When I can. I'm like, I pick out one spot once a week, a new spot to go to. I type up nature preserved trails in my area. And then sometimes I'll drive 60, 70 miles to go hiking in a wooded area. And I make sure to record all my nature walks from now on because I want people to see like what I do on my spare time. You guys may not believe me for saying this, but like one thing that helps with depression and stress, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't mean to sound like a fitness instructor, but there's some truth behind this, is diet and exercise. Now, I am overweight still, and I'm still fluctuating with my weight, 20 pounds heavier, 20 pounds lighter, 20 pounds heavier, 20 pounds lighter, 20 pounds heavier, 20 pounds lighter. That's just my weight. That's what happens. But the hiking itself is the relief because you stay in the house all fucking day. So what are you going to do? You're going to eat, probably most likely. You're going to drink a lot of sugar, and you're probably going to eat a lot of processed foods and bad food. How do I know this? Because I do that, right? So I say, you know what, man? A lot of health problems comes from the lack of adequate exercise, cardio. And because I go out and do these hikes, I walk basically every day, 4 miles a day, sometimes up to 15. If I'm at work, I do 15 miles a shift. If I'm off, if it's an off day, I just do about 3 or 4. But I always make sure that I get some kind of cardio in because I'm telling you guys this. You want to make sure that you keep your blood pressure low and you want to make sure that you get your cardio in, man, because it does make a big difference. It helps you think different about the way you feel about life and stuff. Like, honestly, I haven't had an anxiety attack in over three. And since I've been working at Walmart the last 2 years, I've had not one anxiety attack. Not one. Not one. I haven't had anxiety attack. The only sleep deprivation I get is because I'm up doing these damn live streams at night and doing tournament pick'ems and all that stuff. So that helps keep me up and doing topics and live streams and shit like that. I've had no problems with blood pressure. I've had no problems with depression. I get depressed every now and then, not as much as I used to. The whole point is to get out of the house and get some sort of cardio in, dude. I don't mean to sound like a fitness instructor or whatever, but the truth is the truth. If you stay in the house all fucking day, you're going to be fucking depressed, dude. And then what happens is when you stay in the house all day, you're going to tend to turn to whatever addiction you have, whether it's porn, alcohol, fucking food, drugs, whatever. Like, because you're in the house all day and you got nothing to do. And your body's like a machine, and treat the mind like a temple, I think it says in the Bible. Which I'm not even a Bible scholar, but to just say something like that. And one thing is that people lack exercise. They don't exercise enough. And like I said, I haven't had any blood pressure issues in over 2 years. I haven't had any problems with any depression, anxiety. I get lonely every now and then, but who doesn't? The reason why I end up lonely a lot of times is because I don't have anybody to hang out with when I go on my hikes and when I go out. So I don't have that many like friends to hang out with, not because I can't make friends. I think I have the wonderful personality to make friends. My issue is that most of like the people I know are all fucking online and they're all in other places around the world. So it's like, it's not always easy to meet people. Like if I could meet people in my area, like Rick and Marvin, that's cool. But Rick's getting ready to move to Laredo, and that's 8 hours away. Another buddy of mine, John Alves, moved to San Angelo, which is 6 hours. Another buddy of mine, Anthony Shin, moved to San Antonio. Buddy of Travis lives in Dallas. They're all in different cities. And it's like, so now when they're living like that, you have to plan ahead of time. You have to plan a month in advance. It's not like I live down your street and like, oh yeah, I'm just going to get up and go to, Maria's house or Jesus or Charles Laporte or any of you guys. Not that I'm ignoring you, Charles Laporte. I will get back with you. I will get back with you. This is right now. I'm, different discussion, but you did win the tournament, by the way, if you're watching. But anyways, so the point I'm making is that it would be one thing if y'all live down the street and I'd be like, hey, I'm going to go to your house and let's do this and that. And then the people that do live over here, they're all busy. Our schedules don't jot. That's the word. Even Marvin said, yeah, our schedules don't jot. That's the reason why it's so hard to hang out with people. Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the most things that suck the most about having friends is your schedules don't jot. So then the best way to do it is just end up going out alone. I got a buddy of mine that's into dinosaurs. He has a dinosaur obsession. His name is Patrick Kennedy. He's on my friends list. He's a cool guy, but he has an obsession with dinosaurs. Well, I guess it's okay. It's no big deal or anything like that. He's got an obsession with dinosaurs. And I'm not really into dinosaurs like that. But then as of recently, I started getting into dinosaurs. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. So he'll share stuff like dinosaur exhibits and stuff. And I told him, hey, they have a dinosaur quest that's coming to Houston August 4th to the 7th. We got like a Jurassic Park quest thing coming here. And you got to buy tickets and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, cool. The dinosaur guy, Patrick Kennedy. Yeah, he's on my Facebook. He doesn't have Instagram, but he does have Facebook if you want to add him. Cool guy. But he has a dinosaur obsession. He knows a lot. In fact, I was supposed to interview him one day on here. He lives in Britain, actually. So he's like 8 hours ahead of me. So that's another issue. Me and him could never get down and interview because he lives 8 hours away. So when it's like 3 o'clock here, it's 11 o'clock at night. He's already ready to go to bed. So I can't interview him. If I interviewed him at night, it would have to be like 11 or 12 midnight my time. Because then at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, he gets up. And then that means I'd have to stay up till 3, 4 in the fucking morning, or at least 2 or 3. I would have to I mean, which I can do that. Look, it's almost 2:00 now, but I would have to know, like, okay, I got to stay up till 2 a.m. to interview him because he's 8 hours ahead of me, because he lives in Britain. And yeah, Maria, he knows a lot about dinosaurs, and the guy knows about like all this. There's like 3 different stages of the time period, and he knows all that stuff. And like he wants me to interview him and talk about it, but we just can never lock our schedule down, man. So that's like the only kind of bad thing about it. Well, like I said, I guess that's one thing I think about having friends is it's just the time. It's just people are so warped up in the work, like going to work and going home, rinse, repeat the next day, going to work, going home, rinse, repeat. And then on off days, right? So you finally get your 2 off days, right? You finally get your off days. The last thing you want to do is fucking go out. Sometimes, like, just for me to go walking, the bare minimum is exhausting. I don't want to do anything sometimes on my off days. I'm just like, oh my God, why am I exercising? Why am I walking 4 days in a fucking row or 4 miles when I could be just chilling, laying on the bed? And it's just like the last thing people want to do is leave the fucking house, and they're tired. Rich said, big facts. I'm only off sometimes 1 or 2 days a week, and I get tired. The last thing I want to do is go out. Yeah. It's almost like it's designed that way. So you have all these plans when you're ready to go out. Oh, hey, Maria, is that you? Maria came back. Is that you, Maria? Message me on Instagram so I know it's you, because it may be a troll pretending to be you. Let me see. Okay. Maria?
Yes, it's me. It's me.
Oh, okay. I was getting ready to hit that delete, that end button. I'm waiting to see a dick pic or something on here.
No. I just the topic hit home. So I'm like, I gotta hop back on because I'm already cleaning up my
Cool.
face.
Maria's back, everybody.
I'm back. Okay, so you're talking about, first of all, when I go up there to Texas, we're going to a dinosaur museum, something like that. I would love to, if you do the Patrick dinosaur interview, please let me know because I have some questions.
Okay.
About the dinosaurs and
yeah, he wants to do the thing, and I can also send you his Facebook. You can have him say, I'm a good friend of Steven's. I was told you were into dinosaurs, blah blah blah. Yeah, he's a real cool dude. He has a dinosaur, like he's obsessed with dinosaurs. All he does is post dinosaurs on his photos all day. And in fact, he's even lost relationships over his dinosaur fetish.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad that's, I don't want to say bad, but that's how
passionate.
Like that's all he talks about is he goes on dates talking about dinosaurs.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and he literally told me in an interview. I interviewed him actually about 2 years ago, and it's on my channel still with Patrick Kennedy interview. And we were talking about dinosaurs. And he didn't go all in depth with it, but he flat out told me, Steve, I've lost relationships over my dinosaur obsession. Like, really? He's like, yeah, he's like, I've lost sex, I've lost pussy, I've lost girlfriends, I've lost everything because I have an obsession with dinosaurs. And I said, I don't think you have that much of an obsession. Shit. That's all he talks about is the dinosaur Cretaceous period and all those, the period. He knows he knows the year to this. He knows the whole thing. He's even studying on trying to recreate them. And I told him, dude, don't want to do that because if you recreate them, he said, nah, dinosaurs will never recreate it because their DNA is too old. I said, well, yeah. But he thinks that we can make, he sounds
fun.
Here's the thing in the interview he wants to talk about. He wants to talk about the evolution of chickens and how we can create dinosaurs from chickens.
I was going to ask him that about the chicken.
Yeah.
That are dinosaurs actually, because they always paint them off as like they got skin, but that there's theories that the Tyrannosaurus Rex actually has feathers. So I was going to ask him those kind of questions.
Yeah, he actually wanted to He actually it says in that interview, I'll send you that video if I find it. It's called the Patrick Kennedy interview.
Okay.
And he's from Britain. So it's like first person from overseas that I got to interview like that.
Okay, cool.
And he has a British accent and everything. Real cool dude. And he was telling me like how he's lost relationships and friends over his dinosaur obsession. And on his Facebook is nothing but dinosaur stuff. Jurassic Park,
then you must know all the
everything.
Then you must know all the good dinosaur museums.
Yeah,
or like
he goes
the
to
good
all
dinosaur
the museums
stores.
in Great Britain too. All the dinosaur museums. That's all he posts on Facebook.
I gotta prepare my questions then.
Oh yeah, and he was telling me there's only, I think I'll send you the video. He's a real cool dude, but he was telling me how there were only like 3, I think, living animals that come from the dinosaur
Crocodiles.
kingdom. I think he told me it was chickens, dragonflies, and I forgot it was something else.
Alligators or crocodiles, one of those.
I think it was alligators and crocodiles. Yeah. Yeah, he was telling me that they come from the Croatia period or something like before extinction. And believe it or not, like, because he was telling me if a nuclear blast happened, the only I think he said the only mammals that would survive is like ants and roaches, and he named like 5 others. He's really into that kind of stuff. And
it sounds very interesting, actually.
Like he was telling me, yeah, he's just really into it.
That's cool. I gotta prepare my questions then.
Yeah.
So I have some questions.
He even knows about whales, killer whales, all marine life, all that stuff too. The megalodon, he talks about that. The Loch Ness we go into the Loch Ness monster because the Loch Ness monster lives in his area, like the Loch Ness Lake. Yeah, which I think is in Wales. I think if I'm correct, if he told me, I'll send you his interview. He talked about it. It was pretty cool, like discussion we had.
Yeah.
But I told him I want to get you back here because I want you to go further into depth about dinosaurs. And said I would love to learn more about it. And he said, "Oh, absolutely." But it's just, here's the problem: our schedules don't jot, and he lives in an 8-hour time zone in front of me, so it's hard for us to connect our dots.
I don't know if you saw my comment that today I went to the mall, but like I had to go alone, and my sister was sick, and then my other friend, she couldn't go because she had classes. So that's a hard part about friendship. You don't have the same schedules. So that's why a lot of people make their friends at work. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And, what else did you mention that you might?
No, but doesn't it suck? Like, okay, where you live, I don't know how many friends you have down there, but doesn't it suck that like y'all's schedule never jots?
To me, all the good friends live in my hometown, which is 6 hours away. And even the guy that if I would get involved with someone, it would be him, and he lives down there. So it's like, Jesus, all that. It's just like if it ain't scheduled, it's distant. And
Rick said, have you guys ever had an obsession in hanging out with somebody? They're so cool, but they never had the time. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm kind of going through something like that right now. I think eventually it's the season. Eventually I'm gonna get to a point where it's not gonna be a thing anymore. But for now, I'm just trying to enjoy the season.
Well, for my friend Raymond, for example, he's a really nice guy. Indian guy, sort of like Indian American. He's more like Americanized. And he's a very nice guy. Oh my God, he's a really super nice guy, genuine, nice. And everybody takes advantage of him. I feel so bad for this guy because he tries to buy people's friendships, and I try to tell him nicely, you shouldn't do that. So people take advantage of him, guys and girls. They
I want to be his friend then.
and I told Raymond, I said, look, listen, I was one of his very few friends that never asked him for anything. Like, I've also paid for him, and he told me, you're the only friend I've ever had do that for me.
Jesus. And
so the thing is that like he suffers from severe depression, like really bad depression. I'm talking about like really, really bad. And I said, look, Raymond, I get it. I used to be there. I used to suffer from severe depression when I weighed 300 pounds. I told him your problem is you don't you don't get any exercise and your diet and may not be good. I said, he's like, but I'm thin. I'm like, yeah, I know that, but
Doesn't matter.
you don't work out. You don't get any cardio. So you're not, what do they call
Mhm.
like
I agree.
endomorphins or whatever. So I told him you're more at the house and you don't go out and you're kind of
Of course, yeah.
keep to yourself. So you're bottling up all your emotions and stuff. So maybe it's good to have a friend or two to kind of like talk to, vent.
Yeah. Some people think just because you're skinny or you're not
Oh,
very
absolutely.
fat, they think that they're fine. They don't need to up it up. But no, not at all. If your lifestyle is very sedentary, guess what? And you don't sleep that much and you don't eat well, guess what's coming with it? Depression. The worst times that I just feel bad out of nowhere was when I barely slept or I feel physically weak, feel bad, frustrated, easily angry. It was the days I didn't sleep that much. The days I felt the most sleepy during the days because I ate pork every day plus a lot of rice. So it goes back to there's people who want to skip that part of the game, that part of life, and they suffer through and they're like, I don't know why I'm suffering. Dude, it's your lifestyle. But I eat healthy. Really? Do you? Think about it.
Rick said, I know I need to get my cardio up. He's like, I suffer a lot too from depression because I deal with the fact that I work and then I go home and I don't do anything else. Yeah.
Rick, the reason why you feel depressed because you don't sleep. And the same goes with Steven, and the same goes with me. We should be sleeping right now, but shit.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's just, well, sleep does count, but I also do think diet and exercise does contribute to your thought process.
But
Like, for
you
example,
can't. But the food and exercise don't work without sleep. The sleep
if I eat
huh?
a hamburger and fries, I feel amazing
Mhm.
before and during the meal.
Right.
After
But
that meal, I feel like complete shit.
let me tell you something. I was watching, and I'm gonna try to download the masterclass, and then I'll send it to you if you want it.
No.
It was it was a sleep specialist, and he was talking about how people like to talk about the three things you need for a healthy lifestyle, which is diet, exercise, and sleep. And he was talking about how no, it's not them together, not three of them together. No, it's sleep first. That is the foundation for the other two. So without the foundation of sleep, everything else is ineffective, useless, and pointless. So that's why I've always said once I get my sleep problems fixed, I'm in this bitch. It's been like everything else will resolve itself.
Yeah, Rick said you need at least a minimum of 8.5 to 9.5 hours of sleep. That's what doctors recommend. But I've had sometimes 6 hours of sleep and been just fine. It just depends
Mm.
on you as a person.
Well, you're a very strong guy, Steven. You're a very strong
I
guy.
need 8.5. Like
I
okay,
need 9.
I can sleep for 6 or 7 hours and function. Don't get me wrong, but I'm at my best when I'm at 8.5 hours. When I'm 8.5 hours of sleep, and I
Mhm.
slept for 8.5 hours, my day is badass.
My best is whenever I slept more than. It's if I slept early enough, and enough hours. Have I been able to make it through with 7, 6 hours? Yes. Did I enjoy it? No. Could it have been better if I slept more? Yes. You
How
know.
many hours of sleep do you need, Maria? Like, you know your body more than anybody.
Uh,
Crispy said he needs 8. He said his mother can sleep 4 to 5.
I've been surviving. I feel like that's what it's been. I've been surviving and I'm sick and tired of surviving with few hours of sleep. And some people sleep less, but come on, man. I mean, that's the main. I feel like I've aged 6 years because of this problem. It's a
Oh,
big
okay. So
problem of mine.
how many hours of sleep do you feel you need? If you can guesstimate a number.
If I could control it,
Mm-hmm.
9 hours would be the best. 9 hours is how it should be.
Rick said, "Is there such thing as too much sleep?"
Yes, there is.
Really?
Yes. Have you ever overslept and then you feel
Yes.
like shit afterwards?
Oh,
That's it.
facts.
That's
I've,
it.
I've slept 11, 12 hours and complete felt like dog shit.
Yeah, you overslept.
So
You
you could
overslept.
sleep too much and then it still be bad.
It's worse to not sleep.
Wow.
But we're going back to, let's be real. Like You sleep enough hours, and you're like, okay, now it's time for me to get up. It's time to get up. The worst thing is, when you don't sleep, you can't remember nothing. You don't perform as well. You're not as active. Working out seems like a homework, like a punishment instead of something to enjoy. Because there was a time where I actually enjoyed working out. Now I fucking dread it. So now I have to get into sports. But god damn it, it's a real problem. It's a very big problem.
Veronica says, how do you guys manage y'all's diet and exercise without feeling burned out?
Um, it's just remove the main problems. It's removing it and then replacing it with something else. I recommend watch like a vegan documentary, like What the Health. Once you watch that, it's really hard to go back. It just marks you. The more you know about certain things, it's really once you've leveled up in something, it's really hard to go back. Really difficult. So it's best to educate yourself on it. That doesn't mean watch a bunch of things about calories and carbohydrates. No, listen to people who live the lifestyle that works. Usually it's vegans. Usually it's people who eat vegetable fruit, like a little bit of meat, a little bit of bread. Real food, not fake stuff.
Rick said, can you explain what you meant by replace something with something?
Okay, easy. Sugar. You have a sugar addiction. You need to put sugar in your coffee. You need to put sugar in your drinks. You need to put sugar in your plantain. If you're someone who likes to put sugar on your plantain.
Or tea.
Or your tea, So what can you do? You buy agave, which is a nectar, which is sweet, super sweet, and it's plant-based. It's not processed. It comes from the earth, comes from God. Nothing bad with it, only good things. Ta-da, you have found the replacement for sugar. Now you can unapologetically consume that nectar within your drink. Unapologetically. Mm-hmm. That's one example.
Okay.
Another example. Rice. For me, I had a rice dependence. So I had a rice dependence. I replaced it with tortillas. So I don't have a rice problem right now. I'm eating it right now because my friend ordered Chinese food. But replace the rice with tortillas. Easy. The butter. I made an alkaline version of my own butter. So I made my own non-dairy, non-sugar, non-nothing butter. And I replaced my butter. I saw a problem solved. Stuff like that. It's the little things. Now, things like a soda addiction. Now that's like quitting cigarettes. Yeah. I used to have a soda addiction, Coca-Cola addiction, Fanta, but I've overcome it, so I'm good. I'm happy.
Nice.
Yeah. A lot of times it's just removing one or two things that are really fucking you up. It's not like the whole diet. A lot of times.
So what did you remove? What did you remove?
Soda, the sweet drinks. Here we have a thing called sirope, which is super sweet, like basically sugar with something red on it, a red flavoring.
Mm-hmm.
And you put that in water, you mix it, you're basically just drinking sugar. So once I realized this is just pure sugar, I started just drinking water. You get used to water, then you need the water. And then you can't stand artificial drinks because you got accustomed to water. Once you get accustomed to certain healthy foods, you can't go back. Then you need the healthy food. There's certain amount of days I can't go without fruits. I need fruit. Yeah, if not, I'll get kind of depressed. So it's best to be addicted to healthy food than bad food. But you have to try. I feel like a lot of people just don't even start to try. And you have to really research how much it damages you and breaks you and makes you sick in the long run and short run. And then that's when you start to see, that's when you're going to make the change. Once the mind has made up a decision, the body will follow. But you have to make up your mind. You have to define what kind of life you want to live. Do you really want to be sleepy all day? Do you really want to feel like shit after eating some bullshit? Now, there is some non-negotiables. Mine is certain sweets, certain candy, like ice cream and chocolate bars. That's my problem. But I'm working on it. But I'm working on it. That's all I gotta say about that. I'm working on it.
Oh, Rick was about to say, what does your diet consist of daily? Is there a certain like routine you follow?
No. Now, because I removed rice and I don't eat the white bread anymore, I don't need to, I don't drink soda, juices. Just with eliminating that, you can eat practically almost whatever you want as long as it's like a normal meal. It's about removing the really bad stuff, the hardcore stuff. And for everyone, that's different. Some people just eat too much bread. They just gotta cut it down or just eliminate it completely. Completely.
Damn.
And there's some things you think you can't quit until you do, and you're like, holy shit, I quit it, and then you don't even want it anymore. That's me with rice. I'm gonna eat some rice right now, but it's because I have nothing else available. There's like no food. It's like this, and it's okay for me to eat it because I'm starving.
That's funny.
hmm
She said, I'm starving.
hmm
And
And
what do
I
you do
only
for
eat when I'm hungry. I only eat when I'm hungry. Sometimes I've eaten when I'm bored, but I've cut that down in half. Like,
what do you do for workout?
mm, run if I feel like it. Now I joined a football sports game. Um, I like to dance, go to certain dance clubs. Mm, I don't, when it comes to health, about weight, I think it's mostly the food, not the exercise. Exercise just kind of keep you active. But for the most part, it's food. The food is the main problem, I think. So I don't know. What do you think, Steven?
What do you do for workout?
Hmm?
What do you do for your workouts?
I just told you, dance, football, run.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's the biggest stuff. I
You do
kind
it
of
every
learned.
day?
No, no, because I'm too tired because I didn't sleep enough. So it all goes back to that damn sleeping problem. It's a sleeping problem. I'm telling you, a lot of the depression, frustration, anger, sadness you get is from lack of sleep. Period.
I didn't know that.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's the main cause of your problem. The main cause. Why you don't feel like doing this workout. Why you don't feel like being more disciplined. Because your mind's fucked up because you didn't even sleep.
You know what? You're absolutely right.
And by the way, if when you don't sleep, it's fucking up your heart.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can get a heart attack.
Wow.
Because the sleep, it regulates everything while you're sleeping. It regulates everything. So it's like a reset factory mode for the next day.
So it's sort of like charging your cell phone.
Exactly. So imagine a shitty charged up, a non-charged up phone, and you want it to work at optimum speed, optimum ability, and then it suddenly turns off on you. What a surprise!
Rick said, "Is there an only way? Is there a way that humans can survive without sleep? Because
No.
only 24 hours in a day, and so much of it's eaten up on this, and that, and then the free time you do have, you got to spend half of that sleeping. Yeah. You work an 8-hour shift. That's 8 out of your 24, right?
Yeah,
If
that's
you
why they
sleep
say
8,
life is so
that's
short. Yeah.
16. You only have 8 hours of free time. Is basically what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. Life is very short, and you're gonna spend extra time on it at a job.
So why do you think people like stress so much about working from home and stuff? Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to take that 8 hours of like blue collar work and they're trying to implement that in the free time so they can have a 16-hour day of free time instead of 8.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that technology is now, it goes by so fucking fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like the days go by, months go by now, guys. Like I
The
forget
older
the
you
days.
get, the faster time goes. And another thing, Steven, what was I gonna tell you? I've been losing a lot of my thoughts just because of I haven't slept for shit.
Wait, you said the older you get, the faster time goes?
Yes. Don't you remember when you were younger, time would go super slow?
Oh, facts.
Man,
That is so true.
I'm telling you, Rick, Steven, anyone listening, you feel depressed, 9 times out of 10 is because you don't sleep for shit.
Mm.
Number
But
fact.
do you think bad dieting contributes to that and lack of exercise? Do you think that also contributes?
I think if you're overweight, it's the food. Exercise just to kind of pump you up, make that heart pump, kind of make you feel good. But for the most part,
Oh, absolutely.
the main problem is the food. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, like even doing basic cardio
hmm
makes you. It really does
hmm
alter your way of thinking. Because I'm telling you, look, listen. In 2 years, Maria, I haven't had anxiety. I haven't had high blood pressure.
hmm
I
hmm
haven't. I haven't had many health problems I endured before I really started taking my health seriously.
You've been putting in the work, the effort, and the results are showing. And the more you keep this up, trust me, as time goes by, you're gonna get better. And that's what it's about.
About
That's what it's
improving.
about. Yeah, you maybe have several setbacks, but you keep going. There's other people who they weren't able to do it. They had 3 setbacks. They just quit. Ah, fuck it. This is me. This is my personality. Fuck it. And then their life gets shittier. You're like, I don't know why I'm like this. I just don't know why. No, bitch. You didn't take responsibility. You let a bunch of rainbow clown ads um, dictate what you eat.
Facts.
hmm Let
I'm
me
not
tell you
gonna lie
something.
to you, man. It's like food can be very addicting. And like I said, mine's isn't really sugar, mine's is sodium.
Mine
I'm
is
a
sugar.
fried food king.
So I'm fried right now. I'm fried rice,
Oh,
pork and chicken in it. But check this out. The way they sell food to you, they're playing on your biology. What do I mean by this? In your biology as a human being, you are wired to be able to identify antioxidants. What are some examples of antioxidants? Fruits, berries, raspberries. Mhm. These have certain distinct colors. In nature, it's all green except these berries, these fruits. So your brain is wired to identify based on the color, yellow, green, yellow, red, purple, right? So what do you think? Why do you think the M&Ms are rainbow colored? It plays on your biology to identify antioxidants. So when you look at M&Ms, you want to grab them. You want to eat them. But they all taste the same. What if the M&Ms all had the same color? It wouldn't be as appealing. So you see
I
how,
always
yeah,
wondered why M&Ms had different colors.
it's
Blue, red. I
yeah,
always thought they were different flavors, but the whole time they weren't. Same thing.
they're playing on your biology to identify antioxidants in nature, in the jungle, in like the real life.
Oh shit. Never
And
thought.
so look at the packaging of all the sweets and candies, different colors. Let's be fucking real. If it weren't for those colors, most of the time you wouldn't grab the packaging. So I
Like I
just
like
kind of
the mambas. The mambas are those fruit
yeah.
chew things, and they got different like cherry, strawberry, raspberry. Oh my god, orange, so good. Lemon, so good. Have you ever had mamba, the candy?
No,
It's like chew. It's like almost like kind of Starburst, but they have them like in like little rectangles, and they have like cherry flavor, raspberry, strawberry, lemon, and I think grape. But they're so good. You know.
these yeah,
That's my 1 week candy. And then today I had a Star Crunch. You ever had Star Crunch?
no.
Oh, it's like
I,
chocolate rice crispy caramel crunch.
let me tell you something.
So good.
Let me tell you something. I talk like a religious fanatic when I go out shopping, especially in the food area and the sweets area, because I keep looking at the can. I say, the devil is upon us. Look at this. Look at these heathens. Look at this devilish. I start talking about the devil, this, devil, that. I say that this certain butter. I'm like, this is the devil.
Okay,
So, but
I'll tell you
yeah,
one weakness I have for sweets. Cinnamon rolls. Cinnabon.
okay.
Cinnabon. You ever had Cinnabon?
No, because the cinnamon flavor does not appeal to me. The cinnamon taste. And it's too sweet for me. And mind you, I'm a sweet tooth. Too sweet for me. Too much. My stomach will literally hurt. There's certain stuff. If I eat it, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt my guts. I swear.
And Rick said, I appreciate this 4-hour stream today by you guys. Well, God damn, almost 4 hours. Well, 11 minutes till 4, Rick. I mean, Marvin, but I appreciate it.
Rick, did you really like the stream?
Veronica said, this stream is lit. This was a good one. Talked about the basic functions of friendship requirement. Veronica said, I just want to know, do you think it's important to have somebody match your personality?
No.
Is that or is it always good to have somebody on the opposite spectrum? Well, yeah, you do want to have an asshole friend like the Kim123, the Prodigal Heel that just keeps it. Like they're a straight shooter. I call those guys a straight shooter. They've hurt my feelings many times, but I respect them because at least I know if I need an honest answer, they'll tell me.
And also, like, they're such assholes that you feel like you can be so too. Like, be very honest or say something very, frank.
But let's say I'm feeling like shit, right? Like let's say I'm I feel like complete crap today, and let's say I would talk to a friend that I know that's not a Kim123, 213 or a Prodigal. I would talk to like one of those other guys, like a Travis Staley in Dallas, who can more identify with something like that and be able to identify because me and him feel like we have something in common in that area. But I can't talk to Polston because he'll say like, well, yeah, man, just keep trying. Like he's not going to be real like sympathetic the way that I need that. You know what I'm saying? That comfort.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
So I can't just go to them because they're not, the answer they're going to give me is just something about, oh, you'll get over it.
You only appreciate the cuddle people, the people who are cuddly, once you feel like absolute shit. Once you feel like absolute shit, you need that cuddle buddy. And that's when you value them, not when things are good. You value them when things are bad.
Yeah. So sometimes it's good. Like, like, for example, if I made a wrong choice about something and I need a straight answer, I'll go to Prodigal and he'll tell me. But let's say if I need somebody to patronize me or I want to patronize somebody, I'll probably go to Maria or, Travis or whoever. Yeah.
I'll patronize
off each other. Okay.
Trust me, man. I like when people patronize me.
Yeah.
I like to patronize.
It's not always bad to patronize. Rick said it's not always bad to patronize somebody. No, it's not. Absolutely.
Yeah. No. Because let's say I want to talk about dinosaurs, and you patronize me.
Like okay, Patrick. This is a good example. Patrick Kennedy. He'll tell me, "Do you think I have a dinosaur fetish?" And I'm like, no. And he's like, "Oh, I kind of figured that." And I'm like, okay, really, you do. But I didn't want to tell him that because I don't want to seem like I'm kicking a horse when he's down because he's telling me other people are doing that to him. So I don't want to feel like I'm jumping in on it. So I tell him, well, I don't see anything wrong with your session. I like sports or I like this.
We need people like Patrick. Who else is going to, promote these museums and do these research papers?
Well, the thing about Patrick is he has Asperger's syndrome.
Oh, blessing syndrome.
You heard of that?
I've heard of it, but to me, it's just another word for passionate.
Yeah, it's like slight autism, he said. Basically, that's what he told me.
Yeah, not a big issue. We need people like this.
Yeah.
We need people with autism who are very interested in certain topics. They help us push forward and keep certain information, and they have enough interest for a subject for them to lay it out for us to enjoy. I always saw like a gift when you have like those kind of types of autism. It's like a gift, but it's for them, but it's also for us because let's say there was this woman with, I don't know if it was autism, but she had some kind of condition where she well, she had an autism, like, she was on the spectrum, right? She helped invent this type of cow washing system where the cows themselves will wash themselves, right? But you have to be weird enough to get to that point, to make these inventions. If you're a normal person like me, bro, no. But, we need people who are very interested in a very insane way about certain topics so we can make breakthroughs in science and history. Temple was one of them. She helped cows wash their ass by themselves.
Damn, that's facts.
Yeah, and she was seen as a weird person, but it's like, she's not a weird person. She's just different. We need people that are very different. Like Patrick, he's into dinosaurs. Cool, now I can clear all my dinosaur questions.
Yeah, I'll send you his Facebook, and then I'll tell him like, hey, my homegirl thinks it's cool that you have a dinosaur obsession. Yeah, he's a real cool guy, real nice guy.
On YouTube, there's different like skin obsessed people. Thank God there is, so they can do all the research and then give me all the tips. Boom.
That is so cool. So
go ahead.
Rick said, "Do you work tomorrow? You guys work? I work, yeah, but not till I work. I think tomorrow at 2. So I'm not. That's why I don't care about staying up a little late. Maria, you work?
No, but I have a class at 1.
A class at 1. Oh shit!
It's gonna fuck me up tonight, but
oh, this stream killed us. Rick said this first time I've seen Maria rage quit twice, come back, leave the show, come back later. Facts, bro, facts. This is the first time Maria was so invested into the conversation that she left, came back, then left and said goodnight, then is right back on this motherfucker. First time ever.
I'm trying to be quiet because my sister's trying to sleep.
You can thank me for that. Maria left twice, 3 times. No, twice, right? No, one didn't. No, it was 3, Rick, but one didn't count because her internet was cut out.
And I only hopped off because I thought, okay, I'm just talking in vain. So I
don't mind having Prodigal on here. It's just I try to keep the topic in the narrative, and he goes on these political rants, and I
about the left and the right. About the left and the right, and I'm like, okay, if we want to talk about politics, that's fine. But the problem is, if I talk about politics in my country, it's not really gonna flow.
It's a big difference, yeah, and it's just it takes away from the topic of discussion, which is friendship, not politics. Paul Stanton.
And isn't it funny how we talk about any topic and we always go back to talk about relationships?
Well, I think they all coincide, because one question that Veronica asked I never got to. Thanks, Veronica, for bringing it up. She said, do relationships start off from friendships, like a boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife? Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Yes. Yeah, because everything look, think about it like this. Your workplace is a relationship.
Yeah.
People don't realize that, like all these people who are complaining about like their workplace, about being treated like crap and all that, you do realize it's the same thing as your home life, social life. They all construct or under the same construct of like working with people and being a team player and learning how to work on a group project. I look at a workplace as a group project in college or high school. They assign you a project and say 4 people are going to work on this project. And I end up doing the damn project and nobody helps. That's fine. I've always
you know what I used to do?
Credit off my shit. And then I look at work as the same thing. I look at my relationship like having a girlfriend. I pretend like I'm dating my managers, like just that way it like helps me construct how to practice having a relationship with someone.
Me, I've learned to realize, you know what, I'm gonna not care about these certain things about this person, and just focus on what I like about. I'm not an expert. I know what you're not supposed to do, but can I give advice on it? No.
here's the thing about like our friendship's free. Just going back to this. Like Rick, I know what you're saying is a genuine friendship should feel organic. It should
Steven, I'm
because
gonna hop off.
like
I'm gonna listen. Okay. Sorry.
okay, go ahead.
All right. All right.
An organic friendship should be free, right? Like mine and your friendship, Rick. It's free, right? Free of charge. I'm not charging you to be my friend. So in theory, it's free. In theory. In theory. But I know if we want to go out and have a good time, you know, there's where the investment comes in, right? So we're going out having a beer. You paying your beer, I'm paying my beer. Hell, I may pay both of our beers. Hell, you may pay for both of our beers, and we may take turns. That's where the investment comes in, because in order to have fun nowadays, it costs money. Like, you think me going to an aquarium and me going to concerts and movies is free? No, motherfucker, that costs money, my dude. So like, the point is that everybody throws that simp word around now like it's nothing. Like, people throw the racism around now like they without any meaning. They just throw it just to see if it sticks. You know, Rick says facts. People will say you're racist just for not agreeing with them. Yeah, absolutely. That's what racism is now. Just somebody not agreeing with somebody now is racism. You know, we throw these words so loosely now. We don't even know what it means anymore. The term simp and racist and all that doesn't mean racism is nothing more than just we're not agreeing with each other anymore. That's racism. That's because the card's been played so much, it's been watered down. Same thing with the term simp, right? So let's say, for example, okay, so me and Maria, we go out. Prime example. And this is where I get like a ton of like feedback from a lot of guys that come on my channel and like to talk shit or troll, or they mainly mean what they say. And they'll say, Mr. Rose, you're a simp because you went out with Maria and bought her coffee, right? So like, for example, me and Maria comes up to Dallas to visit her family from Costa Rica, right? So she makes that trip to Dallas. This is just a hypothetical scenario. So I say, hey, I'm going to Dallas in this date. Oh, hey, I'm visiting my mom. Come by and come pick me up, right? So I come by, come pick Maria up, right? And then so I pay, me and Maria, we go out to Buffalo Wild Wings, right? Now, it's not my obligation to pay for her. However, I make the initiative to do it as a friendly gesture, right? So then I go, I pay for Maria's a coffee, right? So Maria has a coffee, and let's say I bought her chips and salsa. And let's just say hypothetically, I spent $20 on Maria's visit. So I picked Maria up, and I invested $20 out of my pocket to pay for Maria's encounter. So the first question that would be asked for a lot of men would say, well, did you get any pussy? Did you get any pussy from it? My answer would be no, because me and her were just cool, right? So I'm just cool, take her out. We had a good time. We had a good conversation. Polston said it best earlier. If I'm investing my money into you and you're not investing anything back, what other value do you have? Do you make me feel good? Do we have great conversation? Do we have things in common? All those things matter. They all matter, right? Okay. So you take all that into account, and some guys will sit here and say, you lost. You're a loser because you paid for her coffee and her chips and salsa. Therefore, you're a loser and a simp. And I'm like, really? So that's how the term simp has been defined now. It's been defined as a cup of coffee. Like, I paid for a cup of coffee and didn't get pussy for it. So therefore, I lost. That's technically the definition of a simp now. I'm like, really? You know? So that's how it's been defined now. But there's dudes that give thousands of dollars online and no one says a goddamn thing to them. But here I am just paying for a fucking cup of coffee. And it's automatically a simp because I didn't get no pussy for it. I'm like, wow. And Marvin said facts, and most guys, most of the time you go out with chicks, most don't even give it up anyway. Marvin said it's every now and then you get some. That's how most guys are. Yeah, but they won't admit it. Yeah, it's true. It is. You're not going to fuck every girl you meet. That's impossible. Now, maybe if you're a celebrity or something, you probably got a little clout. You could probably do that if you're lucky, but not every guy has that experience. you know, you know what I'm saying? Um, but anyways, what was I gonna say? So, me and Maria, we meet up, I buy her a cup of coffee, and then that's how it's defined now. It's defined as, oh, you paid for that $2 for coffee and didn't get fucking sex, so therefore you lose. I'm like, really? Huh, okay. Wow. You know, this is amazing, Like you go on a $20 date, motherfucker don't get no pussy, and he starts acting like it's the end of the world. I'm like, dude, it's just one fucking date. You only paid $20. It's not a big deal. It's really not that important. I said, you can always try on the second or third go around. Now, if let's say, for example, I was dating a woman for 3 months, I always tell this story all the time because I use an example as one of my failures in the past so I can improve myself for the future, right? It's about confessing. I fucked up. I made some bad choices. I went on a date where I did chivalry and I paid for a whole bunch of encounters, and at the end of the day I didn't get sex and nor a relationship. Yeah, okay, then you can say I took an L. Like, absolutely, I agree with that. I hold an L on that one. I fucked up. Like, I made some really bad choices, like, because I wasn't thinking at the time, and I was just like going on like a traditional style of dating, which there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But again, I made some bad choices. I never really like asked her like where this is going. I never really checked her. You know what I'm saying? As some guys would say. So I took an L. You know what I'm saying? But the whole point is instead of complaining, I just laughed it off because I just said, hey, look, I can use this as a learning tool, a learning experience to say the next time I'll do better. I'll try harder. You know? So I look at it like that. But anyways, what was I talking about? About the whole like you know, women with friendship thing. I don't mind having some female friends. I think it's good to have some in your arsenal. Um, but I don't think you want to be a guy walking around with 50 homegirls either and thinking that, well, I have all these friends that are they're females and you have no like relationship with any of them. And I know damn well if you're a guy with 50 homegirls, you got at least about 10 of them, maybe 20 or half. And so that's when you can look at that sample size and say, well, I got, 20, I got 30 homegirls and they're dating everybody else but me, and you at least sexually attracted half of them, then you could say you're taking L's. Then that's when you could say I'm losing. Like I really need to to hit the reset button. It's like a losing season in basketball. It's like when the Rockets had to give up all their good players to start all over because we were losing at this time and had to hit the reset button and blow up the team. It's the same thing like with dating, the same thing like with personal relationships. Like sometimes you have to hit the reset button on yourself and say, I got to start all over again. Like where's the like the reset button on your game system on your console? Like I got to hit the reset button real quick so I can start this motherfucker all over because I got game over, So I got to fucking start all over in this motherfucker. It's life, man. That's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with my job experience. Like, man, I've had all types of bullshit ass jobs, and now I have two jobs that I like, and it's like I had to like get fucking fired and quit many jobs to fucking get where I wanted at right now. And I feel like now I'm in a better position, man. And like it kind of does make sense because, like it's like Rick told me or Marvin told me the other day earlier, and Marvin said, hey, you're gonna fail more in life than succeed. You know that, right? Like you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail at a lot of things in life. But the whole point is you get up and keep trying. Like don't give up. And when you do succeed at something, you're gonna cherish that moment and for what it is. And you're gonna say, man, like all these times I kept falling off the horse, and I finally kept getting on, kept falling off the horse, kept getting on. And finally I hit a stride and I was able like to find my niche in life. And everybody has a different path, a different experience. You just have to find your path, I don't believe I'm at that point yet, but I think I'm getting at that point. I think like I'm slowly working to transition to a better to better myself. You know, like in the last 2 years, 3 years, I've had 2 new cars. I got a 2021 car. I had a 2018 the year it came out. Not too many motherfuckers could say they do those kind of things. So I was able like to make certain moves that like most of my friends are, and I'm not making fun of them, but you know what I'm saying? Like I do things to kind of, I've been slowly bettering myself every day, gradually trying to get to that point, gradually trying to get to that point. So Rick said, I think men and women could be friends, but like I said, you don't want to have a thousand homegirls and you're not fucking not one. Well, it wouldn't. Okay, if you got 30 homegirls, you're probably going to be at least sexually attracted to half, at least, right? You at least half of them you want to fuck, and I can guarantee you, out of 30 of them, there's probably like at least 3 or 4 you wouldn't mind dating. You know what I'm saying? You would actually seriously date. So in that case, yeah, you're in a bad position because all these girls think you're just some guy that's just cool, which is cool. You don't want to be just a cool guy. You want to be more than that, right? So yeah, in theory, yeah, you would be in a bad position. I've been there. You know, I've been at that point. Not 30 homegirls, but I've had a lot of them, and that has happened to me. You know, and so I stopped fucking with a lot of them too. You know, because like it's just, you know, you got to cut some loose, man. You know. Veronica said, I could tell you're maturing more. It's actually a very attractive trait in you. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, like I said, I'm trying. I'm not at the point I want to be at, but I'm taking small steps to get to that point. It's a learning process, and I think Maria said it best with age. You know, as you get older, you start maturing more and stuff like that. Like I look back at my old videos from like 2017, 2016, 2018. I don't even watch them because it was a different stage in my life. I had a different thought process, and I was, you know, kind of ignorant. You know, didn't really like have a really good thought process when I conveyed a lot of my videos, but it made me a ton of money. It made me some really good, you know, money by the month, 400 or 500 a month, free money. But it was just, I don't want to go back to that because it was not smart. Now, like I process things a lot better. I second guess myself. I think like, well, if I say this will probably happen. This will be the result, you know. And now, like, I want to do like podcasts and do group sessions. I want to have like I want to have you know, like a mindset where I could be unbiased instead of being biased. You know, I want to have like an unbiased perspective and sort of think like on both sides of the spectrum and then talk. You know, that's really where the good conversations come out and it really dissects the whole thing. That's the difference between me back then. Back then, I just said whatever came out of my mouth. I had no fucking filter. I talked shit about all types of people, made all types of enemies on this motherfucker. And now, fast forward to now, I've tried to eliminate all that. You know what I'm saying? You know, people will come and say, man, these aren't the videos that I used to watch. Unsub, click. I'm like, well, you can watch my old content. You know, that's cool. All harm, no foul. I'm a dead channel, man. That's all I'll ever be. If you ain't simping, you ain't winning. All dudes simp. Veronica said some of these guys who are pretend tough guys are some of the biggest fucking simps outside of the internet. They're the main ones DMing women and acting all thirsty and stuff. Yeah, I mean, all guys tend to be thirsty to a degree. Yeah, a lot of dudes simp hard, but they try to put on this like front like they don't. But they simp hard. They just don't tell you. You know, I think that's you know, this like I said, you know, simp's just another term of saying you're racist. It's the same thing as saying like, yeah, you're racist because you disagreed with something I said or something. That's basically what the term simp is. Yeah. Yeah, they were. For the time being, it was. It was good back in the day. These videos get good, man. Like I said, I've been. I'm mainly better at these videos when I'm consistent. If I could do like a live stream every 3 days, I can keep it good. But when I take 2 weeks off, I get real fucking rusty. I get lazy. I don't want to make any videos. And then I get lazy, and then like I'm like, okay, so me and Maria are gonna do a video. I got to get back on this. I'm lazy, and then me and Maria for like 2 weeks straight just kept canceling on each other. We're like, yeah, we're gonna do a video. We're like, oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. And they're like, okay, I'm tired. No, I'm tired. We'll do it tomorrow. And then we're like, no, we'll do it Tuesday. No, we'll do it Thursday. And it just weeks would go by. So then I said, you know what? I'm gonna start going back to just me being just talking on here, and I think that's what sort of kicks it off. Like when I start recording and start just spitting at the tongue, I can get like 30 people in here live streaming or watching the stream, and then that's it, you know. And then that's when people come in and say, I want to live stream with this guy. I need to collab with this guy. I need to, do a video with this guy. Like sometimes Polston will creep up in here and see that I'm doing a video, and he'll say, put the link down, man. Like he's already amped up because I'm on fire, man. I'm on fire. Then I spit that link out. Then Polston comes in and starts talking his shit, and then we just go from there. I don't know. And we're gonna have a video, me and Maria. I want to do one with her where we're gonna talk about. I think I told her it's in her inbox. I think she's asleep now, but I told Maria that I want to do a video about the pros and cons of social media, about having social media, dating apps, all types of stuff like Instagram, Facebook, like all the pros and cons to being on social media, and our experiences since we are video makers, and go from there. A live stream is that people don't really do straight upload videos anymore unless it's to roast somebody or they're a popular YouTuber. People there's no views and subs in for individual uploads. People love the live stream. They love a face-to-face interaction. So I think that's just the new form of talking now is live stream. People want to see the live stream. They want to be able to respond to the YouTuber. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. I can't believe I've already been on here for 4 hours and 16 motherfucking minutes. Wow. When are you gonna start dating again? Rachel asked. Who knows? Just whenever it happens. I'm why I can't put like a timeline on it. It's not like, it's been a long time, but it ain't nothing it ain't nothing I can't face. I'm not afraid to date. I'm not afraid to go out and meet new people. Like I ain't afraid of females, I ain't afraid of dudes, nothing. I can talk to whoever. It's just when I'm ready to go out and start, doing my thing again, then I'll do it. I'll make an app, I'll make a dating app, I'll do whatever. And just when the time comes. I'm not going to put a time limit. I'm not rushed or forced. I don't feel forced into having to jump into a relationship right now. It's not, I mean, if I find one, I find one. I don't. I'll tell you what, there was one little girl I was talking to, I don't know, maybe about 4 or 5 months ago. We were just kind of like talking. And then she said, what did she say? She said she needed to buy a bed for her mom or something. I said, well, bitch, get a job and buy your mom a bed. I know the fuck I look like. You sitting there asking me to buy your mom a motherfucking bed. Bitch, get a job. Buy her a bed your motherfucking self. The nerve, And it's just I set the tone right there and then. Buy your own motherfucking mama bed. And she tried to call me back or whatever. It was like, well, I was just playing. I was like, nah, I think you was for real. I don't think you don't throw that shit out there like that, because I guarantee if I would have jumped on a fucking Macy's and ordered and put on the credit card, your ass would have been like right there and then, you know. This is crazy. You know, you do that shit for people you're married to, stuff like that. In serious relationships, you do stuff like that. You don't do shit like that in the dating stage. You got me fucked up. I don't care how special you think you are, who the fuck you think you are, who the or whatever. You ain't that motherfucking special to me. Eating out of my motherfucking wallet like that. You know. You don't fucking tell me what to do. You know, I had a one chick too try to get loud with me one time. It was at work, and then she popped something off. I said, "Say, who you talking to like that?" I kept it 100 with her, like, "Who you talking to like that?" She said, "Oh, I said, nah, don't talk to me like that." You know what I mean? I ain't your fucking brother. I ain't your fucking dad. Nothing like that. No shit like that. Don't ever talk to me like that. She got real quiet too. I just don't talk about this kind of stuff on here because that's just shit that I've done on the side. I think any man who's a man, or any man, will stand when the time is right. You stand up for yourself when it comes to it. You know, I mean, I'm mostly civil with most people, but sometimes as a person, you have to stand up for yourself because people will think they'll step on you, and that's just what you have to do. Sometimes that happens. You'll be tested. And I think that's just life in general. I think life itself is just a big test. This is one giant pit stop before you die. This is what it is. You know, I don't take anything personal anymore. Like the difference between I think now and I think 5 years ago, I think the difference now is with age. Um, as you get older, you know, when you're younger, when you're young, you're impressionable. You know, like you're impressionable. You gotta have many friends. You gotta have many bitches. You have all this money. You have all this cars and stuff. And I'm not saying that still ain't true as you get older. But when you get older, you start to mellow down. That high comes down. You know, when you're younger, you want to fight everybody. You get all big headed. You think you can kick everybody's ass. Everybody thinks they're fucking Mike Tyson. You know, when you get older, all that shit comes down. As you start to age, as you start to get older, you mature. You know, in fact, fighting is the last thing you want to do when you get older. Not because you can't fight, but just because you try to do it diplomatically. You try to say, well, why don't we not box and let's have a discussion and let's have a talk, and that way we can see from there. We don't have to. There has no gunshots, no fists, no jumping, none of that shit. Let's just have a regular conversation and let's just talk. You know, and I think we can get a lot more done if we talk. You know what I mean? Fighting is a last resort. In fact, fighting should only be used in self-defense procedures, or when the discussions get to that. I mean, because really, if you're fist fighting over some bullshit, which a lot of people nowadays just fight over anything, you've lost. You've lost. Like you think you're some tough guy running around swinging up on people. Let me tell you something. You've lost. If you have to resort to this all the time to negotiate or to talk, if you have to do that all the time, you've lost in life. And that's facts. You know, when you're younger and shit, you want to talk shit, think you're on top of the world. And then when you get older, you start to mellow down. You start to mature as a person. You know, like I'll give you an example of that. This essay dude, he was a young dude, probably about maybe 18, 19, trying to show off in front of some, you know, busted up two chick. You walk in the parking lot mugging the shit out of me. So I mugged right back. You know, and so like, you know, the sun's in my face, so my eyes were squinting. I just did a carry out. I was carrying some like a barbecue pit. I was working in I was working in the garden center. And so they're like, we need you to carry this barbecue pit out to someone's car. I said, okay. So I carried it out and I'm walking. The old dude's mugging me. So I looked at him like, you know, I was just looking at him like this, like with his face like that. He just kept mugging. And he said, "Say, you got a problem?" I said, "No." He said, and then he looked at me. He said, "So what the fuck are you looking at?" I said, "Nobody." I didn't like mug him like I was trying to fight him, but I was looking at him like he was looking at me like I was stupid. I was looking back, but I wasn't trying to fight him. And it's like I wasn't gonna box the dude over some bullshit like that. He was already ready to, like, he was like young and buck, ready to throw down over some dumb shit like that. It ain't even that important. And that chick that you're trying to impress ain't that important. She'll probably be getting dicked down by another guy next week anyway. So why do you care? Get it? You're trying to fuck her. You're trying to establish your alpha male tough guyness. I get that, but dude, trust me, it's all bullshit at the end of the day. Because 10 years from now, you laugh that shit off. It ain't worth it. You just say, you know what, man? Trying to impress yourself in front of a busted up two anyway really shows you have no standards and really even just laughable. And it's like I can understand if like if I was trying to holler at her or something and you come to check me or something, but it's like, man, dudes be just, when it comes to like chicks like that, like, I mean, dudes like that, all you can do is laugh. You just say, brother, man, you move along your way. Instead of walking around being this tough guy, fish should be a last second resort. You talk. That's how you get things done. It's better if you talk and conversate and air our differences out. Fighting is a last resort. You don't want to do that, man. And I think with age, as you get older, you mature a lot more in a lot of areas, even in dating. Like your perspectives change so much. Like even in dating, like, you want to fuck all these bitches as you get older. That's not really that important. Your main in fact, I gotta quote the famous, what's his name? Trying to think of that guy's name. Tyrone Magnus or whatever. I can't think of his name. He's a famous YouTuber, funny ass guy. He's a swole black guy and he's real funny. He does WWE videos and stuff. Is Tyrone Manthus or Magnus or something like that? I can't remember his name. But he said when you get younger, when you get older, it's more about substance. Can she cook? Can she clean? Can she be a good mother? Stuff like that. All those like important roles that you think is not important when you're younger, when you're older, that shit matters. You're not thinking about, is she a bad boss bitch? No, I don't give a fuck about all that, my dude. You want to think the only thing in your mind about a woman as you get older is she going to give me peace and quiet? That's it. Like I'll date a busted up too if I'm gonna get peace and quiet. I ain't fucking dating no bitch that's no top 10 and on Sports Center and I'm sitting there got to fucking have all these problems. Like, nah, I'm good, bro. Rick said facts, man. I used to think walking around with a badass chick made you somebody, but then as you get older, it ain't even about that. No, it's not, man. It never was. It's just an illusion. It's just you're just trying to show off in front of a bunch of your ain't shit dusty ass friends. Let's just be honest. It's all about like flashy and this and that, all that shit, man. You humble yourself as you get older, Marvin says. Some people humble themselves at a young age. Some people don't. Some people don't humble themselves till they're in their mid-30s or maybe early 40s. It just, yeah, good point. That is true, Marvin. I do agree with that. It just depends on the person. Like I've always been told I was a mature person for my age. Like even when I was 15, 16, my dad's friends used to come up to me and say, I was very mature for my age. Like, how do you do that? I'm like, no, I have issues. Don't get me wrong. I've had problems with law enforcement. I've had problems with with my school at the time. I wasn't exactly the best teenager ever. I was facing 2 to 10 years for assault with a deadly weapon. You know what I'm saying? They tried to charge me as an adult at 16. I was looking at 10 years. They tried to give me 10 years when the first proposal they gave me. I said, no, I'm not taking that shit. They tried to give me 10 years. Then they tried to give me 5 with 5 years probation. Then they tried to give me 2 years with 5 years probation. I said no. They said if we go to trial, we're gonna ask for the max. I said, okay, that's fine. I was defending myself, whatever. So go ahead, take me to trial. I had my 17th birthday came that next month, and they dropped the charges. So I was 16 when the offense happened. I was arrested from school. They took me to juvenile detention center. They took me to JJ. Well, I forgot which pod it was. They put me in with all the minors, but they said flat out, we're gonna charge you as an adult with assault with a deadly weapon. Well, it was a stapler. I hit that motherfucker with a stapler because he was about 6'4" and I was like 5'9", 5'10", and he was choking me out. And I used the fucking stapler to hit him. Then when he tried to come at me, I hit him with a stapler again. They said assault with a deadly weapon. They said that I grabbed the stapler. Witness said I grabbed the stapler and ran at him and bashed him the second time, which was not true. He came at me and bam. The cops weren't trying to hear that. So they charged me, they arrested me, and they charged me with assault with a deadly weapon. That's 2 to 10 in the state of Texas. Minimum 2 years. So I sat in juvenile for it's about 3 months, almost about 3 months. And it was right around finals that week too. So I failed all my courses right but before finals. So I failed every fucking course that month. So I had to take everything again. I had to take my finals courses when I got out. But yeah, they were going to give me 2 to 10 years, bro. At 16, they were charging me as an adult, which would have meant that they keep me till 18, and then I have to transfer it into an adult facility or a prison or adult state jail. But anything over 2 years is a county. You sitting there, well, I would have been a juvenile till 18. Then they would have processed me and transferred me. I would have went to an adult prison at that point. Because anything over 2 years, you're going to federal prison. So, or not federal, but you're going to prison. So that's a prison sentence, basically. County is 2 years. You shouldn't, so motherfuckers sit in county for 2-3 years, but that's it. If you're sentenced for that long, like 10 years, 8 years, you're going to prison. You're going to the big house. So yeah, they charged me with assault with a deadly weapon. So how did I get out? Well, first of all, they didn't really have any witnesses. They were going off the main person I hit. That was the main person that pressed the charges. And the teacher tried to say that I came at him with the stapler and wrote a statement and everything. Plus, I had a prior history of fighting, but I fought in self-defense. Every time I never started a fight, it was always self-defense, but I had priors with fighting, with fist fighting. Self-defense, never threw the first punch. I never go looking for a fight. But I was a freshman, sophomore, tough guy, kind of bullshit. I remember the first time, man, they had me mopping floors and all types of shit at juvenile. The food was pretty good. As soon as that fucking DA came in there, or the DA came in there, they said a district attorney came in there and a prosecutor came in there. And they're like, we're going to give you this right here, 10. I was like, what? 10 years? They said, yeah, you hit him with a stapler. I said, nah, man, that dude came at me. They weren't trying to hear that. I said, I ain't taking it. And the next time was 5 years, 5 years probation. Nope. Then the 2 years deal was the final one. And then I said, no, I'm not taking it. They said, okay, well, your court date's coming up and we're going to ask for the max. And I said, okay, cool. I'm not taking any of that. I ain't signing a goddamn thing. And then I turned 17 years old. And when I turned 17, Dad came back and tried to give me that 2-year deal again. I said, no, I'm not taking that deal. And they said, okay, well, your court date's coming up, blah, 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 blah. And so that's whenever that's when my attorney had told me they're not gonna be, then I don't have a case because they had you this long. They had you this long. And if they would have they would have pushed for a trial sooner. So they don't have a case on you. So eventually they dropped the charges. And that's how I got out. So they dropped the charges because they didn't have a case. Mm-hmm. Well, the mom dropped the charges because I think she knew her son was in the wrong. So that's what happened. Mm-hmm. They haven't gotten in trouble since. So that's good. So I've learned my ways, man. I prefer to talk to people and just try to do things the easy way. No fighting, none of that bullshit. Let's just, it's easier that way. It makes life go by easier. At this point in the game, man, I ain't trying to find nobody. I'd rather just talk. I'd rather make friends. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Rick said, give me your alcohol, motherfucker. Yeah, you can have it. You can take that as a going away present. Rick, I got a whole bunch. I got wine. I got that bottle of wine, 5 years old. I got sweet red wine too. I got Mike's Hard Lemonade. I got all this shit in here, bro. You can have it. You can have all my alcohol. I ain't gonna drink it. Just sits in there. Marvin said, I heard the longer you keep it in wine, the better it tastes. Yeah, it tastes better when it ages. That's why you'll see some motherfuckers that got 100-year-old wine bottles. Open that bad boy up, pour your glass. Shit. It's more potent, man. When you got a wine bottle from like 1700s, people have that shit stocked, man. You just open that bad boy up and have yourself a cup, man. You can taste the difference. It's really good. You want yourself some wine, man. If you're not a heavy like alcohol drinker like me, you want yourself a nice glass of wine. It's good for the soul. All right, Darrell. I meant Donovan. Yeah. We're all nocturnal. I went to Europe by myself 2015 and 2018. I was able to meet some really nice people. That's pretty cool, man. That's fucking badass, bro. When Maria says go to bed, Steven, that means you're keeping me up. Kirk says I'm still up and it's 3:07. Yeah. I'm about to send everybody to bed in a minute. Look at Little Paws. He's back here, right here. See? He's like, go to bed, Steven. All right. Well, it's 4 hours, 37 minutes. I'm going to bed. So good night, everybody.